Hi, everyone. Good morning to you. It is just before 6 o'clock on the start of your Wednesday morning. We are starting to broadcast live on our WKBW Facebook page so that we can bring you up to date and bring you the latest information as it becomes available to us as it pertains to the weather. So what we're going to be doing at 6 o'clock is merging in our TV viewers along with you who are watching on our WKBW Facebook page.
That's right. So we'll keep you updated. The very latest. There's a number of travel bans in place right now. Erie County offices are closed today. Buffalo City Hall is closed today. We know the South Towns got hit really badly overnight. So if you're joining us, feel free to send any photos or videos you might have to Ed or myself, or you can send them to news@wkbw.com, and our producers will be able to grab them there.
John, can you talk to me in my IFB? So as we're obviously on Facebook Live, thank you. We've got about 30 seconds before we start our TV broadcast. So quickly, I want to let you know where the travel bans are this morning. Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. We're going to merge in our TV viewers, so stand by for us.
We are ready to meet this next blast of winter weather head on.
Good morning. Wednesday, January 17th, all of Western New York preparing for another round of lake effect snow hitting right now, days after the last one.
City leaders working to help clear the roads quickly by giving you a place to park your car.
The city of Buffalo is opening up the Adam, Mohawk, and Fernbach ramps to give you places to move your car off the street. Residential area lots are also opening. County leaders, though, are asking you to clear off your sidewalk so folks can walk safely. Erie County Executive Mark Polencar is asking employers to let their workers work from home. There's also a travel advisory in place all across Erie County.
Several school districts canceling class today. They include Buffalo, Amherst, Williamsville, West Seneca, and Hamburg. Tonawanda City Schools also closing. 7 News spoke with the superintendent there about why schools would close rather than move to remote learning when the snow hits.
Transitioning to remote instruction or remote learning is much more complicated than just flipping a switch.
It really loses something when you're calling for a remote day. The remote days are really going to be in play when you have exhausted all of your snow days, and we have prepared for 3 and haven't taken any yet.
I think is still one of the joys of being a young child and having that surprise that school's just canceled for the day.
Superintendent Oldenburg says a snow day is all part of growing up in Western New York, and he's not ready to take that away from students.
Good morning to you. It is 6 o'clock on the start of a Wednesday. We want you to grab your phone right now. We are streaming both on our WKBW Facebook page and on our Channel 7 TV side of things. So we want you to grab your phone, join the conversation, be part of the conversation on our WKBW Facebook page. As we say good morning to you, there's a lot to tell you about. And coming up in about 30 minutes, the city of Buffalo is going to be giving us an update on how crews are handling the storm here in the city as that band moves northward.
And we want to let you know, as you're waking up, there is a travel ban in place right now in a number of places. The town and village of Orchard Park, the town of Hamburg, the town of West Seneca, the town of Lancaster. Those areas getting hit really hard overnight. Erie County offices are closed today. Buffalo City Hall is closed today. Now, for the rest of Erie County right now, there's only a travel advisory in place. That could be changing throughout the morning.
So we're going to pull up your comments as you weigh in here on the conversation. We want to make sure that we're highlighting your voice and making sure that we're telling your story as it pertains to the snow. So let's say good morning to the folks who are here with us this morning. Richard in South Buffalo is saying they're getting hammered right now. Good morning to you, Gladys in Cheektowaga. She's wondering why there's no travel ban. It's horrible there, she says. Carmen also saying that Lackawanna is bad. She's saying that she's wondering why there's no travel ban there. Again, just to reiterate, the only places where there is a travel ban right now is Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. Everywhere else under a travel advisory.
That may change throughout the morning. Aaron's tracking that snow ban. Now, it went south overnight, Aaron, and now it's moving back up north.
Moving back northward just in time for the morning commute. Speaking of travel, we'll take a look at our NITEC traffic camera, and visibility is greatly reduced here in Buffalo. Traveling this morning will be extremely difficult as that snow rate is picking up. That's a view right now. Going through downtown Buffalo on the 190, a lot of folks have their flashers on. You notice why? Because you can hardly see a thing with the visibilities less than a quarter mile in some spots. Actually, in some spots, visibilities are close to zero. All right, the warnings remain in effect through 7 p.m. on Thursday for Erie, Genesee, and Wyoming counties. Winter weather advisory just posted for Niagara County. That is in effect from 10 a.m. Today until 7 p.m. for about 3 to 6 inches of snowfall across southern Niagara County. Take a look at the radar right now, and that band is kind of hanging out right over downtown Buffalo. The heaviest snow just to the south of Buffalo, stretching from Lackawanna toward Lancaster. Snow rates about 3 to 5 inches per hour. That band will slowly continue its northward movement. Areas like Buffalo, South Buffalo, Cheektowaga, Lancaster getting the heavy snow right now. The back edge of the band near Orchard Park in Hamburg. So that's some good news. The South Towns, you will get a break later today with the heavy snow. William Street, Jefferson Avenue, Erie, Smith, South Park Avenue, over toward Cliff Street along the Thruway. And now the 33 is snow covered and very, very slippery. Visibility close to 0 in Elma and in Clarence, 0.2 of a mile in Depew, about a mile here in Buffalo and in Williamsville. The band is going to be kind of hanging out near Buffalo and inching slowly northward as the morning moves along. It will weaken a bit this afternoon as it pushes up toward southern Niagara County, shifts back southward early this evening and strengthens again from Buffalo over toward Clarence. And then as we head to the overnight hours, that band will shift further southward back into the South Towns and ski country.
So Angela is saying that Lackawanna is being dumped on. I shoveled my car out to get food essentials and have at least 6 to 8 inches back on my truck.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we had a snowfall rate 3 to 5 inches per hour. So if your truck were outside for an hour or two, you could easily get a quick 6 inches of snow on it. So unfortunately, that band is very, very strong. The good news, places that have been just hammered and pummeled the last few days will finally get a little break. But now Buffalo and the northern suburbs, you folks be ready for a lot of snow today.
Okay, so Catherine is saying South Buffalo is a mess right now. And someone else was just saying, Abby, West Seneca got hammered.
Aaron, I wonder if you can answer this question for us from Duff WNY. And again, this is on Twitter, on Facebook, and our Instagram page. So Duff is weighing in from Twitter. What's the estimated snowfall in Buffalo this morning? He needs to advise his workers to either hang tight or leave early.
Okay, so as in come to work right now?
It looks like he needs to tell workers to either come to work or not.
I would say to not. If you do have a restaurant in downtown Buffalo, not many people are going to be coming into it today. You're looking at about a foot of snow now through noontime, so 2 inches per hour. Again, South Buffalo getting hit the hardest right now. That band moving into Metro Buffalo and then pushing further northward as the morning moves along. But like I mentioned, visibility is close to 0 in some spots, and there's the heaviest snow right now. Right now pushing into downtown Buffalo. So the heaviest snow is still about 2 miles to the south.
Okay, so just to reiterate, because I'm seeing a lot of comments coming in here wondering about the driving bans. The places where there's a driving ban this morning: Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. We're going to hear from Hamburg's emergency manager coming up in about 10 minutes. But we also want to check in on the conditions in the South Towns.
I do want to do that in 1 second. Holly did ask, do we know about city offices being open or closed? The city of Buffalo City Hall is closed. Erie County offices are closed. So I just wanted to answer that question for you. Yes, the South Towns are really getting hammered. We have 7 News reporter Adam Campos, who's actually moved to South Buffalo. He was in West Seneca a little while ago. He's giving us the conditions on the ground, and wait until you see what it's like there. Adam, good morning. Are you with us, and can you show off what's happening?
Okay, I think we might have a little trouble with Adam's audio here, and that's okay, but you can see where
Hello.
Picture here. This is South Buffalo. You can see the roads are snow-covered, slick, and look at the tire tracks here at that gas station. That's what you're going to be seeing a lot of. And again, there is a driving ban in place in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. So why don't we talk to the people who are actually in the South Towns this
Okay,
morning?
so we were reaching out to different people we knew who lived in different areas because we want to hear different voices during this storm. We have someone who's joining us from Hamburg right now. Ann McIntosh is there this morning, and she agreed to get up with us bright and early to show us the conditions. Hi, Ann.
Good morning.
What are you dealing with in Hamburg?
It's pretty cold. I'm walking out my house for the first time today. I'm going to turn the camera around, but I live right in the village of Hamburg. right across from the Village Community Center, from the Village Playground. It's just really cold. I'd say there's 3 inches of snow, nothing crazy, but can you see that? That's the Village Community Center. The streets are all plowed. The sidewalks are plowed. It's not snowing at all. We have some people brushing off their cars. But this will be a really popular place today. This is the Village Playground. Everybody's off school, so this is where everyone will be today.
So it's interesting, and there's a driving ban in the village and town of Hamburg, but you're not necessarily seeing a lot of snowfall. I think what the idea here is to keep people off the roads, because we know that those crews need to clear the roads, but that band is going to be shifting south once again.
Tonight it will. So Hamburg, you catch a break for the day. The bulk of the snow will be Buffalo northward as we get toward late morning and this afternoon. Tonight, the band will shift back into Hamburg. It's interesting, though, because you did see Ann in the village of Hamburg right there, which looked like a 3 to 4 inches of snow, but some reports in Hamburg overnight of 10 inches of snow. So really depends on where you are, and we're hearing a lot in West Seneca with about 10 inches of snow as well. They're in the South Towns, you will be able to kind of catch your breath late this morning and into this afternoon as that band will be further northward. Right now, there's a look at where the heaviest snow is.
Ann is actually showing us what the roads look like. We can take Ann's camera back, and you'll see that those roads are snow covered, in fact.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's a kind of dangerous situation to encounter, too, in some places.
And a question for you. How much snow have you gotten overall in the past few days?
I'd say probably 2.5 feet in the village of Hamburg.
So were you guys digging out a lot the past couple of days?
Yeah, here's my house. Is the Christmas lights still up? So maybe that'll be a good task for today. Take those Christmas lights down. But that's how much snow we have. I mean, it's about 2.5 feet, I'd say.
Okay, so that's what a lot of people are going to be waking up to this morning, especially in the South Towns. I think localized, we were seeing how much snow actually fall overnight, Aaron.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Locally, how much snow are we seeing in Hamburg?
Well, it depends. I'm getting reports of 10 to 12 inches, and it certainly looks like a lot of snow right there. Just reading some of the comments where some people said they have a lot of snow in Hamburg. So you had about 10 inches of snow overnight in parts of Hamburg, and places like Blaisdell, West Seneca getting reports of more than a foot of snow. So just south of Buffalo, locally in that 6 to 12 plus inch range this morning. And then back into Buffalo, we'll see a foot of snow now through lunchtime.
And thank you so much for your time, and we certainly appreciate you coming on the show and sharing your experience with us.
Boots on the ground today in Hamburg.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Really
Ann.
appreciate it.
You're
Ann.
welcome.
Stay safe.
Go inside and
Thanks.
get warm.
Thanks, guys.
Lisa says it's nasty here in South Buffalo. Rosie says Lackawanna is bad, snowed in, can't get out of the house, and snow is up to our car windows.
Jeez.
Kathy says I'm in the town of Hamburg, close to the Blaisdell OP line. We have feet of snow. If you're watching on Channel 7, coming up after the break, we're going to be talking with Sean Crotty, who's the town of Hamburg's emergency manager. If you're watching on Facebook Live, Twitter, or Instagram, we're going to continue the stream here so that we can keep the conversation going. It's 6:11. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo.
And one thing to mention, too, for people still watching us, you heard her say it's cold outside. Wind chills are below zero, so the kids are off of school today. You want to send them out to play, make sure they're dressed warmly, make sure they come back in quite a bit. Yeah, seeing a lot of people say that I'm going to
Okay,
have to
so
go.
there we go. I think, sorry about that. Here we are back. I think we're just kind of getting a little bit of confusion here on the StreamYard side of things, John. So we just need to make sure that we're keeping our mics up
Let
so
me
the audio doesn't cut
answer,
out.
Demarius, let me answer your question really quickly because yes, there are travel bans in place in the town and village of Orchard Park, in the town of Hamburg, the town of West Seneca, the town of Lancaster as well. And we just saw what it looks like in parts of Hamburg. Other people telling us there's feet on the ground in Hamburg, and Ann saying, over the past couple of days, they had 2.5 feet is a significant amount of snowfall.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, when you are looking at what fell and now what's falling again, people are going to be dealing with a lot of cleanup. So just to reiterate, for those of you who are just joining us, Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell, all under those travel bans. So I want to just quickly bring in Sean Crotty, who is the Emergency Services Manager. If you're watching behind the scenes here, we're testing his microphone. Sean, good morning. Can you hear us?
I can, yes. Good morning.
Okay, cool. So we're going to check in with you on the TV side of things in just moments. Briefly, really quick, what are you seeing there?
So I'm just up on Home Depot parking lot on Miles Strip Road, and I'm actually watching crews with high lifts put the snow from the lot on this giant machine that is melting the snow. So that was pretty interesting. But this part of town, the northern part of town, a lot more snow than our friend down in the village of Hamburg, for sure. Everything pretty much north of 20 just got a lot more snow than the rest of the town.
Okay, that's good information. So Sean, stand by for us. We're going to check in with you in just moments. We're going to rejoin our TV viewers on Channel 7.
Stand by if you're watching us on the stream. We're going to bring those viewers back in. Keep asking any questions that you have. We can take them to Sean as well. So we'll be right back. Hold on. We can bring it back and,
Okay, good morning to you. It is 6:14 on the start of your Wednesday morning. Obviously, the snow is the big story here, and we invite you to be part of the conversation as well. We're doing something very different this morning. We're asking you to join the conversation, letting us know what you're seeing, because we want to highlight your voice. So grab your phone, log on to our WKBW Facebook page, our Twitter, or our Instagram page, and tell us what you're dealing with this morning, and we'll pull up your comments on TV.
Yes, if this is the first time you're doing this with us, welcome. And I want to show you exactly how it works. For example, Bradley chiming in here, over a foot of snow in South Buffalo overnight and still falling quickly. So if you go to our Facebook page and write in a comment, we're going to be able to pull that up and share with everybody. Cassie, for example, saying it's still snowing in Orchard Park on Miles Strip. You guys are our boots on the ground right now. Your eyes in the different areas. We want to highlight your voices this morning.
Okay, so as you're waking up at 6:15, let's go over all of the places that have a travel ban. Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. There is a travel advisory everywhere else in Western New York. So we mentioned Hamburg. Let's bring in the people who are seeing it firsthand. Sean Crotty is Hamburg's Emergency Services Manager. Let's bring him into the conversation so that we can actually hear what's going on in Hamburg. Sean, good morning to you. We know that in Hamburg there's that driving ban. Perhaps you can explain why.
Yes, good morning. We instituted the driving ban because snow clearing efforts were hindered overnight with that increased rate of snowfall per hour. We had planned for what was forecasted, and we got in excess of that. So lake effect snow is very, very difficult to forecast. I know, but the certain part of town, the northern part of town up by Blaisdell, everything pretty much north of Southwestern Boulevard received much more snow than we anticipated. So in order to ensure the motoring public safety, the state DOT, county highway, our plow crews, everyone had difficulties in getting the roadways cleared. So that's why we instituted that driving ban.
Listen, if you are in Hamburg and you've got a question about the driving ban, the travel advisory, or anything else in terms of snow removal, grab your phone, join the conversation. You can take that question directly to Sean. So I guess, Sean, maybe how long is that travel advisory, or that travel ban rather, going to be in place?
So much like our friend in the village of Hamburg showed, the village, the southern part of the town is in good shape. However, the portion that, like I said, everything northwest of Route 20 is in some, needs some attention. And we're, sending more crews, additional crews. We've called in more additional crews. They should be arriving at 7 a.m. to get on the road. And so we're hoping that, like I had said the other day, when we look at our snow clearing efforts, the routes, the town's divided into 12 different zones. So when we put the plow trucks in there in routine snowfall, and this is far from routine snow, it takes 4 hours for those 12 trucks to make the pass through the zone. So
Sean, are getting a question right now from one of our
Sure.
viewers, Joe. Like we were saying, you can bring in a question and write in a question for someone. Joe wants to know, how is Route 5 from Hamburg to the city of Buffalo right now?
So right now it is passable. Of course, there is the driving ban that's in effect in the town of Hamburg. So we wouldn't advise unless you're an essential person making that drive. So it is passable. The state DOT has had their plows running through there. It's just up in the northern part of town of Blaisdell, border of Lackawanna. There is much more snow than what is further west.
Sean, walk me through what the coordination is like right now, because we know Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell all have those travel bans. So how are you working together to clear the snow? We know Lackawanna, as Daniel is saying, got killed. He says this is crazy. It's not necessarily falling right now, though, but the cleanup is really the concern.
We are still seeing some snow. It's manageable snow that's falling now, but of course it's on top of that 2 to 3 feet of snow that we received overnight. So we are coordinating with our partners in the county and the state. We're utilizing some resources from the county. Union Concrete we've had high lifts and tandem dump trucks working on clearing some of the cul-de-sacs and some of the residential areas. We have a lot of sightline issues where people come up to intersections. So we're trying to get that squared away. That's what we spent a lot of time. That's what we had planned on spending a lot of time on overnight, was pushing back those banks, working on getting those lines of sight cleared away. And this cul-de-sacs, we're looking at snow storage problems right now. And especially with this increased 2 feet of snow, it's, further compounding that snow storage problem. So we're working together with partners. We're working together with, private contractors to work on getting the snow hauled away. We also have state DOT and county highway that we're working with. And then our town is reaching out to other municipalities that may not have received much snow, and they're affording us some assets to utilize as well. So it is about working together, and that's one thing that our region is good at, is working together.
Absolutely. I mean, we see this kind of snow and we see these storms on occasion. Our viewer, Joe, by the way, who you answered the question for, did want you to know that he is, yes, an essential employee, so he appreciates your information. Another question coming in from Patricia this morning. How about the 219? Because we've been seeing and looking at those cameras throughout the morning. Is the 219 closed? What do people need to know if they're trying to take that road?
219 is closed. I know at the very least through the town of Boston, through Orchard Park and West Seneca, it had closed. And then in North Boston, it had closed about right around midnight last night. And then they closed it a little bit further south during the night. So the roadways are in rough shape.
And then talk about the 400. What are you hearing about those areas too, Sean?
I don't have any. That's not in Hamburg, so I haven't studied up on the 400 impact.
For what it's worth, Erie County Executive Mark Poloncarz is tweeting within moments. The northern part of towns of Hamburg and Orchard Park actually got 2 to 3 feet of new snow. The southern parts didn't get much. So while we're actually talking with Sean, getting that information, the county executive tweeting this out in real time, he says same goes for West Seneca, but southern West Seneca that got clobbered. And irrespective, he says, entire towns under an entire ban. So this is exactly why we're seeing the entire town of Hamburg, including the village, under that travel ban.
Right. And I had spoken to County Executive Poloncarz this morning, and we did have a good conversation about just the impact. And like you said, that lake effect snow band is narrow, and you can be in one part of town and 3 miles away be completely unimpacted at all. So that's just what's remarkable about this weather cycle.
Sean, can I also ask you, you mentioned snow storage problems, and we're familiar with that too in Western New York. Where are you guys going to take all of this snow, and what is the plan as we move forward there?
So the crews that we have overnight, they were moving it to our highway complex. So they were moving it from the residential areas out to our highway department. As we continue that snow removal and the impact of hauling the snow, we'll definitely have a few different locations, and the highway superintendent has predetermined areas that they work in dumping the snow. The last thing we want to do is haul snow from Blaisdell way out to Lakeview. So we have locations that, are close by that we can utilize to store that snow and to move it.
Sean Crotty, the Emergency Services Manager in the town of Hamburg. Sean, we certainly appreciate your efforts this morning. Make sure your crews are out there staying safe. And for those of you who are waking up in Hamburg, again, that driving ban is in effect right now in the town and village of Hamburg. It's 6:22. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo. Okay, so we're going to keep the stream rolling here on Facebook Live and our WKBW Instagram and Twitter page. I was just getting a text message from Melly in South Buffalo. She's here also on the stream saying definitely one of the worst I've seen in terms of snow falling so fast. She just told me that about 4 feet from the ground, she's about looking at her living room window, about 4 foot from the ground. At least 1.5 feet fell overnight.
Okay, so listen to this. We've got a couple of viewers who are with us right now. Felice says North Buffalo is bad. There's a lot of snow there. Then I reached out to one of my girlfriends who lives in North Buffalo, and she said they've got nothing right now. So when we talk about how narrow this snow band is, it literally can be in the same town or area, and some people are seeing it and some people aren't.
So we're going to check in with Aaron on the other side of this break. He's obviously tracking all of the snowfall. Look at West Seneca, more than 2 feet of snow falling already. And Aaron, is this just overnight?
Yeah, so that's overnight. So I was working on this graphic. I've only gotten 3 official storm reports. So if our viewers, want to send a measurement, let me know, because I'd love to hear what other people are getting. Like you heard from Hamburg, there's a wide range of snow totals, but yeah, some spots picked up about 2 feet of snow.
Okay, so South Buffalo getting hit hard. Melly says the band is crazy, snowing on one side of the street. That's, I mean, really remarkable.
It could be like that, but yeah, if you want take a quick measurement for me and let me know, and then I will update my snow totals. We have 2 minutes until we're
going to do a 2-minute weather, and then we're going to go to break. We've got 1 minute until we join in back with our TV viewers, and we should let you know that at 6:30, we're also going to be hearing from the city of Buffalo about the efforts to clear streets there. We know there's a travel advisory in the city of Buffalo right now, but obviously a lot of people are seeing a lot of snowfall.
Lisa also asking about Lackawanna, saying that we never show snow totals for Lackawanna. Lisa, let us know how much snow you're seeing there, because Aaron was actually just asking for people to report back to him. So if you let us know, we'll be able to pass that along to our viewers.
John was wondering, was I at Wegmans in shorts last night? Indeed, I was.
Of course you were. You came from the gym. I know I know what you do. I know what your life is.
I was wearing my snow boots, my shorts, and I was trying to be in and out real quick.
I don't even wear shorts in the summer. Okay, stand by. We're going to merge our television viewers back in.
Quick. Oh, that's okay. Start with the traffic, please. It's up 9,400.
Okay, so Aaron is here at 6:25 tracking your 7 weather forecast for us. Give us the latest.
All right, snow coming down very heavily here in downtown Buffalo, and especially areas just to our south and to the east. We have snowfall rates about 2 to 4 inches per hour right now. That lake effect snow warning remains in effect. There's a view of looks like the 90th 400 where you can hardly see a thing. So let's take a look back at the weather computer, and that warning's in effect through 7 p.m. on Thursday for Erie, Genesee, and Wyoming counties. Winter weather advisory posted for Niagara County until 7 p.m. from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. today. Especially southern Niagara County could see about 3 to 6 inches of snow. The band right now stretching from Buffalo over toward Clarence, back toward Lancaster, Lackawanna in the heart of the band. Some heavy snow right now coming down places like Lackawanna and West Seneca. Still snow rates about 2 to 4 inches per hour. The band moving northward, getting up toward Cleve Hill, the airport, over toward Harris Hill and Clarence. The southern edge near Hamburg over toward Orchard Park. The south towns, you will get a break later today, especially later this morning. But heavy snow, Tiff Street, Abbott Road, South Park Avenue, Roanoke, along the 190 by exits 1, 2, and 3. Snowfall rates about 2 to 4 inches per hour. Visibilities at the moment reduced to near zero in Elma. Same thing with Clarence, close to that in Depew. Here's the hour-by-hour forecast of that band, continuing to slowly push northward, Buffalo to Amherst to Clarence by around 10 a.m. All right, and the band then shifts, kind of hangs out in those areas as we get toward this afternoon, weakens a bit, and then the band shifts further southward, back toward Buffalo, and it'll be over the metro area this evening. Around 10 p.m., snow coming down very heavily here in Buffalo, and then the band moves pretty quickly south of Buffalo overnight, back into the south towns and into ski country, and then heads back toward Buffalo late Thursday morning. We will talk more about the weather, the traffic, get you updated on what's going on with all the schools right after this break.
Okay, so if you're watching on Facebook Live, Instagram, or Twitter, we've got about 2.5 minutes until we rejoin our viewers on TV.
Could we just let our producers know really quickly, too, because we were trying to tell you, Aaron is not on this same party line, so if you want to talk to him or you might have to run in a little bit or talk to me and Ed, we can communicate it as best we can. I felt like we were waving left and right.
We're going to check snow totals for us because Robert's wondering how much snow at the airport. Renee, good morning to you. She says there isn't any place to put the snow here in Lackawanna. The contractors, plow drivers are doing their best, but I wish they could take some of it away. And we heard that in Hamburg, at least, they're doing just that.
Yep.
And did you hear what Sean had to say also? They're melting some of the snow in the Home Depot parking lot.
You know, it's so, we see this all the time, right? And remember after all those storms, when we see those huge mounds of snow that then end up lasting until like June because we got so much and we have to pile it all up. Oh my goodness.
Beth is so funny. How can we freeze the lake, please, she says.
No kidding. Like if we all work together.
Well, and like the lake is 39 degrees, I think, is what the last check was. And then Stephen wondering, why don't they just dump the snow in the lake?
Here's the other thing. What they, I guess, potentially could. Here's the other thing about the temperature of the lake. While we're like, okay, 39, it's getting closer to freezing. Well, number one, the water moves a little bit. And number two, next week, it's going to warm up again.
Joy, good morning. It could change in a split second. My job just closed and people were already on their way because of the travel ban in Lancaster. Right. So just to reiterate, as you're waking up here, there's a travel ban in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. You know, and what's so interesting about all of this is in the southern part of Hamburg, it seems like that is where the hardest snowfall is, or the hardest hit area. But north of Southwestern Boulevard, oh, I'm sorry, I think I got this confused. North of Southwestern Boulevard, they've got more snow.
Yeah, hit so hard,
right? And then south, it's a totally different story. They're also saying that they have sightline issues at the intersections, right? If you're out driving, you know that for a fact.
Absolutely. Okay, our producer, John, I just want to make sure we're good here in the prompter. This is what you want to do, going straight into what will eventually be the press conference from the city.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So we're going to hear from the city of Buffalo in just moments.
Stand by. We're going to merge in our TV viewers as well. And thank you for working with us as we do double duty this morning. Good morning, everybody. Here we are just before 6:30 on the start of your morning. Glad to have you with us as another lake effect snowstorm is forcing so many school districts in our area to close. We know a number of districts closed or canceled classes, including Buffalo, Amherst, Williamsville, West Seneca, Hamburg. I invite you to go to our wkbw.com/closings page where you can take a look at all of the schools that have closed this morning.
In Buffalo, city leaders are working to help clear the roads, giving you a place to park your car. The city is opening up the Adam, Mohawk, and Fernbach ramps so you can move your car off the street. Residential area lots will also be open today. County leaders asking you to clear your sidewalk so it's safe to walk. They're also opening some warming shelters today, including the JFK Community Center, Tosh Collins Community Center, and the Manica Community Center. We should also let you know that not only are we broadcasting live on Channel 7, we're also streaming live on our WKBW Facebook page, our WKBW Twitter, and our Instagram page. So join the conversation. Grab your phone. We want to hear from you. What is it like in your neighborhood, literally down to your street, so that we can actually hear your story and uplift your voice?
We can tell you how bad it is in some areas. The town and village of Orchard Park, town of Hamburg, town of West Seneca, town of Lancaster all have travel bans in effect right now. So keep that in mind. Everywhere else, Aaron, under a travel advisory.
Okay.
Let's talk people through why.
But as the morning moves along, travel conditions will deteriorate, especially here in the metro area and as we get into the northern suburbs. So the south towns, we've been talking about the south towns for the last few days, seeing the bulk of the snow. That's going to change. That band is going to now focus more Buffalo northward as we get toward late morning and this afternoon. There is a view of the 90 near the 400. Notice the tractor trailer in the left lane, blocking the left lane. We're seeing a lot of disabled vehicles. And one of the things I want to really emphasize this morning with the disabled vehicles, if you get stuck and you have to get out of your car, wind chills this morning are below zero and visibilities are close to zero. If you get disoriented with dangerously cold wind chills, that could be a deadly situation. So if you don't have to travel today, I suggest stay home. This is what it looks like on a lot of the roads in and around Buffalo. Let's track that band right now as it is coming in off of Lake Erie. It is very strong with snow rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour, stretching from Buffalo over toward Clarence and back down toward East Aurora. I'll show you the northern edge of the band, pushing up toward Cleve Hill. Right where the 290 and the 90 meet, you have the snow coming down over toward Harris Hill. Then you go southbound, and there's some very heavy snow still in Blaisdell and West Seneca. The southern edge from Hamburg toward Orchard Park, we saw some parts of Hamburg, a couple of inches of snow, other parts 10 to 20 inches of snow. So it really depends on where you are in your town, showing how much snow you've received. From the 90 in West Seneca westward toward the lake, that's where you have the heaviest snow. Street level from Abbott Road, Tiff Street, Furman Boulevard. You're in the heart of the band near Lackawanna with about 2 to 4, possibly 5 inches of snow per hour. Here in Buffalo, some moderate snow in the metro area. Jefferson Avenue, Broadway, Genesee along the 33, that snow is starting to pick up. Visibility's close to 0 across a good portion of the metro area this morning.
Aaron, earlier during the Facebook Live comments that were pouring in was wondering about the airport. How much snow has actually fallen at the airport?
At the airport so far, really not much. They picked up just a little overnight, so not much at the airport. That's going to change. Cheektowaga, the airport, will see 12 to maybe 24 inches of snow by the time we get to 10 o'clock this evening. So that will definitely change.
This is one of those most interesting places here. The most interesting. The 190 at the 90 is closed this morning.
Yes.
There's a crash there. Yeah. What happened?
So the 190 going southbound to get on the 90 west, that ramp is closed. The 290 west to the 190 north, that ramp was closed as well. There was an accident. There was a similar situation the other day too, when we had the same sort of scenario play out. This right there, is this still, we had the 9400. I don't know if we changed. It's hard to see the signs because the snow is coming down. But as I've been tracking the cameras all morning, you guys can text me and let me know. There's been just a number of disabled vehicles. And I kind of really want to reiterate, wind chills below 0. It's a dangerous situation this morning, more so than over the weekend where temperatures weren't as cold. Yeah. It is going to be brutally cold out there. Something to keep in mind too. The kids have off of school. You want to get outside. You want them to get outside, get some energy out. Make sure they're bundled up.
Wow.
Okay, Andromeda saying my husband's on the 400 because no one closed it. He's turning around at Union to come back home, and he's got a big 4x4. Says it should be closed. He couldn't even see the transit exit. He passed. And I also wanted to say, you were asking, not only in our last half hour maybe, for people to send snow totals.
Yes.
Melly mentioned that she has 13 inches in South Buffalo right now. She went out and measured. Let us know what you're seeing.
We're actually going to go, I hate
That's
to interrupt
perfect.
you. We're going to go to the city of Buffalo right now. They're giving us an update about what's happening in town.
I think we're going to Adam, actually.
They just said the city of Buffalo compressor is starting. Let's
Great.
listen in.
We've been out all night pre-salting. They're out currently working the streets. So we're working the streets ahead of the storm at this point in time, pre-salting and treating. And then we're also dealing with the current snow that's ongoing in the southern part of the city. So with that general statement, I'll open up to any questions. Sorry. No update at this point in time. We'll be in communications with the Sabres throughout the day. Right now, we're kind of looking at where that band's going to go. So we're going to evaluate that. The Sabres will evaluate that, and we'll be in conversations with them. Yeah, so we've got our complement out. We'll have a shift change coming up here pretty soon. So we've got our equipment out. We've got private contractors in place, and I've been in contact with Commissioners Bray and Dominguez from Emergency Services and DOT, the state DOT, for assistance as well. So yeah, we've got a crew out there working it now. We've got more coming in to work the entire city. Where are you guys concentrating? The hardest hit areas in the southern part of the city. As that bands move up. So our crews are out all over, but we're definitely focused where that snow is falling the most overnight. And then as that band moves, we will move with it. But we'll be doing cleanup as it moves and clears a certain area in the town. So that's why we'll have a lot of equipment in the city ultimately at this point in time. So pre-treating the roads ahead of it, and then we'll work it as the storm is on whatever part of the city, and then we'll do some cleanup when it moves out. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, so the travel ban from an entire municipality standpoint is the geography of it is a little bit difficult to manage that, right? So heavy snows in only one part may not be affecting any other parts. So that's why we're looking at the advisory. Earlier in the week when that snow intensity was over the entire city, high winds, low visibility, the entire city was hit. That's where that travel ban across the city came in. This is a narrower ban that will have impacts as it's over a certain area. Travel advisory is that for all the city, but as that moves, really use caution and care when that's on top of you. We will evaluate that. So, that's not a decision we're at right now. We will look at the conditions and monitor them as throughout the city. But right now, a travel advisory across the city, no unnecessary travel. Please use caution, drive slowly, give yourself extra time. Well, manageable in terms of overall city, right? If you're in that intense snowfall, 2, 3, maybe 4 inches an hour, that's a tough amount of snow. But we are working it. We're keeping in alignment with it. The northern part of the city, it's not necessary right now, so they're in an okay spot.
What are you telling residents to do so you guys can do your job and do what's expected of the city?
Appreciate that. So we've had a lot of conversations this week, earlier in the week, and we will have the same conversation this event and every event. Please help us clear the streets. Have your cars in the right spot. Don't have them pulled out on the right side of the street. Don't have them, pulled out into the road. Anytime you're blocking the place where we need to clear, where we need to get through, it's just going to prevent us from doing our work. So cooperation from all the residents is so important. It's been very good this earlier in the week. We hope it's really good this storm. We don't know yet. We'll see as the storm moves into the rest of the city. But if you have your car in a spot where it's going to be difficult for us to get through, please take the moments before the snow is going to hit your area and move that. We all have opened up the off street parking lots and ramps, so those are available as well. So anything that the residents can do to help us get through the streets better is certainly greatly appreciated.
Are all the plows from the state emergency still here?
I'm sorry?
Are all the plows from the state of emergency over the weekend, are they still here?
Well, the ones in the city, so we had them sort of stop operations yesterday morning. The snow had cleared, the snow had stopped, so we had a little bit of respite. We were doing cleanup. Those are remobilizing. They were on notice that we were going to need them back, so they didn't demobilize necessarily. They just moved and put a pause, and they'll be back in. So garbage collection right now, we're going to start the day. The part of the city where we're not getting a lot of snow, we're going to anticipate being able to move through. If those conditions deteriorate significantly, we will pause it. But our goal is to try to get that service done today as well. Yeah, day by day at this point in time.
Okay, you've been listening to Nate Martin from the city of Buffalo give us an update about the efforts to clear the roads, not only in the entire city of Buffalo, but specifically in South Buffalo, which we know is the hardest hit area with a lot of snow falling in a very short time.
Mentioning, just like we've been saying throughout the morning, that this snow band is so narrow that some areas of Buffalo are really seeing it, others aren't. So they have their crews right now focused in the southern part of the city. South Buffalo, those areas that got hit really hard. And we were speaking with some people in North Buffalo before. Some told us they were seeing a little bit of snow. Others said, no, we've just got the snow from the other day.
So as you're waking up, I want to let you know about the travel bans that are in place because there are a lot of questions coming in. And again, we invite you to join the conversation on our WKBW Facebook page. If you're watching on Channel 7, grab your phone. You can just log on, send us a question. Travel bans in effect right now in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. There's a travel advisory in the city of Buffalo. So you heard the question being asked of Nate Martin, who's the city's DPW commissioner. Why is there no travel ban in the city of Buffalo? And his answer is because, frankly, it's hard to manage.
Absolutely.
So if in North Buffalo there's no snow, but in South Buffalo there's a lot of snow, he doesn't want to put the travel ban in place, instead telling people just to use common sense and not travel, obviously, if it's unnecessary.
Again, there's a travel advisory there, though. So take care and use caution if you do have to head out. And we are going to go to a quick break. If you're watching us on streaming right now, we're staying with us, or we're staying with you there. We're tossing to a quick break, and then we'll be right back in just minutes.
Okay, so if you're watching on our WKBW Facebook page or Instagram, I want to give you also this update. So, Rhonda, no, Buffalo does not have a travel ban. It's only a travel advisory this morning. And then somebody else saying, why is it that they never...
Yeah, right here. Look at the conditions.
Yeah, south of downtown.
Well, it sounds like they were.
Right, so South Buffalo really, it sounds like, is where a lot of the equipment is going this morning. They're bringing in a lot more equipment, they said, to really deal with the problems in the southern part of the city. And again, Buffalo schools are closed today. Obviously, a lot of people have to get to work. but that travel advisory is in place.
Here's something Michelle is saying. She's in South Buffalo. Okay, she can't open her back door for her dog to get out. I got a couple of photos from Denise near Mercy Hospital saying there's just so much snow there right now. So again, travel advisory is in place for. Okay. Our producer's talking to us as well. So again, a travel advisory is in place for all of the cities. So what that means is you've got to take caution, really use your brain while you're heading out today.
I'm laughing at Robert's comment. He says, be dug out for the game Sunday so Kansas City can lose. So you know what's interesting is that Aaron was saying a little bit earlier that come Sunday, there's really not going to be that much of a concern about snow. It's actually going to be partly sunny, I think he said, if I was listening to his forecast correctly, but cold. The snow kind of stops by Friday. So all things considered, they're going to have no problem getting into Buffalo so that they can lose and that we can move on. Now, when it comes to the Sabres today, there was another question about the Sabres canceling or postponing their game. You're going to do a quick weather after this break in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
They're going to be speaking with the Sabres, is what we just heard. So there's really no update about that game. Rob says it's beautiful here. Where are you, Rob? In Elma, about a foot of snow that fell overnight.
Tara's saying there should be a state of emergency. We're literally drowning in West Seneca. Well, there is a travel ban in West Seneca. Is West Seneca part of it? Yes, there is a travel ban in West Seneca right now. So keep that in mind. Aaron's about to do a quick forecast for you as we join everyone back in on TV. Welcome back, everybody. It is 6:43 on the start of your Wednesday morning. We're glad to have you with us this morning, trying to keep you updated with everything that's happening as far as this weather goes. We know we've got this snow ban that is in place right now. Travel ban in the town and village of Orchard Park, town of Hamburg, town of West Seneca, town of Lancaster, Erie County offices closed, Buffalo City Hall closed.
Aaron, give us a quick update about where the snow is and what we can expect.
Okay, that snow right now is making its way back into downtown Buffalo. The heaviest snow just into South Buffalo and stretching over toward West Seneca. Once again, that area getting pounded. Lackawanna. In the heart of the band, you have snowfall rates about 2 to 4 inches per hour. This band slowly moving northward. So the band stretches from Buffalo, over toward Cleve Hill, Harris Hill, Clarence, Cheektowaga near the airport, Lancaster, the southern edge of the storm. Right now, exiting Hamburg, which is great news. Orchard Park, some light snow, but the heavy snow is to your north as this band continues to slowly push northward. The darkest shades of blue you see on the screen from West Seneca along Abbott, Tift, Furman Boulevard, South Park, Roanoke Parkway. Those are areas picking up about 4 inches of snow per hour.
So we're just getting some breaking news into the newsroom this morning. Cheektowaga now under that driving ban. So now included in the travel bans, Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, and Cheektowaga.
Makes sense. Visibility close to zero there in Cheektowaga and in Depew.
If you're watching on Channel 7, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to keep the stream going on our WKBW Facebook page. Stand with us.
All right, Aaron, so we just learned there's a travel ban now in Cheektowaga. Do you want to take the map there and kind of show everybody what it's looking like?
Yeah, sure. Well, I love how this information is coming in real time. I mean, and people who are watching us on the StreamYard here, they can see how much is going on. So let's go back. I'm going to go back to the radar and show you exactly where that snow band is and where it is headed. So right now, that band is the heart of it over Lackawanna, West Seneca. That's where the heaviest snow is. That snow is going to continue to slowly move northward. There's a number of travel bans coming in, and Katie and Ed will get you updated on those. Lancaster, Marilla, Alden, picking up the heavy snow. I've been watching the camera at the 90, at the 400. You can hardly see a thing. We had someone tell us that their husband was on the 400, had to turn around because visibilities were close to zero. I'm kind of surprised that the 400 is still open, but we'll see how if things change by the morning as the morning moves along. Heavy snow right now, Buffalo to Cheektowaga, Cleve Hill, you're on the northern edge of the band. Same thing with Harris Hill, Clarence picking up some good snows, Lancaster, Depew, then the southern tip from Hamburg toward Orchard Park northward. That's where the bulk of the snow is coming down right now. So we have the heavy snow. If you were in the band overnight, you picked up 10 to 20, 26 inches of snow we're getting reports of. And now that is making its way toward Buffalo. And from now through around 4 or 5 p.m., we'll see easily a foot of snow in Buffalo.
Okay. Danny had just asked too. Danny said Cheektowaga travel ban question mark. Yes, Danny, that's one of the things that just came in real time only moments ago. There is a travel ban right now in the town of Cheektowaga, including the village of Sloan.
So we're updating all of our social media literally as we speak. So apologies for not paying attention here. So follow us on Instagram at Dranch TV, at Morsecat, at Aaron Mikowski. We're going to keep you posted. We're going to join in with our TV viewers. Stand by for us.
Do you want to go straight to Adam?
Okay, welcome back. It's 6:47 on the start of your Wednesday morning. Very latest details coming in. Town of Cheektowaga now under a travel ban, in addition to Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, and Blaisdell. The city of Buffalo is under a travel advisory. We just heard from the city's DPW commissioner moments ago, who told us that the reason there is no travel ban is because how narrow this snow band actually is.
Okay, so that narrow snow band is going to expand a bit as the winds increase. That'll start to push the band a little bit further inland, and it's slowly going to continue its northward movement. Have Aaron and John tell you which camera this is, because I've asked. We can't see,
unfortunately, which camera it is.
Yeah.
This is the 90 at the 400.
Okay, so we've been talking about the 90 at the 400. Thanks, guys. This is the camera shot that I've been watching all morning, but with the signs, you can hardly see anything. A number of disabled vehicles right there. We've had a number of people having a lot of difficulty on the 400. That area, the 90 by the 400, the 219, as of last time I checked, was still closed northbound and southbound. So heads up if the 219 is included in your morning commute. But again, the 90 at the 400, we have some disabled vehicles and visibility close to zero. So heads up. And then Judy saying West Seneca OP border picked up more than 2 feet overnight. So Judy, certainly appreciate you letting us know how much snow you picked up there. That band of snow slowly pushing northward. Heaviest snow right now, West Seneca, Lackawanna, up into South Buffalo. Now the heavy snow band just moving over toward that Smith Street exit.
It's so funny. We're talking about bands and we're talking about bands. So here's a list of where all the bands are.
Okay.
Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, and Cheektowaga. Elma is not under that ban, so I'm answering that question that just came in. Travel advisory in the city of Buffalo. Erie County offices are, in fact, closed today. Does that include family court? I have not seen anything come in from the court system.
Yeah, I haven't seen the court yet. I have seen Erie County offices being closed, and also Buffalo City Hall is closed today. Again, Buffalo just under a travel advisory right now. When we were just hearing from the Department of Public Works a little while ago, they were saying, listen, south of the city got hammered. We've been seeing that. South Buffalo just really having a difficult time this morning. And North Buffalo, we checked in with a couple of people there, and in North Buffalo, not very much snow.
So this is really, again, one of those storms. This is a typical Western New York lake effect storm where we're seeing snow falling in the south towns, South Buffalo, the north towns, a completely different story. Our 7 News reporter, Adam Campos, is live for us this morning. Adam, good morning to you. Tell us where you are, what you're seeing, and what the conditions are like.
Hey, good morning, Ed and Katie, and good morning, everybody. We are now here in downtown Buffalo because down in the south towns it became too unsafe for us to be driving down there. And that's exactly why the travel bans are in place. And we saw a comment from Tara. She was talking about the snow in West Seneca. It was scary. She could not see her doors. And that's exactly how it looked for a lot of the houses that we were driving by when we were down in West Seneca this morning. And I actually got to talk to a resident who was outside shoveling early this morning. She wasn't even shoveling her own home. She was shoveling her mother's house. And she said that there was no way to really prepare for this amount of snow because of how fast it came down overnight. And all she was trying to do was to make sure that she was able to make a pathway to her mom's house. But besides that, in and around where she was at her mom's house to the door, everything else was covered. She just had to pave out that way right there. And all throughout Lackawanna as well, and in South Buffalo, that was similar conditions that we were seeing with buildings being covered, and the roads, they were very, very covered as well. There was no place for us to pull over as we're pulled over right now in a parking lot. All the parking lots were covered. The streets were covered. It was really tough driving conditions in general when we were down there. And again, just one thing, it's talking about being safe, making sure if you do not have to go out today, you have to make sure that you stay home. All the travel bans being in effect, it's to allow all of the plows to get through. And when we were in West Seneca, Lackawanna, South Buffalo, we were seeing snow as tall as I am. And I always like to use my height as a way to be able to tell how much snow there is, because I'm 6'5", and I was looking eye level or even higher than some of the snow that was down there. And eventually, with that band moving up to the north here in the city of Buffalo, those similar conditions are going to be coming up here to the city. So if you're traveling through the city, you also want to make sure that you're being safe now and eventually once that band comes up to the city.
We have some information that's just
Adam, I hate to cut you off.
Yeah, John,
this is
could
breaking...
you go to the Twitter right now of the New York State Thruway Authority and pull that up?
So this is breaking right now, effective immediately. A commercial vehicle ban is in effect on the Thruway from exit 46, that's Rochester, to the Pennsylvania state line and I-190 in both directions until further notice. So this is literally coming in as we're speaking. There's a commercial vehicle ban now in effect from the Rochester area all the way down to the Pennsylvania line, and then also on the 190.
So there you go. You can see exactly what was just tweeted out by the New York State Thruway Authority only moments ago. Again, all of this stuff is coming in real time this morning.
We've been watching those cameras.
Right.
We had a huge accident at exit 57 earlier. The 90 eastbound was closed for a while this morning. We watched the 90 at the 400 where you have a tractor trailer that's just kind of stuck in the snow. We're seeing a number of that as you scan the cameras, the NITAC cameras. A lot of vehicles disabled on the side of the road. Wind chills below zero. So if you were to get stuck, if you go out this morning and you have to get out of your car, you're talking about some dangerously cold conditions.
John, do you maybe want to go to the NITAC page and pull up a couple of those travel cameras so we can actually show people what they're up against? Again, we had a viewer telling us this morning her husband got on the 400, ended up turning around. We also had the Hamburg emergency manager telling us part of the 219 is closed. That's through the town of Boston, Orchard Park, and West Seneca, because again, we know that area is so hard hit.
Yeah, the 219, you couldn't really see it, but looking at the cameras, that's been closed. The 290 west to get onto the 190 northbound, that ramp was closed. And then 190 south to get on the 90 west, that ramp was still closed.
So I'm hearing from a very good source this morning that on the 219 in particular, there was some sort of an emergency this morning. They had to call in a snowblower to search the 219 for stranded people. So this is one of those emergent situations that is really problematic, which is why these travel bans are in place now in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, and Cheektowaga. The 90 at the 400 is what you're looking at right now. This is where that tractor trailer had some sort of an issue this morning, and you can see the police officer behind him. One lane looks like it's open, but look at the roads.
And now we know there's a tractor trailer ban, right? Now, Aaron, Ed brings up a good point, okay? Because if they had some sort of emergency where they maybe had to go look for people, you were telling people before, if you get stuck in your car or you get stuck on the side of the road, what do you want to do?
Well, you want to stay in your car and try to wait for someone to come help you if you can. If you're not prepared for these conditions and you don't know where you're going, you're looking at wind chills below zero. Have that emergency kit in your car. I know we talk about it all the time. This is the time you're going to need it. You need to stay warm. Have a full tank of gas if you can. Make sure you check the exhaust pipe as well. And all of us have our phones now. So, make sure people know where you are so they can come and basically rescue you if you were to be stuck, because you heard about the 219. I was seeing that there was a situation on it, and now Ed's telling us that they had to bring out perhaps to find people who were stranded. That is scary. We went through it a lot during the Christmas blizzard in 2022. When you're stuck in your car, that could be a life or death situation. So if you do have to go out, be careful.
From that same source, I'm also hearing that a vehicle was found on the road under 3 feet of snow. Yeah, and while this storm is certainly not as bad as what we saw last December by any means, this is...
we learned a lot from that.
Exactly.
We're seeing that now.
This is the problem. And when you head out and perhaps you don't have enough gas, or when you head out and you're violating that travel ban and you get stuck, it's going to be some time before crews can actually get to you.
Unfortunately, yes. And travel will deteriorate here in Buffalo. I know South Buffalo, very, very heavy snow. Here in the city where we are, right at the base of the Skyway, it's coming down. But North Buffalo, you're okay. That is going to change. There's the band right now. That's the band moving northward, just starting to push that heavier snow into Buffalo. The snow stretches from Buffalo over toward Harris Hill, Clarence, Cheektowaga. You are dealing with some moderate to heavy snow right now. The back edge of the band clearing Hamburg and Orchard Park. And now there's that heavy snow from West Seneca, Lackawanna into South Buffalo.
All right, we are going to stay with you throughout the morning here and stay with us on streaming. Again, we're going to take you to our Skyway camera right now. Let you know about those travel bans one more time. Village and Town of Orchard Park, Town of Hamburg, Town of West Seneca, Town of Lancaster, and Town of Cheektowaga.
Okay, so we're going to keep the stream going on our WKBW Facebook page and broadcast live on Channel 7 until 8 o'clock this morning. It is 6:56. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo.
Be very
And
snowy right now.
our WKBW Twitter and
Getting some
Instagram
totals
page.
from people.
We would love to hear from you this morning. What are you seeing? Melly, I know that you're home.
Okay.
Melly Lynn, I would love for you to join us, to show what you're seeing there in South Buffalo. So I'm going to send you a link if you don't mind, if you could just hop on here so that you can actually join us. Oh my gosh, there is just a lot of snow in West Seneca, South Buffalo. Tommy says it is irresponsible. Employers are making employees come in during the storm and disciplining them if they don't. Again, there's a travel ban in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Cheektowaga, Depew, Blaisdell. They can't force you to come in if there's a driving ban.
You know what? I'm going to talk to our producer, John, for 1 second. John, I am going to get the highway superintendent from Lancaster to join us in the next 15 minutes or so if he's available. Okay, his name is John. And conditions are kind of deteriorating there, so I'm going to send him a link to this.
So stand by as we're just trying to reorganize here and get some things going. Obviously, when you're watching behind the scenes, you don't really get a full perspective on TV. Here we are on StreamYard. Well, it's the program that we're using. You're pulling up my Twitter, John? Okay.
There's actually two, Erie County Executive Mark Poloncarz tweeted, and I retweeted it, that map again, where he's got all the different areas with the bands. It's a good visual.
Okay. Go back to Twitter here for a second. Sorry. We're with you, but we're also trying to think at the same time here.
Okay, John, I'm going to tell him at any time in the next 15 minutes. Great. Okay, so there you go. You can see those travel bans right there. We are going to be checking in, shortly with the highway superintendent in Lancaster, and he is telling me right now that there are whiteout conditions there, approximately 3 to 4 inches an hour, it's looking like. So as soon as he can safely get to somewhere where he's able to join us, he's going to pop on our stream, and you'll be able to hear from him.
Melly, I just sent you a link. Can you join us so that you can show us what it looks like in South Buffalo? Poloncarz is actually just tweeting moments ago. Just a reminder. Oh, okay. Stand by. We're actually going to join back in with our TV viewers. Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on the start of a Wednesday. We are interrupting Good Morning America to stay with you locally so that we can bring you updates about what's happening all across Erie County and in the southern part of our viewing area as that snow continues to fall. We're putting up our active radar box on TV so that you can actually see where that band is right now. And we invite you to be part of the conversation. Grab your phone, join us on our WKBW Facebook page. We're actually going to be speaking with some officials this hour, and we're going to let you take questions to them.
I want to show you what this looks like. If you're just seeing this for the first time, this format that we do, where we say, okay, go to our WKBW Facebook page, you're able to ask different questions, and you're also able to tell us what you're seeing in different areas. So for example, Mark reporting from Tonawanda, nothing in the town of Tonawanda right now. Let's see, Danielle, on the other hand, saying Lackawanna, things are very bad there. So if you go to our Facebook page right now, you're able to chime in. There are a number of travel bans. We want to run them all down for you right now.
So here's where you are not allowed to travel this morning. The town of Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, and Cheektowaga. There is a travel ban in those towns. There is a travel advisory in the city of Buffalo, meaning there is to be no unnecessary travel. There is also a commercial vehicle ban this morning, meaning tractor trailers from the 90 in Rochester all the way down to the Pennsylvania state line. That also includes the 190 this morning. Kathy's saying nothing in Pendleton. And then, here's the other thing. We can take that traffic camera too, and I want to show you what it looks like at the 90 at the 400, because that is where we are seeing a lot of snowfall. And we know West Seneca got slammed, Lackawanna getting
Oh
slammed,
my gosh.
Lancaster.
Yes. South Buffalo. The 219 also closed through the town of Boston, Orchard Park, West Seneca. We spoke with the Hamburg Emergency Services manager before, and he was telling us Hamburg got hit so hard in the northern part of the town. Now they're focusing resources there. In Buffalo, they're focusing resources south of the city. North Buffalo not seeing nearly as much snow as South Buffalo is.
Okay, so this is that traffic camera that I was talking about. Again, there is a commercial vehicle ban on the Thruway from Rochester all the way to the Pennsylvania line. And you
Which
can see,
just went into effect. We should point that out too, because you can see there were trucks there
right.
earlier.
So you can see the one, though, that is pulled off to the side. That causes problems. So now with people stuck, and I was hearing from a good source that on the 219, there was a snowblower that needed to be pulled out because they needed to go search for stranded people. It is bad driving, Edmund says, going through West Seneca and Orchard Park, Lackawanna, really bad. Just drove wife to work at the Mac Center. And keep again in mind that there is a travel ban in place in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, and Cheektowaga.
I want to pull up this from Melissa right now. It says they're hoping, or she's hoping for a ban in Buffalo. I'm on the border of Cheektowaga, Buffalo. You can't see out the window. Again, though, there's a travel advisory in Buffalo because they know south of the city got hit so badly, but North Buffalo really didn't
Well,
yet.
and that's why we heard from City of Buffalo's DPW commissioner moments ago, Nate Martin, who told us the reason there is no travel ban in the City of Buffalo is because how localized this storm actually is. North Buffalo not seeing much snowfall, South Buffalo seeing a ton. The 400 is horrible, Jenny says. I want to bring in our 7 Weather chief meteorologist, Aaron Minkowski, who is tracking that 7 Weather forecast for us. Aaron, good morning to you. Tell us exactly what we can expect, where that snowfall is, and how much snow has actually fallen.
So overnight, a lot of folks south of Buffalo picked up anywhere from 10 to 26 inches of snowfall. Getting reports of almost more than 2 feet of snow in West Seneca, Orchard Park about 2 feet of snow, Lancaster about 15 inches, South Buffalo 13, Hamburg 10. Here outside our studio, about 4 inches of snow with much more on the way. And Fredonia, about 4 inches as well. We have a wind chill advisory in effect for the southern tier. Lake effect snow warning remains in effect for Erie, Genesee, and Wyoming counties through 7 p.m. on Thursday. And a winter weather advisory posted for Niagara County, especially southern Niagara County today, for several inches of snow. There is the lake band right now coming in off of Lake Erie. The heavier snows from South Buffalo to West Seneca over toward Lackawanna, Lancaster. We stretch from Buffalo to Cleve Hill, Harris Hill, up toward Clarence. Right near the airport, you have some moderate snow. And then the southern edge of that snow stretching from Hamburg over toward Orchard Park. You still have some light to moderate snow, but the heaviest snows have come to an end. Heavy snow right now inching northward. Notice along the 90, West Seneca up to where the 190-90 merge. That's a mess right there. Snowfall rate close to 5 inches per hour there along Route 16 near Roanoke Parkway, South Park Avenue, Tiff Street, and then the moderate snow into Buffalo, Jefferson Avenue, Broadway, over toward Genesee, Michigan Avenue, Porter, all very snowy. Here is where the band is going to go. Late this morning, notice the band, Buffalo, Amherst, over toward Clarence, from central northern Erie County, northeastern Erie County, southeastern Niagara County, into northwestern Genesee County. That's where the heart of the band will be around lunchtime. The band does weaken a bit late this afternoon, and then it strengthens again as we get into this evening, moves back toward Buffalo. The heavy snows south of Buffalo at 11 p.m., back to areas that were hard to hit, places like Hamburg, Orchard Park, and Elma. And then overnight, the band settles further south into ski country. Tomorrow morning for the commute, the band will be over southern Erie County, moving back northward late Thursday morning toward Thursday afternoon for on Thursday back toward Buffalo.
Jocelyn wondering, when this band moves up, is it going to come back and hit Lackawanna and West Seneca?
Yes. So, I mean, it's just the easy answer there. Yes, unfortunately. So West Seneca, Lackawanna, you'll get lighter snow late this morning into this afternoon. You'll still see some snow, but nothing like they're going to pick up and say Buffalo, North Buffalo, up toward Amherst, Clarence, and Cheektowaga. But the band does shift back southward as we get into this evening, and you will get heavy snow once again. Tomorrow morning, the band, unfortunately, back near Orchard Park, Hamburg, the Boston Hills, then moving back through West Seneca, Lackawanna. Again, Thursday morning finally coming to an end Thursday afternoon.
So we talk about South Buffalo being hit hard, and we talk about South Buffalo being completely different from North Buffalo. I want to bring in one of our viewers who is a friend of the show. Melly, good morning to you. So glad you're with us. We can see you. You're in the dark there. Describe the conditions in South Buffalo for us.
Well, it's even worse now. I just came out front here to try and get you guys some video, and you can't even see across the street. I don't know how to flip my camera, but this is coming out my front door. And people are driving down here. Like, I don't even know how. Oh, here comes a plow for all you people saying there's no plows.
Okay, Melly, so we're taking a look at just how much snow is mounted up on that car, for example. How much do you think you got in the past couple of days and then overnight?
Well, when they measured it in the backyard, it was 13 inches. If I could get down my stairs here.
Melly, I think we froze and might have lost you. So we're going to work to reestablish that signal with Melly. We're also going to hear from folks in Hamburg this morning about what they're dealing with because, as you can imagine, it is not pretty down there either. So Melly actually sent me some video early this morning, and she showed me what it looked like. And there was a good foot of snow on top of the garbage cans that had fallen in South Buffalo overnight.
Overnight. Yeah, so that's very important. That's on top of what you already have on the ground. So it's going to take some time to really clear things out. We are getting the reports of anywhere from 10 to 20, almost 26 inches of snow south of Buffalo overnight. There is the band right now. In the heart of the band, places like Lackawanna and West Seneca, South Buffalo, once again, picking up 2 to 4, maybe 5 inches of snow per hour. The band is jogging slowly northward. Right now, it stretches from North Buffalo toward Cleve Hill, back toward Harris Hill, Clarence, southward. Then the snow really starts to pick up in intensity near Cheektowaga. As we head further south, the lighter snow from Orchard Park to Hamburg, but you have a lot of digging out to do. Then we head into the heart of the band, which now with the winds increasing is starting to, you'll notice that dark blue is starting to get pushed a little bit further inland. As the winds increase, the band will go further inland, visibilities will be reduced, and wind chills will be below zero. But West Seneca, Abbott Road, Roanoke Parkway, Tift, Furman, South Park Avenue, those areas getting hit the hardest this morning with several more inches of snow expected until this band finally scooches further northward. Jefferson Avenue, the 33 becoming very snow covered and slippery over toward the Galleria Mall. Just be careful if you do have to go out. You know there's a travel advisory, a number of bands coming in, and expect more bans to be issued as this band makes its way back up toward Buffalo. And then our producer in the booth, if you have any traffic cameras, perfect. Look at this. We're all on the same page here. I love it. And then tell Katie and Ed exactly where that is. So I'll describe it wherever you're traveling. Most likely the 90 at the 400.
Between Union and Transit.
Oh, that's between Union and Transit. Okay, great. Thank you for that view of basically visibility is close to zero. A lot of folks who are traveling, if we do look at any of the other cameras, you'll see they have their flashers on. Roads are snow covered and slick, and the snow will continue to make its way into the metro area and then start to impact the northern suburbs more so. We're talking snow rates 2 to 4, possibly 5 inches per hour. The snow is going to accumulate very quickly. Snow is light and fluffy. Winds will increase, and that means the snow is going to be blowing around with no problems, especially this afternoon. Travel will be treacherous.
Okay. So we are just getting some breaking news within the last 3 minutes. The city of Lackawanna is now under a travel ban. Okay. So let's run down that list for you one more time. The town and village of Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, and now the city of Lackawanna is under a travel ban.
Okay, so we've been watching those roll in throughout the morning. Another place where the snow is coming down very hard right now is in Lancaster. And I want to bring in the highway superintendent in the town of Lancaster. John Pilato is with us this morning. John, we want to say thank you for joining us this morning. And we also want to ask you a little bit about the conditions that you're seeing there right now. John can pull you up on the snow was really
John, can you hear us? All right, we're having a little bit of issue with John's audio.
Yeah,
that's
John,
okay.
Can you make sure your microphone is on, and then we'll see if we can come back to you?
Sometimes with Bluetooth, when you're in the car, it gets hooked up to the car, and it's technology.
Maybe speakerphone.
Okay, so let's go back to Melly Lynn, who is in South Buffalo for us. Melly, glad you're with us. We got your signal back. Walk us through what you're seeing outside.
A wall of white. I just went out to try and measure the Wi-Fi. I keep losing it if I go too far, but we're up to about 15.5 inches right now. And it literally is just white.
Wow.
But these people are still driving. I don't know why people are out here trying to get down the street. It's literally like one lane here.
And it's so quiet, too. It's almost so peaceful there.
It is.
But you saw a lot of snowfall overnight.
Absolutely. I had my driveway down to pavement, bare pavement yesterday. So every measurement that I took in the back and the front is just what we've received overnight.
Wow.
And how much was that, Melly?
13,
I just
right?
measured, 13 in the back when I measured for you earlier, and I just measured out here out front. I'll send you those pictures shortly. It was about 15.5 inches out front here.
Okay, so Melly, all in all, over the past few days, you've gotten how many feet of snow in South Buffalo?
Oh, we're up to at least 3.5, 4 foot of snow at least.
Wow. And this is on top of what we saw the other day. I mean, this is snowfall that just
piling
keeps,
up.
Right.
Yeah, this is all just from today. Like I said, I had everything else shoveled away prior to last night.
Now, Melly, we know the city of Buffalo schools are closed today. How are you dealing with this? Because we know that you've got a son who's in the city of Buffalo schools. What is he doing?
Absolutely nothing. If he was out here helping, that would be wonderful.
Nelly is speaking for every parent
No
right
kidding.
now.
Melly, we appreciate you. If you're watching on Channel 7, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching on our WKBW Facebook page, Instagram, or Twitter, we're going to keep that stream going. It's 7:13. You're watching a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo.
Okay, so as you're with us on our stream right now, we are going to try to bring in John again and test his audio and then see if we can bring him on air. All right, John, let's bring up John. Our producer's John. This is John. Hi, John. Can you hear us? We're still not getting his audio.
Hey, I'm looking
Oh,
at
is it
flights
this?
for the airport, and they're all a couple got out, but mostly canceled. So
Okay, wait. Can we bring John back in because his mic was muted before?
Sorry about
Okay,
that.
try it now.
Hi.
Oh, no, there we go.
There
Perfect.
we
That was on
go.
our
There we
end.
go.
Yay.
Good morning.
Good morning, John. All right, so we're going to bring you in the next few minutes when we come back on TV,
Okay.
and we'll
Great.
update everybody on what's happening there.
Sounds good.
how much time is left in break?
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm switching back into the regular IFB. Can someone just tell us how much time is left in the break here? 1 minute left until we go back to our TV viewers. Thank you very much to the voice of God, Ben, coming in over the
Ben.
loudspeaker.
Um,
KT says,
Okay.
oh, sorry, Aaron, go
KT
ahead.
says a lot right now.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just wondering what if you need me.
Okay,
I'll
so
run
KT
around.
says ban driving in Buffalo now. Despite it not being bad in North Buffalo, people will head out and then get stranded and create a mess when the snow bans. This is the 190 at Elm Street. Look at how low visibility actually is. This is what you're going to see as you are, heading out and about. I mean, the reality is here that there is no travel ban in Buffalo, but there is a commercial travel ban for tractor trailers from the 90 in Rochester to the PA line, and of course on the 190 as well.
Yeah, a lot of things that you need to keep in mind this morning. We're all going to switch batteries right now so we don't go silent on TV. Hold on 1 second.
I have to let Joe do mine because I always mess it up. There's a picture.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Behind the scenes, we have the best crew. We really do. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo as we keep you updated on this latest lake effect snow ban in the city of Buffalo.
Did you see what that camera looked like on Elm
Yeah,
Street? That was the
not good.
190. Visibility so low this morning. You can see those cars are going much slower than they ordinarily would. In fact, you can actually see one car using its four ways. These are whiteout conditions for many people who are driving through this. And we should let you know that there is a commercial vehicle ban on the 90 from the Rochester area all the way to the Pennsylvania line, and then again on the 190. Also want to let you know that there are travel bans in place in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, and within the last couple of minutes, we heard that Lackawanna has banned travel.
The 219 is closed through the town of Boston, Orchard Park, and Erie County offices are closed. Buffalo City Hall also closed. And this morning, we want to bring in some of the experts who are the eyes on the road right now. We've been talking to people throughout the morning. We are going to bring in the Town of Lancaster Highway Superintendent, John Pilato, who's been kind enough to join us this morning. And John, you were saying before the snow was really coming down there. Tell us what you're seeing right now in Lancaster.
North of Broadway, we're probably getting about 1.5 inches, 2 inches an hour. South of Broadway, it looks, anywhere from 3 to 4 inches an hour. We probably have at least a foot down in the south. Travel is very tricky.
People, or what would you say to people if they're trying to possibly get to work today? There is no travel ban right now in Lancaster, right?
No, there's a travel ban. We issued it at 6 a.m.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yep.
I'm sorry.
That's
My
okay.
mistake.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
obviously
everyone
dealing with
stay
a
home.
lot here, John. So
John-
our apologies.
No worries.
Yes, my apologies.
So are we.
Okay, so and that exactly would be why that travel ban is in place right now, because you've got
Correct.
snow coming down 3 to 4 inches per hour. So what's the plan as you move forward here?
We're just staying on it. With that first storm this weekend, our guys were in on Saturday from 2:00 in the afternoon, didn't go home till 3:00 on Monday. They've been working diligently. They're the true leaders of this snow removal effort here. These guys are just amazing, and they're just going to stay on it. We've got trucks out. We got 10 trucks out right now. We got 2 loaders out doing cul-de-sacs. Our town board and our town supervisor has been extremely helpful through this event. We're just going to stay at it.
John, I want to bring in a picture from one of our employees here at Channel 7. There was a total whiteout, it looked like, in the Lancaster area. And somebody was actually just saying that there was about 6 to 7 feet that has fallen in Lancaster. What are you actually seeing there? And what's the measurement that you've given officially?
In the south, that might be excessive. With the snow totals from the weekend till now, I'd probably say we're close to about 3 feet, 2.5 to 3 feet. Like I said earlier, we're probably getting about 3 to 5 inches an hour south of Broadway, 1 to 2 north of Broadway.
We always hear this, and I know a lot of the times we have to wait and see how everything goes. Do you guys have any concept of when we might see things changing there, possibly roads opening up? And I'd also like to say, if people need to get to work, John, what do they need to tell their employers this morning?
Well, all of our town buildings have closed and all our workers are working from home. So, I'd advise everyone to do that. There's really no need to be on the roads. We need to stay diligent with it. When there's traffic and parking on the side of the road, it just makes life difficult for us. So I'm just advising everyone to stay home. If you live in Lancaster, there should be no need to go to work right now. There's a travel ban. Please stay home and let us do our job.
So I just want to let you know we're getting some new information coming in this morning, now learning in Buffalo that the Skyway is closed in both directions. So not only is the Skyway closed, there's a travel advisory in the city of Buffalo, but all commercial vehicles are banned from the 90, from the Rochester area to the Pennsylvania line and the 190. And the reason is so that there's not a problem on the roads, giving people more to take care of, those emergency first responders. Also that ban in Lancaster, John, so that you guys can work.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said earlier, it's difficult to get our job done when there's cars on the road, trucks on the road, snowplow, private snowplow contractors. We just ask them, stay home, let us do our job, let us get these roads cleared. When they lift the travel ban, then you guys can come in and do your thing.
John, would you prefer then for those private snowplow contractors to stay home right now and let you guys finish first?
Absolutely, without a doubt. There's no need to be here. I mean, the residents aren't going anywhere. We need to keep the roads clear for emergency vehicles. That's our main objective right now.
John, thank you so much. We appreciate your time this morning. If you're watching on Channel 7, you can grab your phone, join the conversation, log on to our WKBW Facebook page. We're actually speaking to the officials in these areas that seem to be hardest hit. I want to go to our friend of the show, Sean Crotty, who is from Hamburg, the emergency services manager there. Sean, what are you seeing in Hamburg this morning as that ban kind of shifts?
So we still have continued snow falling up in the north part of town, up in Blaisdell, pretty much northwest of Route 20. So we're still seeing residual snow, and then we're a couple spots where there's open fields. We're seeing some blowing snow as well. So further complicating things, but the snow continues to fall in the north part of town.
Sean, we're going to take a quick break on Channel 7. I'd love for you to stand by for us so that you can continue the
Sure.
conversation. It's 7:21. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo. Okay, so we're continuing this conversation here on Channel 7 after the break and on our WKBW live stream here.
So glad to have you guys with us this morning. You can tell that we've been going full force, and I know so many of you have too.
Do you want me to do a weather update for you here?
Sure,
Okay.
Aaron, maybe give us a quick one, and then we'll hit a couple questions.
Sure. So lake effect snow band is giving about 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour. Some areas it's even more than that. What do you say? 1 minute?
1 minute.
Oh, okay. There's the band, like I've been mentioning, slowly moving northward. Now into downtown Buffalo, we have the heavy snow from over toward Cheektowaga and Clarence, back through Lancaster, north of Hamburg, Orchard Park, some lighter snow. There's the heaviest snow right there, though. West Seneca toward Lackawanna. But notice that dark shade of blue now getting closer to downtown Buffalo. Heavy snow at William Street. We have the snow here in downtown Buffalo. Fascinating to watch the cameras.
30.
Snowing on the 190 at Elm by the Skyway, but by the Peace Bridge, you don't have that much snow. So we're talking less than a mile.
There's a question about Lackawanna in particular. When is the snow going to start? We'll address that on TV once we get back on with our viewers. We're going to merge in our TV viewers so that you can actually join us.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at 7:23 for this special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. We've been staying on with you live with our active radar in the corner right now. You can see that snow band is pummeling Western New York. The areas hit the most hard have travel bans right now. The town and village of Orchard Park, town of Hamburg, including Blaisdell, town of West Seneca, town of Lancaster, town of Cheektowaga. Recently, the city of Lackawanna was just added to that list. The Skyway right now is closed. We just got that information.
We also know that there is a commercial vehicle ban on the 90 from Rochester all the way down to the Pennsylvania line. That includes the 190. I want to take you to one of our traffic cameras here this morning. John, if you could just repeat where exactly this is.
The 400 and the 219.
I think this is a little different. This is the Thruway at Ridge Road.
Yeah.
So
disabled vehicle on the side right there.
Yeah, take a look. Whiteout conditions here.
Yeah, that's where the heaviest snow is. West Seneca getting pounded, picking up more than 2 feet of snow from a lot of reports that we're seeing on Facebook. And thank you for writing in and letting us know. So West Seneca, more than 2 feet of snow overnight. Parts of Hamburg, anywhere from 10 to 18 inches of accumulation. Lackawanna, Lancaster, a lot of you tell me you're in that 15-inch range. That band is moving just ever so slowly northward. And there is a huge cutoff where the snow is. Here at our studio, the snow is coming down rather heavily. We're by the 190 at right near Niagara Street. North of that, up by the Peace Bridge, it's fine. So North Buffalo, you are fine right now. That will change as the band continues to move northward.
I want to bring back in Sean Crotty, who is the town of Hamburg's emergency supervisor. Sean, good morning to you. The snowfall still very fierce in the town of Hamburg, where there was a driving ban this morning. Tell us why there's that ban.
So over the night, we have experienced all the snowfall that is traveling north. So we had that snowfall rates of 3 inches an hour in the town of Hamburg, and it was concentrated in the areas of town that was north and northwest of Route 20. So we saw a lot of snowfall in a short amount of time, which hampered our efforts to try and get ahead of it a little. So other parts of town, like the village of Hamburg and other portions, further west or south, didn't get the same snowfall that the northern and part of town received.
You know, Sean, we checked in with you just about an hour ago, and you were telling us, how hard hit the northern part of the town was. What kind of progress have you guys been able to make maybe in the last hour or so?
So our overnight crew, which consisted of 6 plows, they just checked out. They maxed out on their time. And that's what we've been running into is, this is long duration storm, like our friends from Lancaster reported on, working 16-hour days, and this is now going on day 4 or 5. So they're crews that just came in at 7 a.m., they're now hitting the roads. So we have 12 plows that just hit the roads. And we're getting some assistance from the town of Evans and the town of Eden as well. Eden is sending a giant snow blower up to assist with us. And then we've got some high lifts and some other machinery as well.
Now, Sean, we just heard from some officials in Lancaster, and they told us that they would prefer to have private snow plows and contractors wait until you guys are all done clearing the roads, making sure things are safe for them to respond. So walk me through what's going to happen in the town of Hamburg, because Patty's asking, can private snowplow guys drive in the band to clear the customers?
Technically, under the guidance that we follow, they are not the tier 1 essential employees. However, you know, if they're, especially the private contractors are plowing snow for to gain access to, especially in the commercial lots, you know, if we have an incident, if we have a fire or an emergency inside one of those buildings, our fire apparatus or our emergency personnel cannot get back there. We also have a lot of private roadways and communities, private developments, mobile home parks that rely on private contractors. So it's a fine balance that we just have to navigate through. And certainly it's not as important to get the residential driveways cleared as it is to get the businesses and the mobile home communities and the medical facilities kept clear.
Sean, we talk a lot about safety precautions in storms like this, and Aaron was mentioning before, should you go off the road, should something happen? Of course, we know a lot of people shouldn't be driving right now, but stay in your car. Now, here's a comment from Jennifer asking, should we be reminding everybody to keep furnace exhaust pipes clear? What safety measures do you want to pass along to people this morning?
Sure. That is an important aspect. And a lot of the new high efficiency furnaces, they have safety valves built in that if the the deadly carbon monoxide starts to back up into the residence, that it will shut down that unit. But again, any mechanical thing is prone to failure. So it's real important to keep those air exchange pipes cleared of snow. And a lot of times, especially those high efficiency furnaces, they're out the side of the residence. They're not out the top like the traditional units. So that is really important. And then if you lose power, it's important to operate that generator in a well ventilated area. Fortunately, we haven't lost power in our community. So it's always be mindful. And same with running any combustion engine, you want to make sure it's in a well ventilated area.
Sean Crotty, the emergency manager in the town of Hamburg, we certainly appreciate you joining us this morning. We're going to continue the conversation after a quick break on Channel 7. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo. Okay, good morning, everyone. If you're watching on the live stream here, we want to run down quickly the travel bans one more time for you, because this is one of those things that everyone needs to know, and we cannot reiterate enough. There is a travel ban, a driving ban in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, and Lackawanna. We're going to join back in on TV. Stand by for us.
What do you say?
10.
10? Okay. You're going to do some weather? We haven't done much on TV.
Yes. Welcome back, everybody. It is 7:30. It is the start of a special Good Morning Buffalo here on this Wednesday morning. Glad to have you with us. Of course, we're with you this morning because of this snow that we're seeing falling all across Western New York, although it is making its way from the South Towns to the North Towns. So you might not have seen any snow quite yet, but you might be seeing it in a little bit.
So as you're waking up this morning, and again, we'd love for you to be part of the conversation, grab your phone, join us on our WKBW Facebook page, Twitter, or Instagram. We see your comments here. We want to have you be part of this. And so you are basically our eyes on the ground. Also want to reiterate to you where this travel ban is in effect. Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, and Lackawanna. There's also a commercial travel ban on the Thruway from the Rochester area all the way to the Pennsylvania line and on the 190.
We're seeing a number of comments coming in this morning, people wondering about the Cheektowaga area, Lancaster area, and Grace mentioning that she just saw some lightning. So we have our chief meteorologist, Aaron Mankowski, in this morning. He is tracking that snow ban. Aaron, where is it now? Where is it headed?
All right, heaviest snow over South Buffalo right now. It's fascinating. South Buffalo, about 12 to 18 inches of snow overnight. Here in downtown Buffalo, about 4 to 7 inches. North Buffalo, not much. We have heavy snow. If you're on the 190 coming from, say, Grand Island going southward, You'll get to around exit 9 and be fine. Then all of a sudden, you're going to hit a wall of white, and that snow is coming down. We have heavy snow here outside our studios. That snow band stretches from Buffalo toward Cleve Hill, Harris Hill, Clarence, and then Cheektowaga now getting into the heavy snow. St. Lancaster, you've been dealing with the heavy snow. Hamburg, Orchard Park, you're on the southern edge of this band. Some parts of Hamburg picked up a lot less than northern Hamburg. So southern Hamburg, not as much snow as northern Hamburg. Orchard Park, about more than a foot of snow, 10 to about 12 to 20 inches there. Blaisdell, West Seneca hit the hardest. Same thing with Lackawanna over towards South Buffalo. Furman, Tiff Street, South Park, Abbott, along the Thruway by the 90, 190 merge, exits 1, 2, and 3, even up to our exit 4 on the 190. You can hardly see a thing. There we go into Buffalo. Notice the darker shades of blue starting to push into downtown Buffalo as this band slowly meanders further northward. By noontime, the band will be over Buffalo and impacting North Buffalo, Amherst, Clarence, over toward Newstead and southern Niagara County. It'll weaken a bit this mid-afternoon, then strengthen again this evening, head back through Buffalo, and then by 11 p.m., the band is over the South Towns again, settling in over ski country in the South Towns tonight for another 6 to 12 inches of snow, unfortunately, back through Buffalo late tomorrow morning before finally coming to an end late Thursday afternoon up in the North Towns.
You know, we're seeing a lot of comments here, Aaron, about how terrible Lancaster is. Yes. And one of our employees, Michelle, as I mentioned, in Lancaster, look at her. She's all bundled up this morning with her shovel in hand. Michelle, good morning. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, guys. Good morning. It's a lot of snow. I just trudged, if I'm out of breath, to the backyard to make sure the furnace exhaust, as suggested, was clear, and it's looking good. I could have snowblowed, I guess, but you don't want to hear that.
All right, Michelle, how much snow have you seen where you are? We're taking a look at just how much is on the car. What is that, a couple feet?
Yeah, so this is a car, so it's, you know, like only to here, and this is just from last night because we were clear before we went to bed, and now it's probably, let me see, up to over my knee.
Wow.
Maybe 2 feet. I just shoveled this little tiny pathway right here. It's not stopping. It's light and fluffy, at least.
Well, okay, so that was my question, Michelle. You're shoveling the snow here. Obviously, this is going to be a long process. So how is it? I mean, is it heavy? Are you able to, you know, kind of clear through it?
It's light and fluffy. I mean, I will snow blow, you know, when we're done here, but don't expect me to work later. I'm just saying.
Our boss is watching right now, Michelle.
Aaron just had a heart attack in the back. Yeah.
I understand, Michelle, that you just came back from a cruise.
Yes, we were delayed getting back because of the snow over the weekend. We made it back just in time for the Bills game on Monday. So JetBlue did a really great job of bringing all the Buffalonians back from New York City. And they got like an extra large plane, dropped us off. It was a decent experience. I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't so bad. What can you do?
Okay, well, here you came right back from paradise. Yeah. Here you are in Western New York paradise, Michelle.
You know,
Michelle, question for you because we know there's that travel ban.
Oh, go ahead.
We know there's a travel ban right now in Lancaster. How is your street looking? Have you seen any plows come down yet?
Oh gosh, no. See, so we're just like a block away from Clinton, so near Elma, and I feel like we are usually the last street that gets plowed in Lancaster. So no, I haven't seen one since, I don't even know, since I've been up.
Michelle, what were you going to say before?
Oh, I said when we were in Florida, we were joking, my family, that we should have just stayed on the trip and gone on the ship again and gone to Grand Cayman and Jamaica and, you know, not come back for another week.
No kidding.
I'd say there's still time, but I don't think you'd get out.
Right. Well, okay, so that's what we're looking at the airport.
I was just checking the airport, and just about everything is canceled or delayed. Unfortunately, a few flights did get out, and a few did arrive, but looking at it, the majority did get canceled. So, Michelle, I'm glad you got back from New York. JetBlue getting you guys all back. We did follow you on Facebook, you know, seeing you sitting at the at JFK for quite some time.
Yes. Yes, we did. We went from being served nicely on a cruise ship to eating airport food for a whole night.
And let me ask you this: where else would you rather be than right here, right now?
Hey, you got home in time for the Bills.
He's like the Bahamas.
We did. My brother lovingly cleared a nice little pathway, one pathway for us. We were able to get in, and then my husband and the boys cleared the driveway while I made dinner. So what can you do?
Again, Michelle, if you just want to show us the car right there, maybe you could put your hand in there and just show how much snow is on the hood from last night.
Oh, sure. Let's see. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, my
Wow.
Michelle.
And this is all from last night?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes. I
Look
went to
how
the
light
grocery
that
store
snow
yesterday.
is. Yeah. Good news, Michelle. It's not windy out there right now, right?
It's not windy. No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
It's actually pleasant. I mean, I'm cold, but it's not windy, and there's that much snow on top of this car.
So I certainly appreciate you showing the snow coming down there, doing that little experiment for us, because the winds are light now. Michelle, it's going to change later today, and she's showing you how light and fluffy that snow is when the winds kick up, gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. The snow from her car, about 2 feet of it, it's going to blow all over the place. So visibilities will be close to zero.
When you see those kinds of conditions, especially in Lancaster, you've got to keep in the back of your mind what would happen in the event of an emergency. So one thing that I'm being told to remind viewers of is to clear fire hydrants. And so what do you have to do? Dig like a little 6-foot hole around your fire hydrant so that they can actually get to the fire hydrant in case of an emergency.
Sherry coming up with a funny suggestion this morning, using a leaf blower because the snow is so light.
It's light and fluffy right now, and it is going to stay light and fluffy today, but that's what we talked about with the winds increasing 30 to 40 miles per hour this afternoon. Visibilities will be greatly reduced. And you know, when you're driving too, it is very, very difficult. We're getting reports. Anyone who is out on the 190, you can hardly see a thing. Same thing with the 90 toward the 400, the 219 still closed. So it is a mess.
Maybe you can answer Jerry's question here, Aaron. He's wondering, how long do you anticipate this snow band staying in one area as it moves north to south and back, because he's in the Lancaster Depew area?
So you saw Michelle right there, and she said South Lancaster. You might get a little bit of a break later this morning. That band is going to continue to slowly move northward. So Depew and parts of Lancaster, Cheektowaga, you're kind of in it throughout the day today, unfortunately, Jerry. It will weaken a bit early this afternoon and then shift back toward the metro area early this evening, finally heading south of Buffalo after, say, 11 p.m. But the winds are going to be out of the southwest and kind of moving just a little bit throughout the day, but pretty much primarily in that southwesterly direction. So there'll be a little oscillation, but not much. So Depew, you're in it for the long haul.
I've seen a couple of people ask about Lockport and also Clarence.
Okay, Clarence will get a lot of snowfall today. You're getting it right now. Southern parts of Clarence. Again, some of these snow totals will have a wide range in your own town. So say South Amherst might get a lot more than Northern Amherst today. Up in Lockport, you'll see some snow as we get into early this afternoon, as we have about 3 to 6 inches of snow there. Pendleton, you'll be on the higher end of that 3 to 6 inches. But notice the band right now, right near Clarence, really from now North Buffalo toward Cleve Hill by where the 90 and 290 meet by the Blue Water Tower, over toward Harris Hill and Clarence. The snow rate is starting to pick up in Clarence right now. Lancaster, Cheektowaga, and then the southern edge near Hamburg and Orchard Park.
Okay.
What's this right
so
here?
This is the 90 at the 400. There's actually a crash there, and there was a major backup this morning. As you can see here, whiteout conditions, but we should reiterate that that commercial vehicle ban is in place on the 90 from the Rochester area all the way to the Pennsylvania line, including the 190. But the unfortunate reality here is that it was issued well after the morning commute.
All morning, though, watching those traffic cameras here on the 90 at the 400, it was treacherous all morning. And West Seneca got hit the hardest, picking up close to 2 feet of snow or more in spots. And now we have the traffic. And now you're in that spot, which you don't want to be, which is stranded on the roadway with wind chills below zero.
Well, and I was telling you what my source was telling me a little bit earlier, that at some point in all of this, on the 219 in particular, and we know the 219 is closed in the town of Boston, West Seneca, and Orchard Park, that they had to bring in a snowblower to try and find stranded people.
Yeah, very scary.
We're actually going to take a quick break on TV. So if you're watching on Channel 7, we're going to take that quick break. It's 7:40. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo. The stream continues on our WKBW Facebook page. Okay, a quick break here.
Seconds. All right, everybody, what questions do you guys have that we can take to Aaron when he comes back?
Do you
Let
have
us
to go to the
know.
bathroom?
No, I'm okay right now. But I really
Do you need water?
I need coffee or water.
I
How
need
about
coffee
you?
also.
Who do we have? Who's our coffee runner? I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh, Melly's joining us. She heard your Siri. I'm gonna see if I can get someone too from West Seneca to join us right now because boy did they get slammed. Somebody just sent me an amazing video from there. I want to stand too.
Okay, welcome back.
Good morning,
if you're watching
Buffalo.
on Channel 7. It is 7:41 on the start of a Wednesday morning. We are interrupting Good Morning America, and we're going to be on the air until 9 o'clock with you because we know how the conditions are worsening in so many of your communities, and we want you to tell us exactly what's going on. You are our eyes. You are the people and the voices that we want to hear from this morning. Grab your phone, join us on our WKBW Facebook page so that you can tell us what's happening.
And I want to let you know that if you're joining us for the first time, let's show you how this works, okay? For example, Janae is writing in, please remind people that driving during a ban is illegal. Yes, exactly. And we do have a number of travel bans this morning. I want to run them all down for you this morning. The town and village of Orchard Park, the town of Hamburg, the town of West Seneca, the town of Lancaster, the town of Cheektowaga, the city of Lackawanna all have travel bans in place right now. There are a number of closed roadways this morning, including the Skyway in Buffalo. And do you want to run down some of the other roadways, Ed, that are closed today?
So the Skyway is closed in the city of Buffalo. The commercial vehicle ban is perhaps most important here, which means no tractor trailers on the Thruway from the Rochester area to the Pennsylvania line, and that also includes the 190. There's also a travel advisory in the city of Buffalo. All the places here in red in Erie County have that travel ban. And again, just to reiterate, that's Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, and Lackawanna. Here's the 90 at the 400.
Oh my goodness.
This is where we saw one of those tractor trailers on the side of the road now causing traffic to be down to one lane. But look at how bad and how slow the roads are right now. People are moving at a snail's pace, much slower than they normally would. Now, again, we saw how in the last storm, state police, the city of Buffalo also were out issuing tickets as a result of the driving bans that were in place in the last storm. You can likely expect the same thing happening in this storm as well.
Okay, I want to address what Tracy is saying here. She says South Buffalo should have a travel ban. Right now, there is not a travel ban in the city of Buffalo, but there is a travel advisory. So what does that mean? We heard from DPW in Buffalo a little while ago. They keep this advisory in place because while South Buffalo has gotten hit so hard, North Buffalo really hasn't seen very much snow. We were checking with people we know who live there overnight. Myself, I live there in North Buffalo, had a very easy drive into work. Huge difference and big different story when you go south of the city. So we'll have to wait and see if anything changes there. Right now, though, that travel advisory is in effect. And what it does mean is if you're in South Buffalo and it looks really bad on the roads, you want to stay home.
Okay, so we heard from Nate Martin, who's the city's DPW commissioner, just say about an hour or so ago. And he was saying and explaining why there's no travel ban here. Again, it's because it's so narrow.
Right.
And so, as Katie mentioned, South Buffalo being pounded, North Buffalo not seeing much. So to manage that kind of a ban would be next to impossible with all of those crews obviously focused on South Buffalo. What they're doing right now is pre-salting and treating the roads in other places. They've got private contractors in place. It's difficult, they say, because of how narrow these roads are, how much snow has already fallen, you know, in the last storm earlier in the week, and now what continues to fall this morning.
Belinda, glad to have you with us, mentioning that the snow is falling again on the east side of Buffalo, and someone else mentioning snow was falling in North Buffalo. Let's see here. It was Katie saying, doesn't matter, North Buffalo has no snow now. It's coming, ban it now before people go out and get stuck.
So I also want, okay, so I think this is the 90 at the 400 again.
No, it should be 90 at William Street,
Oh, okay.
52A.
Walk us through what's going on here, Aaron.
Okay, I wanted to pull this camera up because you can really see what's going on as traffic is crawling through that area. And a lot of people who are driving have their flashers on. We do have some tractor trailers that are just stuck. I was looking at a lot of the cameras, and that's a very common theme. These are huge vehicles just stuck in the right lane or the left lane. We have a number of stranded vehicles, the 90 at exit 53, the 90 at the 400, the 90 between the 190 and the 400, and this right at William Street. Notice the cars going obviously very slowly and with their flashers on this morning. The heavy snow in this area is continuing to slowly move northward.
Okay, so for those of you who are in the city of Buffalo and are thinking about getting out of your house today, the problem is you might get stuck.
Yeah,
and you might not be able to get out.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was a prime time too, where you have a lot of shift workers, especially at the hospitals, where they start their switch
So
over.
true.
They're going to try to figure out if they're going to go to work or they're not, or if the people at work are going to stay. And this is what you're going into. I know near in South Buffalo, near Mercy Hospital, you could hardly
Bad.
see the hospital.
Someone sent me a few photos from there, and it is really bad. There's a lot of snow.
Diane saying South Buffalo is awful. I live off McKinley and people are getting stuck just driving down the street. So that's why they have these emergency shelters open in the city of Buffalo.
Wow. Look at this tractor trailer. It's trying to drive right now.
Trying to
Ed.
make its way through.
Oh my gosh. Like you're looking
That's
live.
what you would be behind.
Okay, so this is the problem here. This is why that ban is in place. So because of this exact situation, this is now going to clog up roads and it's going to close down the 90.
Again, these commercial vehicles should not be on the 90 from the Rochester area all the way to
Gosh,
the
look how
Pennsylvania
close
line.
they are to each other.
Yeah.
Oh, you're watching this unfold. That one on the
well,
going
thank
the left
goodness.
lane made it.
And yeah, this is making me really nervous.
Okay, folks. So again, that's the 90 at 52 at William Street.
Okay.
As that tractor trailer slowly trying to go eastbound. Once, if that truck makes it over the next 3 miles or so, it'll be out of the band and on its way to Rochester or wherever, and hopefully things will be okay. But those tractor trailers, we're seeing a lot of them kind of shift and slide and then clog traffic. That was crazy. Melly, you said it correctly.
Yeah. Well, so what I was going to say before, for the people who are feasibly going to be stuck and need someplace warm to go, the city of Buffalo has storm shelters open at the Tosh Collins Community Center on Cazenovia Street, the JFK Community Center on Hickory Street, and the Peter McKenna Community Center that's on Clinton Street. So those are going to be open today for you to use just in the event of an emergency. If you lose power, you lose heat, or you get stuck and you need someplace warm to go.
Okay, let's look at what Marion said, because this is one of the hardest hit areas we know. It's bad in Orchard Park, West Seneca border. A foot, maybe 2 of snow on top of what was there already. The drift, they dug out yesterday, approaching 5 feet now. Can't see over it anymore. Her car perfectly dug out yesterday, totally buried.
Well, and isn't that the story of what's happening all around town? I mean, this is not just one area in particular.
Lancaster,
exactly.
Orchard Park, West Seneca, South Buffalo, Lackawanna, parts of Hamburg, Blaisdell, those areas picking up 1 to 2 feet of snow. Now the drifts are the totals are closing in on 5 feet. And then later today, when those winds increase, this snow, it's light and fluffy. It's going to blow all over the place. So expect those drifts to get even higher.
Robin says South Buffalo is where I am. It's getting hammered right now. Tommy kind of just up there.
Look,
it is.
That just happened, right?
Right.
We're watching it unfold live on TV.
Oh gosh.
I feel like I'm in like Los Angeles where they have those like car chases, and that's what we're doing right now. So this poor person went off stranded on the left side of the road, and now with wind chills below zero, you're on a they're getting out.
Yeah, no, stay in your
Oh, my
car here.
goodness.
If you're in this kind of situation, safest usually to stay in your car.
And now they have to wait for emergency personnel to get there. And
that's
it's
not
just
easy.
not easy
It's not easy
at
for them to
all.
get to you.
Even the main roads are covered in heavy snow.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break on TV. If you're watching on Channel 7, join us after the break. We're going to go until 9 o'clock. And if you're watching on our WKBW Facebook page, the stream is going to continue. It's 7:50. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo.
Okay,
Wow.
everybody, we
Look
have
at
1
this.
minute until we go back on
Holy
television.
cow.
This is
Oh, now
such
these
a
trucks are
scary
coming
sight.
by. Oh my goodness! I hope that.
Now
person's
let's talk
okay.
about this too, Aaron, because so we have this
Sure.
person on the side of the road. What's the visibility here? Like that's what I'm thinking about. These cars coming up, they might not even see this person yet.
No,
you know?
well, Cheektowaga visibility was close to zero. It's probably about 1/8 of a mile. So you're traveling probably about 20 miles per hour. So you're not going quickly, but you're coming around. You've got 2 hands on the wheel. You're following someone else's flashers. And then you see this car in the left lane on the
John,
90.
Can you just give us one more time?
Oh,
where is this?
90 at William.
Okay.
That's a tough spot.
Okay, we're going to join in Cheektowaga's supervisor, Brian Nowak, on TV. Stand by as we merge in our viewers on TV.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 7:51 on the start of your Wednesday morning. You are looking live this morning at one of the traffic cameras. This is the 90 at William right now, and we have been watching as this car in the left-hand lane has gotten stranded. This is why the 90 is closed here in this direction to commercial traffic as you're watching these tractor trailers go by. Such a really scary situation.
So you're seeing the tractor trailers on the 90 here. This is against the law this morning. They have banned commercial vehicles on the 90 from the Rochester area to the Pennsylvania line. That also includes the 190. We were also watching as some of these tractor trailers are trying to sneak by one another.
Which just is terrifying.
So this one person in the snowbank here, and you know, God help this person, and we're not trying to, you know, exacerbate the problem or sensationalize what they're going through right now. Right.
It's
This is
highlighting the reasons.
indicative of the problem that's out on the roads right now.
So that's the
Look
90
at
going
this.
eastbound.
Right. Look at that trailer hauling all those cars.
Right. And again, these tractor trailers, there is a ban for them right now from the Rochester area all the way to the Pennsylvania border. They should not be on the 90 right now.
Yeah, so it's 90 eastbound at William Street. Wind chills at the airport, which is close to that, -7 right
I
now.
want to bring in Brian Nowak, who is Cheektowaga's town supervisor. This obviously happening in Cheektowaga. Brian, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Travel ban in Cheektowaga. Tell us what you're seeing there and why the ban.
So we put a travel ban in place during the 6 o'clock hour this morning. The ban was necessary because of the neighborhoods in the southern portion of Cheektowaga. You know, we've got south of Broadway, you've got conditions that are considerably worse than north of Broadway. So, you know, we had trash collection that we were thinking about doing real early this morning. That obviously got canceled. Once we did that, then we moved ahead with the travel ban in place. To put the travel ban in place, there was a travel advisory from the county already. But yeah.
Can I ask you, Supervisor, too, what are you seeing as far as people following that travel ban? Because we're looking right now, for example, at the 90 at William Street, and we see those tractor trailers who are not following the ban. How is everything going in Cheektowaga right now? And what would happen if someone was out on the roads and police saw them?
I mean, obviously, the travel bans in all the municipalities were put in place this morning. So there's going to be some leeway. I mean, the goal here isn't to stop somebody and ticket them. You know, local law enforcement here in Cheektowaga, if they see someone on the road, their first implication is to help them out, you know, not to write them a ticket. And that's going to be the way we're doing things here. And folks are going to need some time to get off the road. You know, these travel bans were put in place during the 6 o'clock hour, as I mentioned earlier, in places like Lancaster and that. So, you know, once those folks get off the road, it's, you know, we're going to be able to clear out our mains and our secondaries a lot more easily. You know?
Supervisor, you've mentioned several times that this ban was put in place at 6 a.m. Obviously, there was a travel advisory in Erie County before that ban was put in place. But why not put this ban in place earlier?
Yeah, for me, it's not a matter of Monday morning quarterbacking. I mean, we knew we were going to get a snow ban, but when you're talking, when you're talking about the snow conditions throughout Erie County, you know, from Springville up to Clarence, the conditions are different in each of the towns. So we were already under a travel advisory, and early this morning we reacted to specific conditions. There was no guarantee of what we were expecting that was going to happen, so we wanted to see some of the specifics.
Well, let me ask you this, and I just want to press you on this. Should there have been a travel ban in place earlier?
Are you asking for the whole county?
Well, for the county, for Cheektowaga, I mean, in your estimation, I mean, obviously you speak on behalf of Cheektowaga. In the town of Cheektowaga, should there have been a ban earlier?
I think it was a matter of seeing where this snow ban was going to be. We didn't know how far south it was going to be. You know, places in the southern portion of the county reacted to what they saw. And again, I'm not going to get into Monday morning quarterbacking. We had our highway crews in at 2 a.m. beginning to clear roads. As soon as we got word on visibility issues and that, we reacted.
Yeah, and so that's kind of why, Angela, I'm asking that question, is because, as you're saying, the problem is most of these people probably left before the travel bans. So that's why I wanted to just kind of get clarification, Supervisor. Thank you so much for answering that question.
Now, I have a question too. Carissa writing in saying people just aren't listening in Cheektowaga on Harlem. It's really bad. So you have the opportunity now, Supervisor. What do you want people in Cheektowaga or potentially driving in the area toward Cheektowaga to know? How do you tell them what the weather's like and how it's so important for them to stay off the roads?
It's treacherous. It's awful. It's pretty bad. Even if you got an SUV, even if you've got four-wheel drive, just get off the roads as quickly as you can. That's good for police, fire, EMS. We need ambulances and our fire trucks to be able to get through. We need our highway crews to have clear roads, clear vehicles, so they can get snow pushed away and removed even faster. One of the things we're talking about in Cheektowaga and already getting in place is a need for some independent contractors to assist our highway department to get this snow removed in a timely manner. So get off the roads.
So do you have those contractors on standby, or are you calling them in right now?
We had a couple working with us earlier in the week. We got good relationships with those folks, and the plan at the moment is to bring some of them back, if not all of them, that were working earlier in the week to help with snow removal. One of the good things Cheektowaga did is we removed snow in the southern portion of town during the first snowfall over the weekend. So now, as we're working on clearing the roads for police, fire, EMS down south, we've got that space to push some snow to the curbs again.
Now, you're going to be dealing with this snow pretty much all day. What do you want to tell your constituents who are in Cheektowaga?
So we had all the schools in town closed yesterday. I put notice out to residents and constituents about that, and businesses are closing down for the day with a travel ban in place. Obviously, shouldn't be driving, but regardless of the travel ban or not, the advisory was in place. There's unsafe conditions on driving there. Stay home if you can, and just to spread the word on that.
We have one really quick question coming in from Bradley. Is Cheektowaga private plow contractors? Can they go out right now, or should they wait?
That is a great question. The travel ban, technically speaking, my understanding is it impacts the private plow contractors. That's something Cheektowaga should address and change for the future. But again, it's a specific by specific situation. Travel bans are an all or nothing affair, and it's police, fire, EMS. That's really it. So,
Supervisor, I'm going to have to cut you off here. I apologize. Thank you so much for your time.
We
have to take a quick break on Channel 7. If you're watching on our live stream, we're going to keep the continued conversation going there. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo.
Oh, we took them up.
Okay.
Well, that's an interesting point, too. And we have heard that throughout the morning from Lancaster, Cheektowaga, that they did not want private contractors out on the
band
roads
is
yet.
all encompassing. He said maybe they got to address that in the future. So he answered all the questions. That was great. Now, the airport just issued what's called an airport weather warning. So in the vicinity of the airport, visibilities are down to a quarter mile. This car that we're watching here in this predicament is near that area. So visibility is about a quarter mile. If you're in Cheektowaga, that's how they're going to be today. We did see a plow go by here on the 90 going eastbound by William Street, but we have the stranded vehicle in the left lane that is very similar situation playing out all across Western New York. Cars going off the side of the road. Conditions are treacherous, and it's going to be like this as the heaviest snow still in South Buffalo, but now it is out of Lackawanna and making its way toward downtown Buffalo, stretching over toward Lancaster and Cheektowaga.
So I'm just texting state police right now. This is the 90 at William, right? That
Correct.
We're watching
Eastbound.
this. Okay.
Eastbound.
Just trying to get this person some help.
Oh, thank you. And we were talking too that 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, a lot of shift changing occurring right now. So a lot of you thinking, do I have to go to work? There's a travel advisory, there's travel bans. You might be out of the band with no issues, like across Niagara and Orleans counties. If you have to come into Buffalo, well, you see on your screen right there that travel is close to impossible.
So I'm just hoping that somebody can get to this person. I mean, it looks bad. We're going to join in on TV in just
10
seconds.
Okay. 10. The maps
Russ
are
is
set.
here from West Seneca.
Hi, Russ.
The maps are set.
Good morning, everybody. It is 8 o'clock. This is a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo because we have a winter weather alert. We have been watching this snow band that is hitting Western New York and areas of it so hard. This is a live look at the 90 at William Street right now. We've been watching this car that's been stuck there. There is a tractor trailer ban right now on the 90, and we've been watching so many tractor trailers go by this car in particular.
Okay, so this is a situation that we want to avoid. Again, the 90 at William, I just got in touch with state police trying to get this person some help because we haven't seen anyone responding to this scene here. Obviously, it's going to take some time considering the whiteout conditions that we're seeing in some places.
And what I'm worried about too, you see their flashers are on, but they've been there now for about 20 minutes and the snow is starting to pile up around it. So I'm worried that the back flashers, would be hard to see. It's already difficult to see with
So
visibility is about a quarter
I
mile.
just got a thumbs up from state police saying
Oh,
that
good.
I asked if you
Fantastic.
can send somebody to help. He's giving me the thumbs up. So hopefully whomever this person is will be able to get that help in the near future.
Fingers crossed that that's coming. Now, I just got a message from Teddy who was asking, hey, we've only heard the Cheektowaga travel ban. He must have just been joining us recently. Could we run down all of the areas and list the travel bans for you? Absolutely, Teddy. Glad to do that for you. The town and village of Orchard Park, the town of Hamburg, the town of West Seneca, the town of Lancaster, the town of Cheektowaga, the city of Lackawanna. There is that commercial truck ban right now in the 90 as we see 3 more commercial trucks go by the stranded car.
Okay, but here's the thing. This travel ban wasn't put in place
Yeah, it
until
came out kind of late. They were probably on
Right.
the road well before that.
So
probably.
here's a place where all of the travel bans exist. Every place in red, every other area around the Erie County has a travel advisory. West Seneca, we know in particular, hit hard this morning.
Probably the hardest. Yeah.
So I want to bring in a very special guest, Russ Crigliano. He's
So-
joining us this morning from West Seneca. Friend of the show. Good morning to you, my husband, my love.
I've never heard of this guy before, friend of the show.
Good
Hi,
morning.
Russ, good morning to
There's
you.
one handsome man in the snow right there.
Okay, so what's going on there?
So the snow is falling pretty hard. I just came outside to unbury my car after being at work about 2 hours so far. What I need to do is I need to just move it to a different spot in the parking lot because my car is just getting buried to the point where I won't be able to move it if I let it wait any longer. I'm also trying to help some third shift people that are trying to get home from working the overnight. Their cars are just completely buried, so we're digging them out, getting everyone pushed out.
Russ, can you show us what it looks like in the parking lot there? So
If I
Russ
could
is on
figure out how to,
by the way. You could just flip your camera around. So
Yeah.
Gotta take his glove off.
Sorry, I don't know technology too well, but here's my car.
I joined the club.
Oh,
Yeah,
geez.
you know, it's
This is
Plus
over
it's-
a matter of 2 hours.
2 hours and it's quite cold out here too. So, having a little bit of a hard time here. So I'll let you guys get back to it. I've been watching you all morning though, doing a good job.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Russ. We
Russell.
appreciate it. You know,
Okay.
again, there are. Take care, Russ.
Yeah.
Thank
We
you
talked
for
about the
joining us.
shift
We
workers.
try to keep him warm.
And
Yeah.
this is a time where they're going to change. And Russ is
Exactly.
running into that issue right now. Do those shift workers, do they clear out their car? Do they try to get through this? Or do they just kind of hunker down where they're working?
Well, and we should reiterate that there is a travel ban this morning in West Seneca. He's on Clinton Street, so there
Oh,
is
that's-
a lot of snow
yeah,
falling, and
ton of
it's
snow.
right. So Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, all under that travel ban. Travel advisory in place this morning in Buffalo. We know the Skyway is closed in the city of Buffalo, and a commercial vehicle ban on the 90 from the Rochester area to the Pennsylvania line. That also includes the
219
190.
still closed.
Mhm.
Wow, he's trying to move right now. Oh gosh,
I
he's just
sadly
going.
don't know that he's
just-
going to get very far because this is.
Somebody needs to tell them that Ed contacted the state police. And
I'm
that
trying, I'm
they're- well, they
trying.
gave you the thumbs up, so that's good.
And chances are, listen, if this person's been in their car for however many,
They've been-
they've probably been in touch with 911, but it is difficult. And when we keep in mind there's that travel ban there, they're probably trying to clear the roads to get
Yeah, and they
EMS to
can't
them.
just get there quickly. Look at the tractor trailer ones behind it going very
Gosh.
slowly. Then you come up on this car in the left lane with the flashers on, but visibility is about a quarter mile right there near the airport. And the heavy snow is kind of moving into that area as we speak. So your snowfall rates will pick up. You saw Russ there in West Seneca after 2 hours of about 6 inches of snowfall. So this snowfall rate, 2 to 4, 5 inches per hour in the heart of the band. And it's just moving very, very slowly to the north.
Now, Paula's asking an interesting question about the Thruway and why it's not closed. Paula, we'll try to get you some answers to that. Again, we know right now it's just that commercial vehicle ban, but we'll be asking
I
that
think
question
from the
for you.
past, if they just maybe they close the barriers to not let other people get on and let them get off.
Well,
But if
so-
you get all these people off,
Yeah.
then you cause a lot of
The
problems.
Thruway
that
is
way.
not closed, though. We should
exactly.
point that out here. What is closed is the 219 through the town of Boston, West Seneca, and Orchard Park. And again, we know the Skyway is also closed. I just want to address a comment here that came in from Carmela here, saying that I'm trying to blame officials. I'm not. I'm simply asking the questions that so many of you have brought to us to ask the officials, and I want to make sure that we're being very clear here. We're not trying to Monday morning quarterback, but there are a number of people out there who are putting themselves and first responders at risk. So we need to make sure we're asking these questions. So again, you're looking live here at the 90 at William Street. And
James just said right by the airport, the snow is starting to come down hard. Appreciate that update, James, because we're looking at the radar and that band is right near Cheektowaga. If you want to go to it, let's show you the heavy snow is now into downtown Buffalo. Look at the dark shade of blue right over downtown. Has moved north of Lackawanna, so that's some good news. But now the heaviest snow stretches from Buffalo to Cheektowaga, still West Seneca, over into Lancaster. The northern edge, now still Cleve Hill, Harris Hill, Clarence area. Southern edge, still Hamburg toward Orchard Park. But you're getting out of that heavy snow in the south towns, which is some great news. But here's that heavier band now moving northward from West Seneca. Watch that blue as it slowly pushes northward and heads up from Buffalo over toward Cheektowaga. Oh, perfect. Kylie just saying Cheektowaga of Harlem is a whiteout with snowfall rates of 2 to 4, 5 inches per hour. Erie Street, Virginia Street now into North Buffalo, Jefferson, Broadway, the 33 over toward the 90. Fillmore still dealing with the heavy snow. East Utica, Buffalo police responding to Skyway for a stranded motorist. That would probably be my worst nightmare, being stuck on the Skyway on a day like this. You can't see a thing. Wind chills below zero. If you absolutely have to go out, have an emergency kit with you. We're seeing a number of stranded motorists on the sides of the road.
So again, the Thruway is not closed, so it's open for travel, but you are seeing how things are, not really good on the road. They are very tricky. They are snow covered. The one person who shouldn't be on the road is that tractor trailer driver, because that tractor trailer ban is in effect.
Well, we saw that one that was sliding ever so slowly. Hey, this is great. This is a view right here out of our backyard from our camera stations right at our studio, looking towards City Hall, which you can still see. Visibility is about a quarter mile here in downtown Buffalo. The heavier snow pushing into downtown right now, and now parts of North Buffalo starting to see some of that snow. But there's a look at City Hall.
Why don't we go to our Adam Campos, who's standing by live for us in downtown Buffalo. Ron, good morning. Took me 25 minutes on a normally 7-minute commute from Rosina to French. Right, so that's where we just had Russ. He was on Clinton. We're going to check in with Adam in just a second. Maybe we can go to Michelle here.
Let's bring Michelle back in, because Michelle is one of the directors here at our station. She lives in Lancaster, and boy, is she showing us how much snow fell there overnight. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Thanks for joining us again. Why don't you show everybody who's just joining us now what you're up against there in Lancaster?
Yes, so I shall take you for a little walk. I plowed a little pathway between all my cars to the street. Oops, you can see that. I did see a private plow person come down the street. They stopped to clear their windshield wipers, and they drove past my house. You can see their tracks down there. I don't know where they were going. We do have like some firefighters on our street, so maybe they're trying to help out with that.
What is that, Michelle? About 2 feet of snow from last night?
Yes, at least, Aaron, yes.
But it looks like it's lightening up a bit.
Oh, I think we just lost
We lost her in the 2 feet of snow.
Do you know what it is? The second you walk away from your house, right, the Wi-Fi drops out. And so it is what it is. We can see how much snow is actually
here
falling
she comes.
there.
She's right back.
All right.
Hi, Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Okay, can you show us, before you were brushing off a car too, show us that again, because that was really just unbelievable.
Let me see. Well, what I cleared off earlier has already been snow covered again right here.
Wow.
And look at the top of her car. Right
Well,
there.
okay, so we're just getting some information here as we continue to look at Michelle's shot here from the Erie County Department of Public Works here. The Clarence District is what typically handles the Lancaster area. They're getting the highest accumulation with about a foot of snow since midnight. There's limited visibility is what they're saying. The north end of the district has seen about 8 inches of snow. County roads throughout the district are covered but passable, but we should let you know once again that in Lancaster, there is that travel ban still in place.
Yeah, so Michelle's more South Lancaster, where the snow is kind of winding down just a bit. Northern parts of Lancaster dealing with the heavy snow.
We're just also getting some breaking news into the newsroom. The city of Buffalo issuing a travel ban in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. That is effective immediately. So South Buffalo, travel ban now in place. Again, just to reiterate where those travel bans are: Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, and now the city of Buffalo south of Broadway.
So, John, our producer, if you could go to Erie County Mark Poloncar's Twitter, whenever you have a chance, you can click on the map there and pull it up. It shows exactly where that line is in the city of Buffalo. It is south of Broadway, and you can see they've basically divided the city in half, which is exactly what this snow ban is doing. We've been talking to people in North Buffalo this morning. They've really seen not much. South Buffalo, on the other hand, a very different story.
Also, some people were asking a little bit earlier about the court system. We're also getting some information into the newsroom about that as well. According to the court spokesperson, there is a shift to emergency court operations for all state courts in Erie County. So what does that mean? So Buffalo City Court will be conducting emergency operations for the remainder of the day. Physical access to the court is going to be curtailed except for arraignments and any emergency critical operations. So really, I don't really think that gives you much information, but at least we're getting that little bit of an update from the courts.
Yeah, I would try to reach out to them if you can, if you were planning to go. But now, again, we see these travel bans all over the place, so you're not driving through any of those. I want to bring up this comment from Law, who's here right now.
And I just am looking at the airport
Hold
website.
On 1 second.
Oh,
Law
okay.
asking, there we go, disappeared for a second. Any updates on the Buffalo airport closings or flight cancellations? And Aaron has been tracking them.
Yeah, ton of cancellations, a couple delays, but mostly canceled through the morning hours. Some scheduled for later this afternoon. A couple of flights did get in before the band arrived there in Buffalo, but yeah, mostly canceled.
Looks like that one car got out.
It's out, yeah, thankfully. Wow. So if you're just joining us, if you look closely, right where that truck is just passed, there was a car that was blocking the left lane and stranded there for about 30 minutes. And then while we stepped away, someone came and either pushed it or pulled the car out because I don't think they were getting out.
No.
And thankfully that situation is taken care of.
So, Nikki, I just want to address your comment here. Yeah, great idea. Check on your neighbors. Check on your elderly neighbors in particular. Make sure that they've got heat. Make sure that they've got power. And we also know that there are a number of shelters, emergency shelters that are being set up in the city of Buffalo in particular for people who are stuck or without heat or power to use. We've got a full list of those on our website, wkbw.com.
All right,
if you're watching...
Sorry, go ahead.
If you're watching in the live stream, our producer will put a link to that story in the comments for you.
Now, throughout the morning, we've had our 7 News reporter, Adam Campos, driving around, checking out different conditions. Again, as an essential employee, he's able to do that, to bring that information to you. He was in West Seneca, he was in South Buffalo, and we have him again right now. Adam, there you go. You can see, Adam, tell everybody where you are right now and what the conditions are like.
We're right off of Broadway Street, and we've been up here for a little bit because when we were down in West Seneca and Lackawanna and South Buffalo, we eventually had to move up because it just wasn't safe for us to drive around. There was nowhere for us to be able to pull over and actually safely be in a spot. So now we're here, and it looks like this band has made its way up to Buffalo, because right now in the parking lot that we just pulled over to, that we have been pulled over to for a little bit, it was plowed out, it was clear, and now just within the last hour, it is covered with snow. And in the last 10 minutes, we are starting to see more snowfall come down. Just as we were waiting outside to come on with you guys, the snow just started to come down even harder and harder. And if we come over, let's walk over towards the street a little bit so we can show you guys how it's looking. We haven't seen a plow come through. Most of these tracks that you see right here are just from cars trying to make their way in, and cars have not been traveling very fast. You see this car right here, they have their blinkers on, because if you're coming down right here through Broadway, the visibility is not the best. As I'm trying to see down, I can see the stoplights, but still not to the greatest degree. So for anybody traveling into the city, if you absolutely have to, that snow band is starting to make its way up here, as you can tell right now with the snow falling on me as well. You're going to want to take it slow and take it and be as safe as possible now with everything moving up north.
So walk us through what the conditions look like on the roads, Adam, because we see a lot of people traveling around you. We know you're in downtown Buffalo here, and we know that travel advisory was just issued, or travel ban rather, was just issued in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. What are you seeing? Right now on the road, like I said, right now on the roads,
it's just slick. The snow is coming down. That's as much really as that we can give you. I haven't seen any plows come through since we have been out here. We see one person shoveling in a private lot over there. If you kind of turn that way, Alex, towards our right, we see one person shoveling, but I haven't seen any other plows come through. None has come into this parking lot that we've been waiting in so far. Or so it's going to be a matter of time until they actually do come out, hopefully, to try to clear out some of these roads. But more and more as this snow is coming down, the visibility is getting worse and the roads aren't getting any better.
All right, Adam Campos live for us in downtown Buffalo. And we've been watching that snowman move from south of the city up toward the city. Now we know there is a travel ban in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. We know South Buffalo, the hardest hit area of the city.
Okay, if you're watching on Channel 7, we're going to take a quick break. If you're watching on our live stream, though, that's going to continue. It's 8:16. You're watching a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. All right, so here we are. I mean, this is typically second cup time, and we're going to be on the air until 9.
30-second break, everybody. I think we need to hit weather.
Okay.
I think we need to hit Depew because I've seen a lot of people asking about Depew right now.
Yeah, and should we?
John, do you have any plans beyond that? Do you want to go to a quick weather update after this?
Here we go, 10 seconds.
Okay.
I'm getting. Okay.
Welcome back. It's 8:17 on the start of your Wednesday morning. You are watching a very special edition of Good Morning Buffalo as we interrupt Good Morning America to bring you important information about what's happening on the roads and all around us. So we need to let you know where there are travel bans in place right now. Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway, now just issued.
Erie County offices closed. Buffalo City Hall closed today. Some courts operating on emergency status. So you're going to want to check the status of those. We're also, where is this picture from, John?
That's a viewer picture with the fence.
That's right. This is a viewer photo from Lackawanna.
Yep.
Take a look. That is this person's fence, completely covered in snow. Lackawanna, again, has a travel ban in place right now. And Aaron, a lot of people have been talking about Depew, Lancaster, too.
Yep.
I want to bring up this comment from Noel saying winds have picked up there. The visibility is decreasing.
Absolutely, and the winds will continue to increase. So visibility is down to less than a quarter mile in a lot of spots, especially Depew, Lancaster, into Cheektowaga, and here in downtown Buffalo. We just showed you the camera. We could just still see City Hall from our studio. So visibility about a quarter mile or less here in downtown. So there's that lake effect snow band with rates 2 to 4 inches per hour, moving slowly northward. Notice over the last hour or so, it's really picked up in intensity here in Buffalo toward Cheektowaga. Now the heavier snow making its way into Cleve Hill area over toward Harris Hill. Clarence picking up some heavier snows. Lancaster, central northern Lancaster, heavy snow. South Lancaster getting a little bit of a break, but then we head further south. Your snow's weakening from Hamburg over toward Orchard Park. Finally, Blaisdell, you're finally catch your breath a little bit. West Seneca, you're not seeing the heavy snow like you saw the last several hours, but you still have the snow coming down. Abbott, Tiff Street, Furman Boulevard, South Park Avenue, just a disaster. 190, exit 1, 2, 3, you could hardly see a thing. Now the 190 by Niagara Street up toward the Peace Bridge, we have the heavy snow. Still, the band has not really made itself up toward the 198. So almost the 198 south is where the heaviest snow is. But parts of North Buffalo picking up the heavy snow right now as this band is producing snow rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour. As the morning moves along, the band will continue to slowly meander northward and then settle back over the city as we get into early this evening, then shift back south through the South Towns again overnight into ski country, and then back through the South Towns and into Buffalo tomorrow late morning through lunchtime. In the heart of the band, you'll see 1 to 3 feet of snow on top of what you already have. Winds will increase this afternoon, gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. Visibilities will be greatly reduced with wind chills below zero. We've seen some stranded motorists on the roadways. Have a plan if you were to get stuck. Have an emergency kit because it's a dangerous situation. And we're going to continue to track the weather and all the closings. We'll have more information for you right after this break.
Okay, so we've got a minute here to just kind of regroup.
Janae says, Aaron, you rock.
So, it's interesting here, Giovanni. I thought our city leaders had a snow plan this time. Shutting everything down as the storm hits us is not a plan. This is a great point, right? So, all things considered, we saw the response for the storm over the weekend, but you're right. We did not have that ban in place in the city of Buffalo until moments ago. And we were hearing how South Buffalo had been hit hard all morning long. We heard from the DPW commissioner talking about how it's difficult to put that ban in place throughout the entire city, but South Buffalo in particular hit hardest.
And now we know that this ban was put in place in just South Buffalo,
right,
south of Broadway. So maybe that's something that we want to consider as we move forward here. All right, stand by. We are going to merge our television viewers back in shortly, and we're going to check in with one of our coworkers in East Aurora. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back at 8:21 on the start of your Wednesday morning. This is a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo as we're staying with you live through 9 o'clock. I want you to grab your phone and go to our WKBW Facebook page right now because we are able to hear your voice right now and pull in some of the comments, questions that you have. Throughout the morning, we've been hearing from people all over the city, all over the county.
The South Town's being hit hard. I want to take you live to East Aurora this morning where Adam Francis is joining us live this morning. Adam, good morning to you. It looks like there's a lot of snow falling in the East Aurora area. We know Orchard Park under that travel ban. What are you seeing in East Aurora?
Luckily, the snow stopped falling a couple hours ago, at least the heavy snow. So now it's really more of a cleanup situation. The streets here are pretty clear. They've been doing a pretty good job, at least here in the village, keeping our streets, clear of snow. But it's a big dig out now. So I'm just trying to get my stuff cleared for when I have the chance to come into Buffalo to help you guys out.
Adam, give us an idea of what that dig out looks like. Can we see your car or maybe the path to your house?
Well, this is what I've been working on here. So just trying to get this all dug out here at the end of my driveway. I've got a truck, so I could probably charge out if I have to. With no real issue, but it's that apron, where the driveway meets the road, that all the work really needs to be done. But I think I'm in pretty good shape. We talk about
that all the time.
Adam just had that conversation yesterday. Adam Campos, thank you, was in Lackawanna yesterday, and we asked him to show us what some of those aprons look like, aprons of the driveway, because we know when the snowplow comes through, it kind of packs you in and creates conditions that are really hard to get through if you're trying to get out of your driveway.
Yeah, it's this right-hand spot here. With the plows coming through, they just sort of take this mound and put it back into the driveway. So, like Adam probably recommended, digging out that right-hand side is probably a good idea to help that stop that second shovel.
Yeah, and we know that they're doing a great job. They are working really hard to make sure that the roads are clear and safe. Adam, I can see your breath.
Yeah.
It's cold out there.
Yeah, and I've been doing a bit of shoveling, so I'm a little out of breath. I say, it's been a morning of hard work on the driveway. My snowblower broke a couple storms back, so I've been doing it by hand.
A couple storms back? Oh my gosh, Adam.
Aren't you a Western New Yorker, Adam?
No. Yeah, yes, look, he's doing it by hand. Very impressive. All right, Adam, thank you for joining us. That's what it's looking like in East Aurora right now. We'll see you if you're ever able to get into the newsroom today.
Go ahead.
Safe.
Okay, I want Aaron or John in the back, put up the 90 camera between the 400 and the 219. So we have another disabled vehicle, tractor trailer, blocking the left lanes. A lot of problems on the 90 by the 400 in that area. But if you do get a chance, put up the 90 between the 400 and the 219 camera, and we can see in real time what's going on.
Aaron, a lot of people also wondering about schools here. I'm seeing a lot of comments. What is your expectation, estimation, thought about schools opening tomorrow, Thursday?
Okay, couple of layers here. First, the weather, obviously. Even if the snow does come to an end, there's a view of the 90 right there. Right between the 400 and the 219, you've got the left lanes blocked, tractor trailer blocking the left lane, and you notice the huge machinery that they have to pull in to get that cleared. So it's going to be a real slow go right there, obviously. So with schools, number of districts will be closed tomorrow. I'm sure Buffalo will still be closed. West Seneca, those areas that got hit hard. You'll see a little lull today in the South Towns, but more snow overnight. Really no place for this snow to go. Plus, it's going to be windy.
All right. You know what, Aaron, maybe you could talk about Amherst for a minute, because a couple of people have been asking, are they getting hit and when?
Sure. I was just updating my weather computer. So if you go to Weather 1, The band just pushing into Amherst as we speak. So the band is now from Buffalo over toward Amherst. It's going to continue to slowly move northward. Like we said, later this morning, that band would start to pick up in Amherst, and there it is right now. Hasn't quite made it to the 990, but it is getting closer. Some heavier snows now through North Buffalo, stretching up toward Kenmore and almost Tonawanda. Southern part of the band, right north of 20A for the most part. The heaviest snows from Buffalo over toward Cheektowaga, and then the northern edge of that band now crossing over Kenmore Avenue and stretching over toward the boulevard in Amherst along the 290 by the Blue Water Tower. Hurdle getting some snow at the moment, and now the 198 finally getting the snow as it continues to push northward. So you ask, and we give the answer in real time to street level.
So I just want to give you an update about that driving ban in the city of Buffalo. Now just getting that buff alert. If you're signed up on those text messages, the city often sends out some alerts to the city of Buffalo. They're saying that driving ban is now in effect south of Broadway, which also includes South Buffalo, Kaisertown, Lovejoy, and the Old First Ward because of that heavy snowfall. And of course, there are travel bans in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Plaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna. Now, a lot of people are wondering why this travel ban wasn't put in place earlier, because by the time this one in particular was issued, and frankly, I mean, this one just was texted out at 8:25. I mean, others have been banned. Other places have had that travel ban in place since before 4 o'clock this morning.
Some of them we came into work and they were already in place. Then we saw a couple of others trickle in throughout, let's say, the 6 o'clock hour, the 5 o'clock hour, and now again, the most recent one in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. So again, we're going to ask those questions as this goes along. If you're watching us on streaming, stay with us. If you're watching us on air, we're going to take a quick break and we're going to be right back here. Join us if you're not in our WKBW Facebook page. That's where you can ask your questions.
And then John and Aaron in the back, go to the 90 between the 190 and the 400. Looks like another accident blocking the left lanes. So traffic is kind of at a standstill.
Aaron, Amber wondering about Blaisdell, and then, do you want to just text those traffic cameras, or do you want to just quickly let them know where you want them?
Yeah, 90 between the 190 and 400. It's like 2 above the one that I just had you do.
Elma, somebody wondering about, and then Blaisdell also.
Okay, let me just pull up the radar here. Elma, you're kind of seeing the snow dissipate just a bit, so that's some good news because you've been hit up pretty hard. Same thing with Marilla. What Blaisdell as well. Blaisdell, another area, saw about 2 feet of snow overnight. The heavy snow starting to move out of your area, so you'll be able to snow blow and finally clear things out a bit before more snow comes in as we get into tonight. Fascinating too. I've been getting some responses. We were talking about Lancaster, where Michelle was. She's South Lancaster, where the snow kind of tapered off. I got a couple of texts from people saying, "Hey, Lancaster, Central, and Northern, we can't see a thing." So, it really, some of the totals will skew in different parts of even different towns.
Kevin is saying close the Thruway state line to Rochester. It is closed to tractor trailers. So there's a commercial vehicle ban in place on the 90 between Rochester and the PA state line. This looks like the 90 at exit 54. This looks like a hot mess. Look at this.
Yeah, that's the one I want them to put up.
Okay, we got about 30 seconds here
Okay.
before we join our viewers back
So
on
there's-
TV. We're going until 9 o'clock
A
here.
hot mess.
Well, you have the
Nice.
90 between the
Yep.
400 and the 219 with that tractor trailer block in the left and center lanes. And then you get past that and then you run into another accident. The 90 at the 400 has been just, the 90 between the 190 and the 400 going
10
eastbound
seconds, Aaron.
has been just a mess this morning. So yeah, it's now they're starting to crawl a bit, so that's good.
Hi there. Welcome back, everybody. 8:29 on the start of your Wednesday morning as we get you updated with the very latest on this forecast. I want you to grab your phone, go to our WKBW Facebook page. If you want to chime in on the conversation, we want to hear your voice and where you are. And we are showing you a traffic camera right now. This is the 90 at the 400. Take a look at just how slowly things are moving there. There's also a ban right now for commercial trucks.
And there's a commercial truck in the middle. That's in the ditch right there. So that is facing the other way. And I've zoomed in on that. And now notice it looks like a tow truck trying to get in there. There seems to be an accident blocking the center and left lanes. traffic was at a standstill. Now we're starting to move just a bit, so that's an encouraging sign.
Okay, so as you're waking up this morning, you're watching on Channel 7 and you're also watching this stream. You can grab your phone, join the conversation. We encourage you to do so that we can hear your voice as the snow continues to fall. I want to run down the list of travel advisories and travel bans in place for you this morning because there are many. In the city of Buffalo, there is a travel ban in place south of Broadway, which also includes Lovejoy and Kaisertown, the old First Ward in South Buffalo. There's also a travel ban in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, and Lackawanna. You're looking live at the 400 and the 219. This is exactly why there is a tractor trailer ban in place on the 90 from Rochester to the Pennsylvania line, including the 190. Now, as we know, the 219 is closed through the town of Boston, West Seneca, and Orchard Park. We're hearing reports of the 219 being untouched with no plows, and that you would even need a snowmobile to get down the 219. And look, you can see that there is a lot of snow on the road here. These cars, these tractor trailers moving at a snail's pace.
And I want to tell you the benefit right now of being able to watch us on Facebook and chime in with conversations and chime in with some comments, because I want to bring up what Carol Lee had to say. Carol Lee, who lives next to the Thruway between Silver Creek and Fredonia, and says right now she is watching tractor trailers go on in both directions onto the 90.
Denise wondering, are the arms on the Thruway entrances of the Thruway down? She's saying keep the exit ones open so traffic can get off. The Thruway is not closed. We should point that out. There has been no conversation with us, at least, about blocking the Thruway or closing the Thruway to anyone but that tractor trailer traffic. And again, that's from the 90 in Rochester all the way down to the PA line, including the 190. Kristen saying she's disappointed the Thruways are open. And a lot of you were also saying that there's some disappointment about the way these travel bans were issued. And I even just got an email about that too, saying that Erie County should have issued an entire travel ban because so many people are trying to move around the county. But, you know, unfortunately, in northern Erie County, there's not much snow falling compared to what's happening in parts of the southern part.
And there's the radar in the corner of your screen showing the band slowly pushing northward. That trend is going to continue. If you go to Weather 1, the band now into downtown Buffalo. We have some heavy snow here in the metro area. South Buffalo, you're still dealing with some moderate to heavy snow, but you're on the back edge of it as the heavier band pushes into North Buffalo right now with snowfall rates in the heart of the band, 2 to 4 inches per hour. So by lunchtime in Buffalo, we'll have a new foot of snow on the ground. That snow from Buffalo, now southern Grand Island, starting to see some snow stretching toward Amherst, right along the 290 by the Blue Water Tower. Southern portions of the 990 starting to see that snow. It's getting closer to the northern portions of 990 along the Thruway. Eastbound by the Blue Water Tower along the 33, visibility is greatly reduced. Then we head south. South towns catching a little break. Places like Eden, Hamburg, Orchard Park can dig out just a bit. East Aurora, you're on the back edge of it. West Seneca, still getting some moderate snow, but the heavy snow has come to an end for now. The heaviest snow now from Buffalo to Cheektowaga along Broadway, William, Jefferson, Michigan, Virginia Street, along the 190 up toward the 198. That snow is really starting to pick up where it hasn't been. Now the snow passing Hurdle, passing Kenmore Avenue, passing Victoria Boulevard, just about to move over Niagara Falls Boulevard in Amherst.
To talk about this driving ban in South Buffalo, in particular in Kaisertown, Lovejoy, South Buffalo, south of Broadway, I want to bring in Nate Martin, who's the city's Department of Public Works Commissioner. Nate, good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us. Obviously, you're on the road, making sure that all the conditions are good. Talk about why this travel ban was just enacted in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway.
Yeah, we've been evaluating the conditions, all along as the snow's been coming, through the city. It sat in the southern part of for a while this morning, and as you've just been reporting, and as we've been watching on our review of radar, our review of cameras, our review of our teams, it's moving up now. So, the ban from our perspective, overall safety of those residents in that area and our ability to get in and clear streets safely as well. So the reason for the ban in that part of the city at this point in time.
Nate, let me ask you though, because our viewers have been telling us overnight how badly South Buffalo was getting hit. Is this something that should have been placed earlier, at least in that area? I know you were initially evaluating around 6:30 when we first heard from you, but South Buffalo was getting hit really hard overnight.
Well, correct. So it was snowing. We were evaluating. We had a travel advisory in place, right? So that was in place. And I don't think that it's actually ever been lifted in the county necessarily. So no unnecessary travel. We kind of elevated to that, and then went in with the ban afterwards. So, we were evaluating conditions overnight, working with kind of all of our partners in that full evaluation, and took the snow that was happening at the moment overnight, and then the deterioration of the conditions. The front, as I think most have been reporting, is more intense than anticipated. So the 1 to 2 hour range, now we're in the 2 to 4 inches per hour range. So that intensity picked up. So our evaluation that we do as conditions change occurred, and hence put that driving ban into effect.
So, Nate, just quickly, Amber says they need to put a ban in effect in the east side. The snow is coming down and people are going to start to get stuck. What are the conversations about initiating a driving ban elsewhere in the city of Buffalo?
Yeah, we're reviewing the entire city. So, as you've been reporting, the snow is now moving up. I've just got off the camera review. I'm actually in the downtown area now, so I'm in the condition where the heavy snow is, but looking at the camera north of Cheektowaga on the 190, clear roads, even on the highway perspective. So, we're evaluating the roadways and areas of the city as this ban moves. We will continue to evaluate. We'll make adjustments to driving, bans if required in other parts of the city, but not at a point to do it across the entire city at this point in time. But we are flexing and moving and adjusting and responding as the storm moves.
Nate, I asked the supervisor in Cheektowaga the same question, and I want to make sure that I'm asking it of you as well. Should this ban have been put in place earlier?
No, from our perspective, again, as I think I just said a couple minutes ago, we evaluated the conditions overnight. The intensity of the snow band as it formed and as it moved north was more intense than anticipated. So that dictated a change in our posture and on our decision making. Decision to close City Hall early this morning, then the decision to put the driving ban in place. A decision also, came from the state to adjust and close the Skyway. So, those adjustments are occurring from all levels of government as we move forward with this, and we'll continue to make those adjustments.
Nate, we really appreciate you. Thank you for answering the questions that a lot of our viewers have been asking. It's really important that these officials, these administrators are coming on our show and taking the questions directly from the people. And Nate, we certainly applaud you for doing just that. And thank you for letting us know the behind the scenes conversations about this travel ban. We appreciate you.
Yeah, if we could have the producers go to the 90 between the 190 and Route 400. In that area, the 90 eastbound and westbound by the 400, there are accidents in both directions. But something's going on there in the 90 westbound. They've got some large vehicles out there trying to clear a spot on that. So if you are traveling in that area, be very, very careful. They have a plow that was in the middle of the 90 trying to get some cars free. So that's the 90 between the 190 and the 400, that area, eastbound and westbound. There are accidents in both directions.
Well, just getting some new information too from the town of Lancaster. I've been in touch with their highway superintendent throughout the morning. He's telling me right now snow there is falling 2 to 3 inches an hour. The band has now traveled north. It's making life more difficult for them because we know before they were telling us they were focusing a little more south of the area. He says they've got several cars off the roads there. He is urging drivers and specifically private plow contractors. You are being asked to please stay off the road. We had this conversation earlier with the highway superintendent from Lancaster saying you are not to be on the road there, a private plow contractor right now.
And there's another, commercial vehicle. This is the 190 at 400. Like I said, between the 90 between the 190 and the 400. That's going westbound. And you've got a tractor trailer blocking the left lane, and the center lane is, one of those large snow removing equipment that's trying to do its job. And you've got the tractor trailers breathing down your neck. So that is a scary situation right there. Accidents in both directions in that area.
Okay, it is coming up on 8:40 on the start of a Wednesday morning. Oh. We are going to take a quick break on Channel 7, but the stream continues on our WKBW Facebook page, Twitter, and Instagram. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo.
Wow, there's a person outside of their car. That is scary.
Somebody had asked the question about who is allowed to travel in these bans, and I'm trying to just find that information for you because I have it and I want to bring up the graphic for you. There's certain people.
Well, it's just like emergency person, like nurses and doctors and
yeah. It's not a lot.
Yeah, the list is pretty limited. All right, I'm going to do my radio update, and then if you need.
So if you're watching online here, you're watching a little bit of the behind the scenes stuff here as we continue to update you. Okay, so I just got the information here. I believe. Where is this here?
Oh my God, sing the song. I believe.
Okay, so who are tier 1 essential workers? This is in Erie County. So obviously when you think about those travel bans, this is who you need to think about. Police, fire, EMS, public works, utility crews, healthcare workers, and those required for healthcare facility operations, EV, those responding to life safety needs. So those are the only people allowed to travel in this travel ban. And again, where are the travel bans? The city of Buffalo, south of Broadway, Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna. There's that commercial vehicle ban on the 90 from Rochester to the Pennsylvania line, along with the 190. The Skyway is closed. We also know the 219 is closed through the town of Boston, West Seneca, and Orchard Park. There are so many problems out there.
There is a lot going on right now. We're all just kind of contacting different people we know to try to get you guys the most updated information. A couple of people keep asking about Shays. I haven't heard anything about Shays yet, but
what's going on at Shays?
There's a show tonight, I guess.
Huh.
Let us know what show it is, and we'll reach out to them. We'll try to figure that out too. Maybe one of our producers too could have Jordan reach out to Shays. Good morning. Glad to have you with us this morning on this special weather alert edition of Good Morning Buffalo. I want to give you a live look right now at the city of Buffalo. This is from outside of our door here at Channel 7, and you can see that snow is coming down. You can barely see it through the trees, through the haze, through the snow. If you're just joining us right now, there are a number of travel bans throughout the area. Want to run them down for you. The town and village of Orchard Park, the town of Hamburg, West Seneca, Lancaster, Cheektowaga, city of Lackawanna, then the city of Buffalo, which you're seeing right now, but only south of Broadway, there's a travel ban.
We just had Nate Martin on. He is the commissioner of the Department of Public Works in the city of Buffalo. And I asked him point blank, should that travel ban have been issued earlier? And he said no. They are trying to flex right now and trying to figure out where their efforts are going to be most focused. Now, a lot of you have been writing into us, and we certainly invite you, especially if you're watching on Channel 7, to join the conversation, grab your phone, log on to our WKBW app, and be part of our conversation. We'd love to hear from you. Part of your voice is being highlighted here. Where I'm going with this, you were telling us that you felt that driving conditions were bad enough that you felt the bans should have been put in place a lot earlier. And I'm getting an email about that just as much. Somebody saying that they knew this was coming. Now, also just getting some brand new information in from Feedmore, Western New York. They are closed today because of the weather. As I've been reporting for many months now, Feedmore, Western New York has given their recipients, the people who are typically getting those meals on a daily basis, a blizzard box. So in the event that Feedmore, Western New York's daily delivery is closed, they can use that blizzard box with all of the essentials to keep themselves fed until Feedmore, Western New York is back online.
Here's what Mary Jane is saying this morning. She thinks that travel ban in South Buffalo should have been in place at the very least at 6 a.m. Cindy had been asking about Shays before. Girl from the North Country is playing there. We're having our producers reach out to see if we can get some information from Shays for you. I also want to let you know, I've been talking to people in Clarence right now because we know that that snow ban is moving north. So I spoke with the highway superintendent in Clarence telling me they're doing well right now. The snow just came in for them about an hour ago. The south end of their town, right along the Thruway, getting hit pretty hard right now, but then light snow in the rest of the town.
Okay, so just to reiterate where those travel bans are, Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, south of the city of Buffalo. There is a commercial vehicle ban on the 90 between Rochester and the PA line, along with the 190 And the Skyway is also closed. So you're looking live here at some of our traffic cameras. This looks like the 190, if I'm not mistaken here, and our producers in the booth, if someone could just correct me if I'm wrong here. Yeah, the 190 at exit 5. So this is closer to downtown. Cars are moving slowly. The snow is covering the road. There are still tractor trailers on the road. The thing is, this tractor trailer ban was only issued a short time ago. So already there were commuters out and about. Compare that to the last storm when Governor Hochul came out and made that quick announcement saying that if you were traveling as a tractor trailer driver to come do it now ahead of the storm before they closed down, because they didn't want to close the throughways and have all of those tractor trailers on the side roads causing more problems. But here you go. You're still watching these traffic cameras and you're seeing those tractor trailers still on the road.
All right, Glenn, wondering about schools for tomorrow. That is going to be something that we're watching very closely. When we bring Aaron Mankowski back in, we're going to have him run down some of the areas that he thinks might be impacted. Again, this snow band is shifting north, but then it comes back down. And we're expected to get in the city of Buffalo about a foot of snow throughout the next, let's say, day or so, all through the end of today. So it's going to be a significant amount, and we're watching those schools for you.
Doreen, glad you're with us this morning. Thank you for chiming in here. Is the Sabres game still on for this evening, and is the media crew still supposed to go into work? So when we heard from the commissioner of DPW in the city of Buffalo at 6:30 this morning, so now just about 2 hours ago, he told us that they've had no conversations with the Sabres at this point, no update with the Sabres about that game in particular. So at this point, it's still on.
Okay, take a look at this traffic camera right now. This is the 90 right near the 400. These are whiteout conditions. All we can see are headlights barely. And that is a dangerous situation. You can see this car in front appears to be stuck right now, right in the middle of your street. As cars are going by it on the other side. Again, this is right where that snow band is heaviest. So this is what you're up against as you're headed out today. There is no ban for cars right now on the Thruway, just those commercial trucks. But if this is an area that's part of your drive, you want to avoid this. There is still a travel advisory. Keep that in mind for all of Erie County. So that means if you do not have to be on the roads, you should not be on the roads.
Melly just texted me 19 inches and counting in South Buffalo. And good morning to you. She has a question about her daughter's boss trying to make her and her employees come into work today. She works at Family Dollar. The boss claims they're essential because they sell food and they have to come in. Can we clarify what is essential during this storm? Absolutely. Again, there is a driving ban in Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, and the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. That means that there is no driving whatsoever. So if you live in that area, or if your business is in that area, you cannot legally force your employees to come into work. That is against the law. Now, who is considered an essential employee in this case? We just showed you the graphic a little while ago. It is EMS, police, life-saving people, right? Those people who are out and about, those first responders, aviation. Anyone who fits into those categories would be deemed essential in Erie County, and those people would be the ones who are able to travel.
I want to bring up this comment from Matthew right now, who says, I'm a professional driver, and I took the responsibility not to risk anyone's safety this morning. Our weather is way too unpredictable. And I also want to bring up Barb's comment here. She thinks the only way you're going to keep tractor trailers off the Thruway would be to potentially close it to everyone. And we know that right now it is not closed to everyone. It is closed to commercial.
So we're seeing a lot of the criticism now coming in because, you know, again, the state took such action, the county took such action, the city of Buffalo took such action in the storm that we saw on Sunday.
Only days ago.
And so that was Sunday into Monday. We saw the governor pull out all the stops. We saw the warming shelters open. We saw the travel bans in all of Erie County. All of this, no less, ahead of the Bills game. Now here we are. People are back to work. Schools are closed. But the criticism is coming in that they didn't do enough soon enough. That is certainly your opinion, and certainly we're taking that to those officials. Aaron, maybe you can just kind of give us an idea, where is the storm going to wind up going?
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of accidents on the road, especially the 90 near the 400, that area. A number of accidents eastbound and westbound as the snow continues to come down there. Visibilities are reduced. Winds are starting to pick up. So I'm seeing a lot of that from you where the winds are starting to increase, which we said would happen, and visibilities are becoming even more reduced. There's a view of the 90 between the 190 and the 400 on the right shoulder. If you look closely, you can see two pairs of lights. There's two cars that went off the side of the road that, you know, the emergency personnel will try to get to. but you can hardly see a thing with this camera, and that's what you're driving into if you do choose to go out on the road. And we've seen a number of spinouts and a number of accidents that have been very, very close to becoming a lot worse than they actually were. So just watch out if you're on the 90 by the 400. That is a mess. On the radar, the band continues to push northward. Now it's making its way up toward Tonawanda, but the heart of the band is in downtown Buffalo. So travel visibility is greatly reduced here in the metro area with snow rate 2 to 4 inches per hour. The band continues to move northward. Heavy snow right now. Buffalo over toward Clarence. Amherst starting to see the snow. By the Blue Water Tower, you can hardly see a thing. And this band continues to move northward into southern Grand Island, approaching Tonawanda, southern parts of Amherst, over toward Harris Hill and Clarence, the southern edge back near East Aurora, Hamburg, Eden. You folks in Orchard Park, it'll start to clear out where you can start to get some clearing done. But here's that heavy snow. Buffalo, Genesee Street, William Street, over into Pine Hill and Sloan, the northern edge of the band now making its way up toward the 290.
All right, well, we have to take a quick commercial break here as we're working double duty here. Keep going on our stream right now. So if you're watching us on Facebook, we'll stay there. We're going to take a quick commercial break on TV, and we'll be right back in just a minute.
And John, we're going for another hour, so we're going to be on until 10 o'clock this morning. Okay, so we're going to be on with you until 10 o'clock. So we're going to keep this stream going. Obviously, a lot of people wondering here about the state. So I texted a spokesperson for the governor's office to see what's going on here. I asked the question specifically about any update on the storm here from the state, anything about closing the Thruway. Bill wondering, where's the local leaders? Over the weekend, they closed everything down. Now everything's a total mess. Alex, on the other hand, saying, what? You have to blame officials if you are stuck in the 90 in a tractor trailer.
It's so funny because I did get a message from Marilyn. She's saying, why do people need the government to tell them not to drive?
Right.
Listen, I see both sides.
I do too.
You do have to be you have to use common sense when it comes to things.
But on the other hand, this is still unfolding. It's going to be with us all day. So, they're going to have to be reacting to the storm throughout the day.
Commerce is really hard to stop.
Absolutely.
And they did this once already.
Yes.
So that is a problem. That's number one. But number two, people are being forced to come into work.
We're told that they have to go to work even though they can't be forced. And that's stressful.
And so what do? You don't want to disappoint your employer.
Absolutely.
You don't want to, create a problem at work for yourself. But again, if you live in one of these driving ban areas, they cannot force you to come to work. I like this comment here. Can someone call Florida and ask if we can borrow 40 degrees? No kidding, right?
Melly says, thank you, everybody at WKBW. Oh, Aaron Mason, you have an amazing team. Are you making coffee?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I put it in the group text, any snacks?
We've been on the air since 5 o'clock this morning.
No,
so
I need to, at some point,
4:30 for some of us.
Paulette, thank you so much for your coverage. It's very appreciated. Yes, Tara, I understand. The problem is that employers are telling people they have to go to work or lose their job. Here's the thing. Again, if you would have to drive through one of those driving bans, or if your work is in that travel ban right now, they can't tell you to come to work. I understand what they're saying to you. So this might be something that would have to get worked out afterwards. But I mean, the county executive has said they can't tell you, they can't force you to go. All right, stand by. 10 seconds. We're going to join in our television viewers.
Do we have the camera up? There was someone getting out of their car.
We have the 90 and the 400 up.
Is that the same one from before?
Okay, welcome back. It's 8:53 on the start of a Wednesday morning. Glad you're with us for this special winter weather alert edition of Good Morning Buffalo. You are looking live right now at the 90 near the 400. The 90 has a tractor trailer ban, a commercial vehicle ban from Rochester all the way to the Pennsylvania line, and that includes the 190. A lot of you are wondering why the Thruway isn't closed. There are travel bans in certain places this morning, including Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, and the city of Buffalo south of Broadway. We know the Skyway is closed. We also know that the 219 is closed through the town of Boston, West Seneca, and Orchard Park.
We're getting a lot of questions from people about who can leave right now if there is a travel ban in place. The best answer to that is if you don't have to leave, please don't. Those tier 1 essential workers in Erie County defined as police, fire, EMS, public works, utility crews, someone just mentioned, healthcare workers, those required for healthcare facility operations, aviation, and those responding to life-saving and safety needs.
Okay, so why don't we give you an idea quickly, because as we want to let you know also, we're going to be broadcasting live on Channel 7 until 10 o'clock, and we're keeping the stream open for you so that you can ask your questions. But Aaron, give us an idea of what we can expect from now until perhaps the end of the day.
Okay, more lake effect snow, which will be heavy at times. The band will weaken a bit early this afternoon, then strengthen again as we get into this evening. Right now, the heavy snow is here in downtown Buffalo, over toward northern parts of Lancaster, into Clarence, Cheektowaga, now Amherst, parts of Amherst, I should say, and Williamsville, dealing with the heavy snow. So we'll take it to the northern edge of the band, getting close to the 290 in Tonawanda, over toward by the Blue Water Tower. You can hardly see a thing. Harris Hill, Clarence, parts of almost by the 990 right there in Gettsville. Then we head south, Hamburg, Orchard Park, East Aurora. You're on the southern edge of the band. You will catch a break today, which is great news. You can do some digging out as you've been dealing with several feet of snow, and places like Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lackawanna, into Lancaster picked up about 2 feet overnight. Now the heavy snow in Buffalo toward Cheektowaga along the 190, the 90, the 33, Route 62, Genesee Street, William Street, Best Street, up toward Bust-Eye, Elmwood Avenue, the Kensington, all dealing with heavy, heavy snow. The snow is now passed over Hurdle, Kenmore Avenue, Colvin. Now it's making its way up toward, Colvin Avenue. Now it's making its way toward Colvin Boulevard and Sheridan right there. Niagara Falls Boulevard getting some snow too, up into Sweet Home Road, just where the 290 and the 990 merge by UB, the North Campus. Band is going to kind of hang out in this area through around lunchtime, and then shifting back southward around dinner time, back over Buffalo with some heavy snow this evening. Tomorrow morning, the band is south of Buffalo, back into southern Erie County and down to ski country. And then as the morning moves along on Thursday, the band moves back through the metro area with another round of heavy snow. And then late Thursday afternoon, notice the band finally moving northward and coming to an end. So we have to deal with this morning, this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow afternoon.
We've got about a minute left here. Can you just address Ace's question? When will the snow band shift back south?
So after around 11 p.m., it's going back south. So the south towns, extreme southern Erie County, that's tonight after around 11 p.m. You'll be getting more snowfall.
Okay, Patricia's saying there's a very light dusting right now in Amherst, but again, you said that band is headed there and it's going to sit there for a bit.
And again, we've seen this with parts of Lancaster and Hamburg, that your totals will vary quite a bit. Parts of Amherst getting heavy snow, other parts, North Amherst, not seeing much at all right now.
Before we let you go here, Aaron, I want to let you know that we're going to hear from the DOT Commissioner Dominguez coming up in our next hour as we continue our broadcast here on Channel 7 into the 9 o'clock hour. And of course, we're going to keep that stream rolling here on our WKBW Facebook page, because I was asking the governor's spokesperson, many comments coming in asking where the governor is and why she's not said anything about this storm. So we're going to hear specifically from the DOT commissioner.
That's the 190 at exit 5 right now, with the snow coming down heavily here in downtown Buffalo. Visibility is greatly reduced. We have seen some plows, but they go by, and with a snowfall rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour, that snow quickly accumulates once they go through.
All right, so keep in mind, we have a number of those travel bans in effect: Orchard Park, Hamburg, West Seneca, Lancaster, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, City of Buffalo, south of Broadway. We are going to take a quick break. We're staying with you on streaming, and we'll be right back if you're watching on TV.
Okay, so what happens with the Thruway? That is the biggest question here from so many of you, especially, considering what we're seeing on the Thruway. I'm sorry, Ben, say that again?
Coming out to change batteries.
Oh, on my microphone?
Excuse me, Aaron. Can I dig through this really quick?
Sure.
Okay.
What do you mean? Oh, coffee?
Yeah.
I'm okay on batteries, I think.
You're
going to have to fill the coffee pot up actually with water. If you're watching on the live stream, this is a behind the scenes.
If you're watching on the live stream, it doesn't matter if it's breaking news or not. And always. Hi. If you could just fill some water with the pitcher and then make a cup of coffee, that'd be amazing. So the picture is here, and then right behind the curtain, we hid the, I'll show you.
Frozen burritos on the way.
How about one of
Okay,
those?
we got about 30 seconds here.
How
One
many?
of those
30
giant
seconds. We only see the 190,
Yeah,
which is
thank
probably
you,
for the
Aaron.
best because everyone's scrambling back here. But
Do I need,
You can go get a snack.
okay, we got about 10 seconds.
Thank you, Evan.
Evan's about to make his television debut. Sorry, Evan.
Almost.
Here we go. Good morning to you. It is 9 o'clock on the start of a Wednesday morning. You are watching a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. We are once again interrupting live with Kelly and Mark so that we can keep you updated with what's going on in terms of the weather. This morning, there is a travel ban in effect for Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, and the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. You're looking live at the 90 at the 400 right now, whiteout conditions, but in the middle of your screen, right above that red banner, you can see two headlights.
And there's another pair of headlights behind it.
And so is that a disabled
There
car?
are two
It
cars,
appears to be.
and someone did get out of the car when I was watching earlier. Visibility, you'll notice, close to zero. So this is what we're dealing with, a life-threatening situation. If you get stuck and you have to get out of your car, wind chills are below zero. You can hardly see a thing. And now you're dealing with these two disabled vehicles on the 90 by the 400, eastbound and westbound. Both areas, both locations have accidents.
So I want to let you know that in this hour of Good Morning Buffalo, we're going to hear live from the DOT commissioner from the state of New York, Dominguez. She's going to be joining us for a live interview because so many of you have been asking questions of us about why the Thruway has not closed to all traffic. It's only closed right now to commercial vehicles on the 90 from Rochester to the Pennsylvania line to the 190. And we've seen so many people being stuck. We've seen so many people on the side of the road, stuck in ditches, stuck in snowbanks. So where do we go from here, and why wasn't a travel ban issued earlier? Those are questions.
We're going to be asking those questions coming up. You are also our eyes and our ears on the ground today. Samantha says downtown is getting slammed right now. Aaron is watching that on his radar right now.
You can see the darker shades of blue. Those are snow rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour.
And Carol in a really hard hit spot. She lives off Borden near French. A plow just went down her street. Jill, thank you. We appreciate this. She says it's disheartening. We haven't heard from government officials this morning, and the fact they were allowing the Thruway to become a nightmare is very scary. So we have heard from some local government officials, but we are still waiting to hear from the state this morning.
I'm working on it for you.
Yeah. Oh, we're working on it.
And we also heard from the supervisor in the town of Cheektowaga, and we heard from Nate Martin, who is the commissioner of the Department of Public Works in the city of Buffalo. And I asked the question point blank, should this travel ban have been issued earlier? And I'm sorry.
Speaking of travel bans, there's not one in Amherst.
No,
right?
there is not one. I don't think I even
I don't think
mentioned
you said
Amherst. But no, there is no travel ban in Amherst.
There might be later, but as of right now, there's not. But this band is going toward Amherst, and notice it's slowly pushing its way northward. The band now getting up to near to parts of Amherst and Tonawanda, just crossing over Sheridan and moving northward toward the 290 in Amherst. The 290 by the Blue Water Tower, you can hardly see a thing. The 290 by the 190, no issues at the moment.
Okay, so Melly says this reminds me of the 2001 storm where so many people got stuck on the 190. Does that seem familiar to you?
It certainly does, where thankfully schools are closed today.
Yeah.
Because for that storm, did not close schools. We didn't have the social media where you could get the information out as quickly, but a lot of students were stuck in buses during that storm.
You're looking at one of them. We got stuck at our bus transfer back then. I was in high school.
Oh,
at the
yeah,
time.
okay.
We got stuck at
Yeah.
our bus transfer, and
geez.
Oh my goodness.
it does kind of remind you of this. All right,
Okay.
here's a live look right now. Look at the 190 and the 400. So we've got a car that's stuck, and I want you just to consider what the visibility is like here, because if you look at the cars coming at us, you can barely see their headlights until they get a little bit closer.
But if you look on the other side, you can see those tractor trailers still on the 190.
And they're crawling along. In that area, there's an accident eastbound and westbound. So this is the one you're looking at right here. This area has just been a disaster all morning. And now you are stuck on the side of the road with your flashers on, but you have these cars and trucks coming at you. That is a very scary situation. We had two vehicles there. Now we're just down to one. Did see someone get out of their car. Oh, and there it looks like
on the other
some police on the
side.
other side.
Yeah.
To loop around and come back to get you is going to be a while.
Well-
So if you do end up stranded like that, be prepared to have to sit in your car for an extended period of time.
And so this is why those travel bans are in place in those towns and villages, because when you consider, you're putting yourself at risk, but also you're putting the first responders at risk as well. They're trying to clear the roads, and now they have to come and rescue you.
Yeah, and the amount of people who should be on the roads in these bans, it's limited. There are not many folks who have the clearance. So, be patient. And we watch cars like this. It's very, very scary. Janae saying the winds in Cheektowaga are starting to pick up with whiteout conditions. Certainly appreciate that update, because we've been saying all morning the winds would really increase later this morning and especially into this afternoon. Oh, they're trying to move.
Oh, geez.
Oh my goodness. So winds will increase. This snow is very, very light and fluffy. We had Michelle on from South Lancaster earlier, moving the snow with no problems. 2 feet of fluffy snow in Lancaster. That will be blowing around later today, and that means visibilities will be close to zero in spots where the snow is coming down, and you have all this snow that we're dealing with just snowfall rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour.
All right. Again, if you're just watching for the first time, maybe you're watching, usually watch Kelly and Ryan each morning, right? Now we've got this special coverage. I want you to go to our WKBW Facebook page, and that's where you can add in a comment just like Diane saying they should close the Thruway and get those on and off now. We want to hear from you this morning, and that's how you're able to chime in.
Okay, so if you rely on the NFTA's metro system to get around town, there are a number of service changes that you need to be aware of. We're just hearing from the NFTA that the number 1, number 2, 8, 14, 15, 16, 24, 42, 70, 72, 74, and 76 are not running today because of the weather. The Metro Rail is delayed along with the 40 and the 60. Everything else is running as scheduled, but again, a number of service changes because of the weather.
Yeah, really important to keep that in mind too as you're heading out. Now, what we're starting to see, Aaron, you've been mentioning all morning long that this ban was shifting up north. Here's my mom saying snow is starting to fall in Amherst. Nicole saying the same thing, starting to snow there, and somebody else mentioning starting to snow right now in the Kenton area.
Okay, and it's great because we said around 9 o'clock, that's when the Tonawanda, northern Amherst would start to see some of the snow. So the band is, right on schedule. And the band has been following that one model that I like a lot that handled the weekend storm really well, handled our blizzard really well. This one is showing this band is going to get up Buffalo, up toward Amherst, Tonawanda, southern Niagara County, and just kind of hang out there for the rest of the day. So conditions in those areas will be going downhill very quickly. Here's the northern edge of the band. Said it was right near the 290. There you go, from the 190 to the 990, light snow. You head toward the Blue Water Tower. Heavy snow. We also have heavy snow in Clarence. Oh, Clarence Center. Thanks, Nicole, for that update. Certainly appreciate these live updates coming in as we are dealing with that snow as it continues to push northward. Sarah and Grand Island. South Grand Island, you'll have snow. North Grand Island, you're still looking southward, seeing the dark clouds heading toward you.
You know, you mentioned Lancaster in particular, Depew, both where those travel bans are in effect. I want to show you a picture that's just coming into our newsroom from one of our viewers who's in Depew. Take a look at how much snow fell. This is from Heather.
Wow.
Look at, first of all, what's on top of her garbage totes, and then look all around them. There is so much snow that's fallen in this area. So again, Depew and Lancaster both under that travel ban this morning. What are we looking at in terms of snowfall and accumulation, the future for today in terms of Depew and Lancaster?
So Depew, another 1 to 2 feet. Lancaster, North Lancaster could see another foot. South, you'll have lighter amounts. Again, this is kind of one of those storms where you'll have different amounts of snow in your town. So Lancaster, South Lancaster will have lower amounts as the day moves along, but this northern Lancaster will have more snow. Same thing with Clarence, 12 to 24 inches. Buffalo, now as we push toward North Buffalo, Kenmore, Tonawanda, about a foot of accumulation there. We are getting the light snow now in Gettsville as well as that snow continues to move up along the 990. In the heart of the band, snow rates 2 to 4 inches per hour. That's the darker shades of blue from Clarence to Harris Hill, Cheektowaga, back into Buffalo and South Amherst. Closer look showing that snow as it continues to move northward out of the south town. So that's some great news. Orchard Park, Hamburg, you can start to dig out. Hey, the players might have to practice today.
Lauren just texted me that it stopped snowing in Hamburg for now, at least.
Yeah, for now. And you won't get more snow, at least much more snow, until this evening. How much more snow can we expect in South Buffalo? Probably a few more inches, at least, before you start to catch a break in South Buffalo. So
all right.
I got to get a drink. Sorry.
Okay,
guys.
let's,
I've been
you know
talking
what?
since 4:30.
We'll let you go take it or get a drink, and we're going to bring in Adam Campos. He's our reporter who's been kind of keeping an eye on everything for you throughout the morning. He's been in West Seneca. He was in the South Buffalo area. Now he is downtown in the city. And as we said, that's where the snow band is starting to move. So, Adam, you're downtown. Tell us what you're seeing there right now.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Yes, I am downtown. I'm off Elm and North Division. I'm actually outside my apartment. I heard Aaron talk about snacks, and luckily where we were before, we were not very far from my apartment building, so we were able to stop in, get warm, get a few snacks, and now I'm back out here to show you guys. So this main street right here on Elm, I just want to show you guys, past this building right here, that is the main exit when you're coming off of the 190. When you're coming into downtown. You cannot see that right now because of the visibility pushing in. And where I live, here's my apartment building. You can actually see from my apartment, most of the buildings here, right now, they are not in visibility. Actually, we're just getting those alerts on our phone right now.
Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. So everyone getting this alert. Okay, so this is the iPause system that I've been reporting on for so many months now. We just got an alert, an emergency alert, live here with you. New York Emergency Management issuing this alert. Heavy lake effect snow and whiteout conditions occurred overnight and will continue through tonight. Travel is very dangerous, if not impossible. Local travel bans exist, including in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. Do not attempt to travel.
Okay, so that's the alert that's coming out right now. We all got it the exact same time.
Let me explain this to you. So this is one of those things that the mayor had been talking about back in November, how this is how they're going to be communicating with all of us in case of something like this happening. This is part of their snow plan. Now, the county also has its own, but they're working together here to issue this alert so that everyone is in the know. We had one come out over the weekend at 9 o'clock.
This is the second time that we've heard from this.
Actually, it's the third.
Actually, yeah, because we got two over the weekend.
Right.
So now this is the third time that we've had one of these come across. And the first time they were doing it, they gave us an alert that it was actually coming as well. But now here you go. So many people getting that.
Elaine, to your point, it's about time. So here we are. We've been on the air with you since 4:30 this morning. So 5 hours, almost 5 hours later, we're just now getting this first alert. We're also, within the last hour or so, just hearing about the travel ban in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. So when you're looking at the conditions, especially where Adam was, in downtown Buffalo, those whiteout conditions, they're asking you just to stay home. We're going to take a quick break on Channel 7. It's 9:12. The live stream continues on our WKBW Facebook page.
One of my friends. Hi, Mike.
Yep.
Here's what Katie's hoping. No, but who knows? You know what? Glad to have everybody with us here on our live stream this morning. Again, any questions that you have, you let us know. Any information you have about what's happening out your door, you let us know as well. We're trying to check in with some people throughout Western New York in different spots. Again, I just heard from Cruz. Got someone who just passed on coming on live.
Was it?
Molly.
Oh, that's
She's gonna pass. Yeah, we're starting to see that snow up in North Buffalo. We're starting to see it in Amherst as well as things have moved north throughout the morning. Justin says, hey, it's too late right now for an alert. I think everybody knows by now.
So, look, this is why we need to hear from the state. We're going to join in with Adam Campos after this. Stand by for us. Okay, 9:13 on the start of your Wednesday morning. Welcome back to a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. We continue to interrupt live with Kelly and Mark so that we can give you the information as it becomes available to us about what's happening in our community. We want to hear from you. Grab your phone, join the conversation on our WKBW Facebook page. A number of travel bans still in effect this morning, including Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, and the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway.
We're touching base with the people who are in those different areas. I want to let you know the Clarence Highway Superintendent telling me snow's coming down right now. The south end there along the Thruway getting hit really hard. Light snow in the rest of the area. Lancaster, the highway superintendent joined us earlier this morning. They were really getting hammered. They put that travel ban in place in the 6 o'clock hour. Several cars, he says, off the road right now, urging drivers and specifically private plow contractors. We've been hearing that throughout the morning to please stay off the roads because what they want to do is get those main roads plowed so they could get
The
emergency
90 at the
vehicles through.
33, the 90 by the 290, visibility 0.
So I want to go back to downtown Buffalo. Adam Campos is with us this morning. Adam was actually with us when that emergency alert from the city and from the county came in. Adam, good morning to you. Yeah, you were mentioning that alert. So walk us through what happened in downtown Buffalo and what you're seeing there.
So again, good morning, everybody. As I was kind of telling you, so the visibility even in downtown, it's low. It kind of just cleared up just for this quick second, but if you look deep down there, that is the main exit into downtown off of the 190. But it's pretty, right now it just cleared up, but for just a second ago, it was pretty hard to see, and a lot of cars that just came through, they had their emergency blinkers on because of how the visibility is. And this is one of the busiest streets in downtown Buffalo. As I mentioned earlier, I actually live right here in this apartment building, and I see this traffic all the time, and it is usually one of the most packed streets in downtown, and today, nothing. You see a few cars coming through right now, but this is nothing like what it usually is on a typical day. As you can see, this car with their emergency blinkers on. And also, since I live downtown, typically I get a nice skyline view of the skyscrapers in downtown, but right now, Seneca 1 Tower is over there. It is barely visible, and again, most of the other buildings here in downtown are barely visible as well. Just within the last 2 minutes, also this view of the downtown buildings have cleared up. And when I look down Elm Street, if you look all the way down, where that green light is, and you can see that's one of the main, all the way down to the entrance to the 33. And right now, that is not visible. So the conditions in downtown, they've definitely gotten worse over the last hour and a half or so that we have been out here.
You know what's so interesting, Adam? We're getting so many emails coming in. Peter, we appreciate you from Niagara Falls. He's saying sunshine and blue skies in the LaSalle neighborhood of Niagara Falls. We're seeing now snow in Kenmore. We're seeing snow in Tonawanda. But then somebody else weighing in here, sending me a tweet this morning saying North Collins has barely anything, which is, very interesting to me because normally when we see these lake effect storms, it's like the South towns that predominantly get hit.
Yeah, it's the beauty and frustration of lake effect snow. Some of you getting clobbered, others you have blue skies, and that's how we're going to be for the rest of the day as this band continues to slowly inch northward. Here's a look at what we have in downtown Buffalo right now. As we look outside of our studios, the camera looking towards City Hall. It's a good idea. It's a good indication of visibility. Less than a quarter mile here in Buffalo. Now, in Cheektowaga at the airport, it's just looking heavy snow, visibility close to 0, wind chills below 0. So if you do go out and you do get stranded, you have wind chills below 0, and winds will increase throughout the day. But that's live in downtown Buffalo, where you can hardly see a thing. There's that lake band in the corner of your screen. Notice the band continues to move northward. Now North Buffalo, up toward Kenmore, Tonawanda, southern Grand Island, stretching over toward Amherst. The snow is really starting to pick up, getting into North Amherst as well, over toward Clarence. So that's where you have the heaviest snow right now. And good for you folks in Hamburg to get a little sunshine so you can dig out, because you picked up a tremendous, parts of Hamburg picked up a tremendous amount of snow overnight. I was looking at some of the latest snow totals that just came in. Lackawanna, 30 inches of snow overnight. West Seneca, 28 inches. South Buffalo, 22. Orchard Park, 12. Same thing with Hamburg. And then the numbers do decrease quite a bit. But those areas just south of Buffalo, from South Buffalo, Lackawanna, Lancaster, 24 to 30 inches of snowfall. Now that band has pushed further northward, and it's going to hang out Buffalo northward this morning through this afternoon, and then shift back southward as we head into this evening, going back south of Buffalo after around 9 or 10 p.m. We've been watching these cameras. Here's a view of the Thruway at Walden. Hardly see a thing right there as you are crawling along on the Thruway. As you make your way up on the Thruway toward the, that's Walden, so not too far away by the Blue Water Tower. That was socked in snow. You couldn't see anything right there. As you approach the 33 near the 90, it is a mess. Storm, appreciate that. In Gettsville, you're just starting to get some snow. That's what we're hearing. West Amherst, a little snow right now as well. And sunshine in Orchard Park as you're on the back edge of the band. That is great news for you folks in the South Towns.
All right, Aaron, thank you. We are going to stay with you until 10 o'clock this morning. If you're watching us on the stream, stand by. We're going to take a quick break on television, and we'll be right back.
To the producers in the booth, John, is somebody sending the link to the state? Because Matt is saying that her staff is waiting for a link.
Wow.
I'm waiting for an email for her email. So I don't know who organized that, but we just need to make sure that we're getting in touch with them.
I also just put a fantastic video into Slack. If we can turn that around, it's pretty wild.
So Richard, good morning. I'm a truck driver and tried going to work this morning, had to turn around because I knew nothing. So what does that tell you? I mean, realistically, we were on the air when this tractor trailer ban was put in place on the 90. So, it wasn't issued until after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, right.
And, a lot of people, it was too late for them. So this is something that we run into.
Okay, stand by, everybody. We're going to merge our TV viewers back in here.
Okay, 9:20 on the start of your Wednesday morning. Glad you're with us for this special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. We're interrupting live with Kelly and Mark so that we can keep you posted about the weather. You're looking
Here's
live
a perfect
at the
example of
Thruway
why. Yeah, look at that
at Walden
camera.
Avenue, and you can see
And
the
this
roads are snow covered.
Snow is so light and so fluffy, and winds are going to increase. Visibility will be greatly reduced. Snow accumulates very, very quickly. We're looking at snowfall rates 2 to 4 inches per hour. And the band continues to slowly push northward, getting up toward that Erie-Niagara County line later this morning, weakening a bit, and then shifting back southward and strengthening later this afternoon and into this evening.
We should let you know there are travel bans in place right now in a number of areas: the town and village of Orchard Park, the town of Hamburg, the town of West Seneca, the town of Lancaster, the town of Cheektowaga, the city of Lackawanna, the city of Buffalo, south of the city, and that's south of Broadway. Also, Erie County offices are closed today. Buffalo City Hall closed today. We know there are a number of schools that are closed today, and we're also keeping our eye on those school districts for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be trying to dig out from all the snow we get today, and we'll have more snow tomorrow. Again, this warning runs through 7 p.m. on Thursday. So parents, if your kids are home today, pretty good chance they're going to be home again tomorrow. Have a plan, as we could be with school closures, especially Buffalo, Lackawanna, West Seneca areas that picked up a tremendous amount of snow overnight. We'll see more snow again this evening.
I like this model here, Aaron, because what you're doing here is showing us where the band is, where it's going, and how it's kind of shifting up and down over
Edward, I appreciate that. It's exactly why I put that on there. So you go back an hour, notice where the band was, and now where it is. It was south of that band, south of that line on your screen. Now it's northward. We've been talking about that slow push northward up into Grand Island, Tonawanda, even NT. You'll start to see some snow over toward Pendleton. Travel conditions along the 290 going deteriorating very, very quickly. Oh, thanks, Jean. Just said Pendleton, and she said the snow is starting to come down in Pendleton. You'll end up with about 3 to 6 inches of snow in Pendleton before all is said and done. Snow rates about 2 to 4 inches of snow in the heart of the band as it continues to push northward. Heaviest snows now pushing into Amherst over toward Clarence. By the airport, visibility close to 0. And then North Buffalo also with some heavy snow. The southern edge of the band now near Hamburg and Orchard Park, but also getting some breaks in the cloud cover there where you are seeing a little sunshine in Hamburg and OP. South towns, you'll start to dig out today, which is great news. Same thing for Lackawanna. And then Buffalo, though, we still have the snow. Cheektowaga, Best Street, Genesee, the 33 over toward the 290, Elmwood, dealing with heavy snow. And this snow is moving from Kenmore Avenue to Colvin, up toward Sheridan and Brighton, and now over the 290 and making its way right near the Erie-Niagara County line.
So that's exactly what Lindsay is saying. It's now snowing in North Tonawanda. We're going to start to see how much snow in North Tonawanda.
You'll have about 3 to 6 inches of snow in NT, Lindsay, by the time all is said and done. You folks do have a winter weather advisory in effect until 7 p.m. for Niagara County. That's until today. The lake effect snow of warning remains in effect for Erie, Genesee, and Wyoming counties through 7 p.m. tomorrow. For the village of Williamsville, I would say 12 to probably 16 inches of snow before all is said and done. Snowfall rates 2 to 4 inches per hour. It's a great way to determine how much snow you have when you measure the snow against your mailbox. And Christina.
And what mailbox, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And West Seneca, 26 to 28 inches of snow overnight. And check that out. You are now dealing with a mailbox that's buried.
Here's a good question.
Hold on, wait a second. Do you see the person all the way in the middle of that picture?
There's snow blowing.
Yeah, that person looks like an ant.
Sure does.
I mean, that is indicative of how much snow has fallen in West Seneca in such a short time. And not only is it what's fallen in West Seneca overnight into this morning, but also it's fallen since the weekend.
Okay, I do want to get to David's question too, though, because we haven't talked really about the village of Williamsville. We talked about Amherst a lot, and obviously we know the villages within it, but he's wondering if you could specifically tell him how much in the village of Williamsville.
Yeah, 12 to 16 inches of snow.
That's a lot of snow
by
for
the
there.
time, perhaps even more if the band stays over the village of Williamsville. Places like in Amherst, North Amherst might see less than South Amherst, but you're still going to get a lot of snow. Akron, visibility 0. Carolyn, thank you so much for that update. As that snow band now near Akron, Clarence, Newstead, where visibilities are close to 0. Winds will pick up. This snow is so light and fluffy, it's going to whip around with no problems. So travel this afternoon, well, the travel's bad now, but it's going to get worse as we have these bands that are producing the snow and those winds are kicking up. It's going to be very, very difficult to drive in. The 219 still closed, Skyway, of course, closed, and expect a number of more travel issues later today.
Cracking up at Alicia's comment here. She says it's her first winter in Western New York. And she says snow overload.
So this is the 90 near the 400. Now, we had cleared the 2 cars that were there. This is a new one that has gone off the road in that area. So 90, I think this was the camera facing eastbound near the 400, between the 190 and the 400, another accident. That has been a treacherous area all morning. The snow lightening up there, but the winds are picking up, so you still can hardly see a thing.
Okay, so we're keeping an eye on the 90 right near the 400. These are whiteout conditions here, and this is going to continue for some time. That band can continue to shift all morning long. It's also going to affect the afternoon commute, unfortunately, for so many people who are still working today.
The afternoon commute is going to be a disaster. There's the 190 at exit 5. Again, coming through downtown Buffalo. Just a couple of cars on the road right now. A few plows have gone by, but with snow rates about 2 to 4 inches per hour, they go by, and that snow does return very, very quickly. And the heavy snow is going to be in Buffalo, through North Buffalo, up toward Kenmore, Tonawanda, Amherst, the villages of Williamsville, Akron, Clarence, NT, through late this morning into this afternoon.
We're going to talk a little bit more on the other side of this break about what parents need to know if kids are at school in any areas. We're going to take a quick break. We'll stay with you on streaming. We'll be right back.
I love
kids
this.
go to school in any places where the band is coming up now that they need to be thinking about this?
Let's see. NT has schools, but that's a winter weather advisory. A lot of this snow is falling while the kids are at school.
Okay.
I did talk to the...
we should talk about this on the other side of the commercial, too. Just
Sure.
let parents know.
I spoke to a number of different superintendents, the one in Lockport. That band was going to get up near Lockport, but you close school for 3 inches of snow.
Well, they called you today, didn't they?
Yeah.
And what did you tell them?
I said that you could have school. You'll get the kids in, no problem, and then maybe later today. There has to be some. I mean, it's a winter weather advisory. Yeah. It's not going to be upgraded to a warning, most likely. Maybe southern Niagara County, but South Lockport will have more snow than northern parts of Lockport.
Okay.
And our boss, I don't drink coffee, so I got one of those little iced coffee things. So I appreciate it. And where do you put it? You brought me a frozen burrito.
What if I took it?
I would tackle you in a snowbank for it.
Real quick, Samantha wondering what's open, what's closed. So here's where those travel bans are. I'll run them down for you really quick. Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. Commercial vehicle ban on the 90 from Rochester to Pennsylvania. The 190 also has that ban. The Skyway is closed. The 219 is closed through the town of Boston, West Seneca, and Orchard Park. Look, there's the Thruway is still open, but in all reality, you are not going to be able to travel very safely on the Thruway.
But take a look at it. Would you want to be on that right now? And the answer is absolutely not. You would not want to be. Peter says, even though schools in Niagara County are operating, what about teachers and staff who live in Erie County?
That's what I told the Lockport superintendent.
Those affected who could be a close factor. We're going to talk a little bit about schools when we come back from this break, because I did see that Jill was wondering about school again for tomorrow.
Okay.
She was also mentioning there's no snow in Wheatfield, so we can talk a little bit about that. And we can also,
we're going to check in with Eileen Buckley, who's also live for us in the Kenmore, Tonawanda area.
You can also reassure parents too, how you were mentioning.
Yeah, and the school closure, it's a multi-layered impact, and we'll talk about that. Someone hit on that. I tell the superintendents, it's not just your school district, it's where your teachers live.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So how much time until we're back
Like
on?
20 seconds.
Okay.
15.
All right. Snow's really picking up in the north towns. Cool.
Cool.
Well, cool because it's what the forecast was. Not cool because that's my drive later.
Not cool.
Welcome back. It's 9:30 on the start of your Wednesday morning. Thank you so much for joining us for a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. We're keeping you updated about the weather and letting you know what's happening in your community. Aaron Minkowski is here tracking that 7 weather forecast for us, giving us an idea of where that band actually is right now. We're keeping that active radar box up on your screen if you're watching on Channel 7. And we'd love for you to grab your phone, join the conversation on our WKBW Facebook page. Let's go back to that traffic camera if we could. That plow that just passed by. Did you see how much snow it was moving out of the way?
Look at that.
And John, our producer, where is this exactly?
It's got to be the 90, maybe at Walden?
Not hearing from John Thruway
Right.
Walden. There you go.
Look at that.
Good eyes, Aaron.
Thank you.
All right, so right before we went to break, we were talking a little bit about schools because we're getting a number of questions from parents and teachers. Jill is wondering about school again tomorrow. And a couple people were wondering too, if their kids went to school today, will they be okay to get back?
Well, it's going to depend on what district they're in, unfortunately. Let's start with schools for tomorrow. And then my guess would be that most of the schools that are closed today will be closed again tomorrow. Just a tremendous amount of snow that has fallen in some of these areas like Lackawanna, West Seneca, Orchard Park. They got to clear out today with more snow on the way tonight into tomorrow morning. So you have the school closures. And then for schools that are open today, maybe your teachers live in some of these hard-hit areas. They won't be able to get to school as we head into Thursday. So there could be some issues with that. So just want to give you the heads up. If your kids are home today, pretty good chance they're going to be home tomorrow. So give me about 24-hour notice that you want to have a plan for the kids tomorrow. If
Really
you are
quick,
sending them,
Aaron, really quick.
Sure.
To that point, though, the Thruway Authority is now asking drivers to avoid all unnecessary travel. They say it got over 22 inches in just 7 hours. So 9:30 now, they're now asking you to avoid all unnecessary travel on top of issuing that commercial vehicle ban for the 90 from Rochester to Pennsylvania and the 190. So we've been on the air with you.
We've been telling you not to go on it since 4:30
And
this
in theory,
morning. Yeah.
that travel advisory was in place, which does mean no unnecessary travel. So now we just have it reiterated again from the Thruway Authority.
Yeah, and then my phone buzzed too.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, but when you consider the reality, in a travel advisory, it means unnecessary travel should be limited.
Mm-hmm.
If you are listening to that, I would think that few people actually do. Until there's an actual ban in place, people are going to travel. And again, we should issue an alert and an update about where these travel bans are. Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, and the city of Buffalo, south of the city. Auto bureaus closed today.
Yeah, this is
DMV
just coming in from
appointments
the
asked to
county
reschedule.
clerk.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and I mean perspective too, right? Take a look at what we're dealing with here in Western New York. You probably might not have to go to the auto bureau appointment today.
So there's the band of snow. I put that line on the screen so you can see last hour the band was south of that line, and now that band is north of the line. We're saying the band would continue to move slowly northward. It's going to continue its northward movement. As it moves northward, it will weaken a bit. So that is some good news as that band moves northward. It won't be as strong, but still, Buffalo, North Buffalo especially. Now South Buffalo, Lackawanna finally getting a break. Amherst, Clarence, Pembroke, over toward Lancaster, especially central and northern Lancaster. Into Clarence, you have the heavy snow coming down. Tonawanda, Kenmore, Gettsville getting reports the snow is really starting to pick up in intensity. This band now hopped over the 290, making its way through Grand Island, Tonawanda, North Tonawanda, over toward Pendleton with some snow. And then the back edge of the snow near Lackawanna. So that's some good news as you can finally start to dig out south of Buffalo. We have the heavy snow on Elmwood along the 33. You can hardly see a thing. The 90 by the 290 merge. You can hardly see a thing by the Blue Water Tower. And now conditions deteriorating very, very rapidly. You've watched the band go from Kenmore Avenue to Colvin to Sheridan to Brighton past the 290 and now up near the Erie County, Niagara County border. Sweet Home Road near Sweet Home High School, Amherst, back all the way over toward the 190 through Grand Island. Conditions are deteriorating rather rapidly. The band is going to be in this area through around lunchtime, weaken a bit, then shift back a little bit further southward around dinner time, and then south of Buffalo after 11 p.m., back through the south towns overnight, and then back through Buffalo and the metro area late Thursday morning through around noon tomorrow.
You're mentioning Tonawanda, you're mentioning Kenmore, just starting to see that snow start to fall. I want to bring in our 7 News senior reporter, Eileen Buckley, who's standing by live for us this morning. And Eileen, give us an idea of what the conditions are starting to look like in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, hi, Ed. It is snowing here. It wasn't a couple of hours ago. It was clear, and now it's really coming down. I would say visibility is probably less than a mile right now. I am at the corner of Colvin and Argonne in the village of Kenmore. Colvin usually very busy. There are cars going down here, but not as many as you'd normally see. And again, the visibility is pretty bad out here.
All right, Eileen, what are the streets looking like? Have you seen a lot of cars? I mean, you mentioned that maybe not as busy as usual, but how is the driving looking if people are trying to make their way there?
You've got to go slow. It's very snow covered. It looks icy. I haven't driven myself yet, but it does look icy underneath. So, cars usually clip along pretty fast. Right now, they are behind me on Colvin, but you should probably slow down a little bit because I don't think it's really that great underneath. But, here in Kenmore, we do have a pretty good situation with plowing. So, the snow that had fallen over the weekend, they plowed pretty as quickly as possible. But, again, just with the cold temperatures, you just got to be careful and take it easy.
Eileen, in the Tonawandas, give us an idea of the wind, especially because a lot of people were talking about the wind starting to pick up. What are you seeing there?
It's not bad at all right now, I have to say. I don't feel that sharp wind that you normally feel over here coming off the lake. So far, I have not felt that. It just seems like it's just starting to pick up as far as intensity with the snow.
All right, Eileen, thank you for giving us that feet on the ground view right now. Maybe you could keep your camera going for just a second while Aaron Mankowski talks about what's actually coming to Kenmore.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the airport right now with the visibility almost at zero, wind chill of 4 degrees below zero, but the wind around 10 miles per hour. So winds are not that strong right now. They will continue to pick up, but like Eileen said, it's not a big issue at the moment. Big fluffy flakes coming into Kenmore at the moment. This snow will accumulate very rapidly. Then as the winds do pick up, that snow is going to whip around with no issues. So we'll see about a foot or so of snow in Kenmore by the time we get to, say, 9 p.m. And then when you combine those winds, travel will be very, very difficult. That band of snow will continue to slowly push northward and kind of fill in to that area where Eileen is in Kenmore on the radar. Notice the band. Whoop, there we go. This one. From Kenmore to Amherst along the 290. I'm going to have to go check out some of the 290 cameras. Now we're getting into the North Tonawanda area, Grand Island, stretching over toward Pendleton. Southern parts of Niagara County, you'll see several inches of snowfall as this band kind of pushes a little bit further northward, then settles, and then starts to shift southward this afternoon. But Clarence, Harris Hill, the village of Williamsville, northern Cheektowaga, Amherst, Gettsville, your snow is going to start to pile up right now. The southern edge of that snow continues to move northward, allowing the south towns to dig out a bit, but we still have that heavy snow here in Buffalo on the 33 back toward the 90. The airport reporting heavy snow right now, visibility almost zero.
So the city of Buffalo is going to be providing an update about their storm response efforts at noon today. Of course, we'll take that live, both on air and on WKBW.com. We know that there is a travel ban in the city of Buffalo right now, south of Broadway. And Melly has been talking to us all morning long, saying it really hasn't even let up at all in South Buffalo.
Boy, they got hammered overnight and before.
Yeah, they picked up about 24 to 30 inches of snow overnight. A number of locations picked up incredible amounts of snowfall. Places like Lackawanna, South Buffalo, West Seneca in that 20 to 30 inch range. Parts of Hamburg and Orchard Park and East Aurora about a foot. And then, at the airport, a few inches of snow as well. That is another look right there of the 290. Thank you. Between Maine and Sheridan. That is a very snowy spot with the snow coming down rather heavily. Visibility about a quarter of a mile. You get close to the airport, visibility close to zero. So the 290 there at Maine and Sheridan by that blue water tower as you approach it. Greatly reduced visibilities. There's a plow going by a number of plows, which is great. But again, with snowfall 2 to 4 inches per hour, that snow is going to return and accumulate.
7, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to continue the stream on our WKBW Facebook page, Twitter, and Instagram. You can join the conversation. Grab your phone. We'd love to hear from you. It's 9:38. You're watching a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo.
Are you connected to Wi-Fi there?
Yeah.
I just got booted off of it.
Another one.
Oh, really?
Wow.
What's this one say?
Okay, so Well, you gotta love overreactions here after the fact. So, emergency alert coming in from the state. Heavy lake effect snow and whiteout conditions occurred overnight and will continue through tonight. Travel is very dangerous. Bless you. The state has issued a commercial vehicle ban in effect from exit 46 Rochester to the PA state line and the 190 to exit 21. So that's a little bit of new information. All other vehicles, no unnecessary travel. Now, again, this is the second alert that we just got in the
And
last
only you got that one.
half hour or so. Really?
Yeah. I get
So
it.
they geotag too these alerts. Well, there you go.
He's like, I know. Okay, let's see if I can get into
We've got about 30 seconds before we move into our next segment with our TV viewers. Aaron, when we get back on TV, maybe you can address Phil's question. Starting to snow here in Tonawanda. What about tomorrow? Do you think the ban is going to be lifted at all? So if we could address that issue on TV.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. It's 9:40 on the start of a Wednesday morning. You're watching a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo as we continue to update you on the weather. You're looking live at the 290 right now between Maine and Sheridan. You can see the snow falling still, the road snow covered, but plows have made it through. We just got an emergency alert from the state, and I'm sure many of you did too on your phones, saying that there is no unnecessary travel today on the Thruway and that the 190 to exit 21 is closed to commercial vehicles. So those tractor trailers should not be on the 190 at all from exit 21 on down, and that commercial vehicle ban on the 90 continues. A lot of other people getting that alert as we speak.
Still not.
That would be our photographer Garrett in the background getting the alert too. Hey, travel bans right now, of course, in Orchard Park, Hamburg, West Seneca, Lancaster, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, City of Buffalo. Erie County office is closed. Buffalo City Hall closed. Here comes another alert. Was that one on your watch?
So this is the iPause system, and this is what the state, the city, and the county are using to give you those alerts. This was one of the things that the city of Buffalo said that they were planning on doing to help you stay informed when a storm like this is happening. Now, should it have been used way ahead of time like it was the other day over
I'm
the weekend?
guessing the person probably started work at 9. Was like, oh my gosh,
And
I better start sending some stuff out.
Isn't that the problem? Let's take you live to the 190 and the 400.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This area all morning, the 90, between the 190 and the 400. The snow is weakening in that area, but still with the blowing snow, you have whiteouts at times and travel very, very difficult. So we're seeing a number of cars slide off the roads this morning.
Can you quickly, in the next 2 minutes, we've got about 2 minutes here, answer Phil's question for me about Tonawanda, what to expect tomorrow?
Tomorrow, you will have more snow tomorrow, late tomorrow morning, early tomorrow afternoon, before the ban comes to an end. So the warning lasts through 7 p.m. tomorrow. The band will meander a bit across Western New York. Kathy, I appreciate you telling me NT is getting hit right now. I do have the map set to go to the northern edge of the band. So if we exit if we go to the weather computer, you'll see that band now moving northward still. We've been talking about it all morning. There's an arrow on your screen showing last hour the band was south of that. Now it is north of that with the heaviest snow through Grand Island, now passing into NT over toward Rapids, Pendleton, Gettsville, Clarence, Amherst, North Buffalo. Closer look showing that snow into NT right now, right near, say, Wurlitzer Park. Wheatfield, you're right on the fringe. Pendleton, you have that light snow. Northern Grand Island, your snow rate is a lot lower than the snow rate in southern Grand Island. The band south of Buffalo starting to give the south towns a break as it continues to move northward. But here we go. Tonawanda along the 290. You saw the images there. You could hardly see a thing. Back toward by the airport, visibility is close to zero. And we take you street level along Niagara Falls Boulevard, Rui, Nash, Wurlitzer Park, snow. You get into Wheatfield, and your snow is it's coming. It's right there.
For those of you wondering about where the state is on all of this, I'm trying to get some answers. I am trying to get in touch with the spokesperson from the state. We're waiting for the commissioner of the Department of Transportation to join our show here. We've been in touch. I don't know where they are, to be honest with you. But again, the Thruway Authority is saying that there should be no unnecessary travel on the Thruway at all right now. And again, that commercial vehicle ban on the 90 from Rochester to the Pennsylvania state line and the 190 to exit 21.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. Again, avoid any unnecessary travel right now on the Thruway. We're going to be right back in a minute. We'll stay with you on streaming. Boy, I'll tell you what, I lost the internet for a second there.
At the wrong time, right? Oh, okay. Here's something good from the Erie County Water Authority. For those of you who are still watching on our streaming platforms, crews are doing an emergency shutdown in the area of Chestnut Ridge Road between Keff Drive and Bradley in Amherst. The maintenance will disrupt water service to properties in the area, including temporary loss of water.
Here's a great question, actually, Aaron, since we're talking about these colder temperatures. At what temperature, and is now the time that we need to consider like dripping any faucets or anything like that?
It's I mean, we're in the single digits. It depends on your home. Your older homes, you probably want to do that. You'll know more than I would what your home is insulated for.
Okay.
Something.
So, let's say we've had this issue before. We might want to start dripping the water.
1,000,000,000%. You've had this issue before. Get out there. I would, if you can, let that. But most people, in the older homes, that's probably what they want to do. The newer ones, most likely you don't have to. Hey, the Weather Service just issued an update on their winter storm warning, and now have snow could exceed 4 feet in some of the more persistent bands.
Like where? And give us an idea of where that.
Well, you already have 30 inches in Lackawanna.
Mhm.
So by the time we get to 7 p.m. on Thursday when the warning ends, a place like that could see that, basically saying what we've been saying all morning. The highest amounts will be in Erie County, closer to Lakeshore. The band will move north to the north towns and then shift back southward late this afternoon. And okay, all the same stuff we've been saying. 1 to 3 feet, but now they've added perhaps 4.
Abu is wondering when they're going to get a break in Lackawanna.
He's been with us throughout the morning.
Okay, you should be close to getting some lighter snow right now, and then you will get a break later this morning into this afternoon. So it's coming. We have that arrow on the screen of our radar showing the band, moving northward. So you're on the southern fringe of the band right now.
All right, we got about 30 seconds before we're going to rejoin our TV viewers. So if you're watching on the live stream, just stay with us. I'm going to reiterate that Water Authority information once we get back on TV.
John, do you have that video in that I was talking about on the 400? It's in Slack, and then Erin sent a message, and she would put it in for you.
So many errands. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay, welcome back. It's 9:46. You're watching a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo as we continue to update you on the weather. You're looking live at the Thruway at Walden Avenue right now. We're still seeing that disabled car on the right-hand side of your screen.
And still seeing tractor
the
trailers.
left-hand side of your screen.
And then still seeing those tractor trailers on the right-hand side of your screen, who should not be on the Thruway right now.
Okay, so we're just getting some information into the newsroom from the Erie County Water Authority, and I want to make sure that we're relaying this to you because it could affect you and your water service. The Erie County Water Authority says crews are doing an emergency shutdown in the area of Chestnut Ridge Road between Keff Drive and Bradley Lane in the town of Amherst. This maintenance work could disrupt water service to homes, businesses, buildings in the area, including temporary loss of water. So keep that in mind in the area of Keff and Bradley in the town of Amherst. The town of Amherst also seeing some snow starting to fall.
Snow starting to fall there. Also starting to fall in Clarence. The north towns are starting to get hit. Kenmore, Tonawanda, that band is making its way up north.
And the Thruway at Walden and Cheektowaga, the snow is coming down very heavily. The airport reporting visibility close to 0. I'm going through the cameras right now on the 290 by the Blue Water Tower. They're moving the camera around a lot, so there could be an accident. Oh, this is scary when the car tries to move out of where it's stranded. It's fishtailing, and then you've got the truck coming at you. There's a view of the 290 between Maine and Sheridan. We'll go back to this. This is the 90 at Walden. Cars are moving very, very slowly, but with visibility is close to 0. If you are out on the roads, you will. Oh boy, fishtailing and heading out while other cars are coming at you. This is
a nightmare.
This is unfolding in front of, we're all watching this. You know, the cars have their flashers on. I think everyone's going very, very slowly, but you skid off on the road and then you're stuck, and visibilities are close to zero and wind chills are below zero right now.
I just want to reiterate, the Thruway Authority is saying no unnecessary travel on the Thruway. And this is why, because they saw 22 inches of snow in 7 hours. Now, so many of you wondering why in the world the Thruway hasn't been closed. And that's a question that we're trying to get answered. Where is the state? Where is the state to say, close the Thruway?
Right.
This hasn't been done yet.
Needs to step up and come on air with us. Oh gosh, as I'm watching this car and answer some questions.
So we've been trying to get the state to answer these questions from the Thruway Authority, Commissioner Dominguez. We were told that they would be joining us in this hour. Where that person is unclear. And frankly, they have a lot of questions to answer. Let's show you what it looks like in downtown Buffalo this morning.
That's making me very
stressful.
nervous. Yeah.
But this is the unfortunate reality of what we're up against today.
Okay, so here's a look at downtown Buffalo. And we also have, I know, John, this is not the video I was talking about. I don't know if this is the one you meant. There's someone sent me this great video from the 400 that we're going to show you right after this.
This is downtown Buffalo, though.
So this is downtown Buffalo. We're going to show you that other video afterwards. Yeah, Deborah, you're right. This is so dangerous. I mean, these are the conditions in downtown Buffalo. Again, there is not, in theory, a travel ban in downtown Buffalo. It is a travel advisory. So if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be. That travel ban is south of the city.
Okay, so the heaviest snow right now, kind of near North Buffalo, Tonawanda, Kenmore, over toward Amherst. Along the 290, you can hardly see a thing. The 190, especially up near where the 290 merges, that visibility is close to zero. Oh,
here's this video that someone sent me. This is on the 400. I want you guys to watch this tractor trailer.
Can we take it full?
Take a look at this. And when you talk about feeling anxiety and getting nervous when you see things on the road, this was what was the scene on the 400 a little bit earlier today.
even the emergency personnel with those giant tractor trailers are having a tough time getting through this snow.
We're going to take a quick break on TV and continue the stream. We're going to be on with you until 10 o'clock. You're watching a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo.
On the cameras, you can start to see the wind really picking up.
And that's just going to decrease visibility even further.
Yeah, because this snow is super light and fluffy.
Yeah. Oh, all right, everybody. Thank you for joining us today on our live stream, too. Jennifer joining, saying it is just awful right now in the metro area. Shannon saying, keep it in the North Towns for a little while. I can't take much more in West Seneca.
Terrible in Lancaster, though, is what Russell is saying.
It is terrible in Lancaster.
Yeah.
I know we have limited time left. We could try to get the town highway superintendent if we want to in Lancaster. I can see if he could join us again.
How much? But we have another.
Yeah, we only have till 10.
Yeah.
It's up to you. Producer John, let me know. I can see if he wants to join again.
You know, I think we'd probably just stick with like more viewer and weather.
That's kind of what Jeannie is saying. Stay on the air. We don't need to see the regularly scheduled programming. We've got about a minute left. 58 what, John?
26.
Okay. So we are still rocking and rolling with you for another couple of minutes. Though folks are asking us to stay on the air. So let me text the bosses and the powers that may be.
Yeah. Well, the 290 by Maine is, oof.
Isn't it so bizarre how lake effect snow is, where someone's saying, oh, it's sunny and beautiful in Batavia. And I get it. Like yesterday it was sunny at my house, you know?
I'd say the beauty and frustration of lake effect snow, trying to forecast it.
Here's Deshaun saying it finally stopped snowing where he is in South Buffalo right now.
I was very curious about South Buffalo, Lackawanna. West Seneca the snow should be tapering off. The last hour, the band has moved pretty well north.
Well, so the people have spoken, and guess what?
And answered.
We can go on until 11. We can't stay any longer. Apparently, we have to take a break then, but we're with you for another hour now.
Like on TV or the stream?
On TV.
On TV, baby.
All right. At some point, I got to heat up that burrito that Aaron brought me.
All right, 9:52. Welcome back. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo on this snowy Wednesday. We are going to be with you until 11 o'clock this morning, and you are looking live this morning at it looks like the 190, I believe, at exit 5.
This is the camera that we've been checking throughout the morning, and a little bit earlier, it didn't look that bad. Take a look at it now. Even the camera's coated with snow, along with the roads.
You go to the 190 at, say, exit 14. Up by Sheridan Drive. Whoa, what a mess. You can hardly see. Ontario Street's 14. 15 is Sheridan. Visibility close to zero. And some heavy snow now by the not 190, 290 interchange right there. The at the bottom of your screen in the corner, there's that lake effect snow band. Continues to now move northward. We've been talking about this all morning. As the morning moved along, it would push northward. It's going to continue to move northward. Could go another 5 to 10 miles to the north, then stop, then start to retreat back toward the metro area as we get into this afternoon. But it's kind of where the band is going to be for the next several hours. Oh, look at that. That's, is that the
190 and the 290?
Thank you. Okay. Oh, hey, you ask and you shall receive. There's the 190 to 290. Again, visibility close to zero. I know that 190 north, when you take the ramp to get onto the 290 going eastbound, that is always super, super slippery. So, don't be that person sliding off the road right there. The potential is there as the snow is coming down, and wow, the winds are starting to kick up. Visibilities are greatly reduced in that band. That band now across Grand Island and into southern Niagara County. Could move a couple miles more to the north, but this is generally where it's going to be for the next several hours as it brings some heavy snow now north of Buffalo.
This is what I love to see because it's so interesting to me. You put the arrow on the screen of where the band initially was. It's gone south, it's gone north, and now it's way back north again. So it's heading into what looks like southern Niagara County at this point.
Yeah, pretty sharp cutoff though too. You either have the snow in southern Niagara County or you don't. Like in Wheatfield, southern Wheatfield will have snow, but northern parts of Wheatfield will not. Lake effect snow rates 2 to 4 inches per hour. Heaviest snow, Grand Island, Amherst toward Clarence, Pendleton, Rapids, you're starting to get in on that snow as well. NT with the snow, but Wheatfield, right along the boulevards, kind of the cutoff as that snow is right there. Northern Grand Island, you'll have lower snow amounts than southern Grand Island. Then we head south, finally getting a break. OP, Lancaster, East Aurora, Hamburg. And then as we head into the metro area again, I want to show you that snow. Hurdle, Colvin, Sheridan, the 290 along Sweet Home Road, Maple, over toward North French. The snow is coming down at a very good clip.
Diane's question is valid. Will this shift back south?
Yes. So it will shift back southward this evening. Places like South Buffalo, West Seneca, Lackawanna, you will get snow again tonight after around 9 or so, 8. And then the heavier snows kind of south of Buffalo after 11. The snow will be over the south towns for the morning commute on Thursday, which will impact schools again. And then late tomorrow morning and into tomorrow afternoon, the band back through Buffalo, moving north.
I love this question too, because the lake is wide open. It's 40 degrees right now. Will this continue to happen the rest of the winter unless the lake freezes?
Yes. So the lake, actually now it's like 38 degrees, so it just dropped. But next week's a big warm up. So the lake is not going to freeze up. And then we have above normal temperatures as we head toward next week and into February. And then if we get another Arctic blast like this, the lake is wide open. And when you have the lake wide open, we had the parameters like they are for this lake effect snow event. The forecast called for 1 to 3 feet of snow. And that's what we're seeing.
All right, Aaron, we always talk about the radar and then the reality too. And we've been tracking that throughout the morning. All right, Melanie saying, hey, there you go. In West Seneca, it finally stopped snowing there. Heidi now saying it's starting to come down in Amherst. Yep. Lori saying Lockport is getting pounded right now. Molly, the snow is finally letting up in South Cheektowaga. So all of the areas south of the city that we've been seeing get hammered throughout the day, now getting that little bit of a break as things move northward.
Yeah, North Cheektowaga, Amherst. I'm guessing, was it Lori? Lockport. It's got to be South Lockport over toward Pendleton getting some of that snow. There'll be a pretty sharp cutoff in a place like Lockport, where southern Lockport could get 3 to 6 inches of snow. Northern Lockport would not get as much. Snowing lightly in downtown Niagara Falls right now. Yep, you can see the band just jumped up into the falls, mostly along and south of Route 31 up in Niagara County.
Hey, you know what's pretty cool? Patty Thomas is watching us this morning.
Oh.
Say hi to Thurm for us. We appreciate you watching,
He's
Patty.
my all-time favorite Bill. Yeah.
Listen, you can also share with all of your friends this live stream so that they're kept in the know as well. We're going to be on with you until 11 o'clock this morning on Channel 7 and here on this stream. So now is the time. If you've got friends or family in these areas where the snow is now just starting to fall, have them jump on the live stream so that they can actually see what's going on and we can answer their questions.
Yep.
We're going to take a quick break on Channel 7 and we'll be right back at the top of the hour, and we're going to keep the stream going on our WKBW Facebook page. It's 9:58. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo.
Okay, while we're here right now, Chris Joe, I want to check with you. Don't text and drive. I'm in a ditch. Let us know if you actually are in a ditch and you really do need help. And we might be able to make a call for you or have someone who's on here make that call to 911 for you. Maybe you've called already. Please do if you haven't.
Okay. We are learning that the state is heading into some sort of a briefing in the next couple of minutes. Again, we're still waiting to hear from the state where they are and what's going on here. So many questions from you. And I see all the comments coming in. Okay, if the Bills were playing, the governor would be here in full force. The governor is supposed to be in Albany today, according to her public calendar. So what happens next is unclear. Does she now come out here? Does she make some sort of a statement? Where are her commissioners and what is the update? Great questions. Unfortunately, at this point, we don't have the answers. And, we'd love to get some answers for you.
Okay, let's see.
Trying to catch up here.
I know.
Sorry.
So David Scott. Oh, okay. John, do you want to get another guest in?
Can we also take Jeff Russo's video? He had that video on his Twitter, John. And I want to make sure that we're at least showing that.
Okay. I'm going to charge this
I was trying to catch up, but we have 2,600 comments, so it's going to be a slow go. Wow.
Good morning to you. It is 10 o'clock on the start of a Wednesday. We are glad you're with us for a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. We are continuing to keep an eye on the radar this morning, both on air and online. If you are watching on Channel 7, we invite you to be part of the conversation. Grab your cell phone, join the conversation on our WKBW Facebook page. This is where that band is right now at 10 o'clock over Amherst, North Tonawanda, Clarence, Pembroke seeing some snow. Southern Niagara County, it seems, really starting to see that snow.
Yeah, south of 31, you have that snow. Dave, I appreciate the update. 3 to 4 inches in Williamsville. That's the village of Williamsville. You'll end up with about a foot or so of snow, but snow rate coming down at a pretty good clip. So thanks for the update. NT, Amherst, Clarence, Williamsville, over toward Rapids. As we get into Pendleton, picking up that snow right now. 2 to 4 inches per hour as that band continues to slowly push northward. Southern Niagara County, you will get that snow. You'll have about 3 to 6 inches of accumulation, mostly south of 31, closer to the Erie County line. That's where your totals will be higher. That band now pushing into NT, Grand Island, Niagara Falls with some light snow. Wheatfield, the snow band just hopped over Niagara Falls Boulevard. The 290, you can hardly see a thing. The 990 is going to be very, very treacherous. The 990, when these winds come out of the west, that's a kind of a north-south road. It makes for very, very difficult drive on that one. Same thing with the 190 through Grand Island and along the river. We have some clearing south of Buffalo. Great news. East Aurora, Orchard Park, West Seneca, some parts of Lancaster over toward Lackawanna. Seeing a little sunshine so you can dig out as this band will be north of you for the rest of the day. But Elmwood, Hurdle, Colvin, Sheridan, the 290, Niagara Falls Boulevard, Nash, Thruway, and NT over toward North French in Amherst, Sweet Home Road, snow-covered, slippery, winds will increase. Travel is going to go downhill as the morning moves along.
A couple of things I want to let you know, too. The city of Buffalo going to provide us another update, we know, at noon. And then this just came out as well, that there is a code blue in the city of Buffalo overnight, which we can imagine is going to be so cold.
Yeah, wind chills are below zero. We've been looking at the traffic cams. If you do get stuck, it's a scary situation because if you had to get out of your car, wind chills are below zero and winds are going to kick up as the day moves along.
So they are going to open 2 overnight shelters, one at Genesee Street, one at the Salvation Army on Main Street. But here's something to keep in mind. There's a daytime warming center that's going to be open at 586 Genesee Street. That's the same one that's going to be open overnight.
So that's in addition to the 3 shelters that have been set up by the city that are also open. You were also talking about sunshine south of the city or in South Buffalo.
Yes.
Here's where the radar meets reality. Melly texting me once again. We heard from her a couple of hours ago at this point, and she was showing us how bad the snow was in South Buffalo. Now she's saying that there's sunshine.
Okay, great.
Now look at what happens in downtown Buffalo. Jeff Russo tweeting this video just moments ago, showing you what it looks like on the roads in South Buffalo, and it is nearly impossible to see far in front of you. At what point do we qualify this as a blizzard? What are the standards that we need to meet?
So winds of 35 miles per hour or greater, all this has to occur for 3 hours or more, visibility less than a quarter of a mile. You do not need snow. You need the blowing snow and the reduced visibilities. We do have the snow and we do have the reduced visibilities later today. Winds will get close to 35 miles per hour. So we won't really have the blizzard standards, but you will have whiteout conditions. This all has to last for 3 hours or more. So I don't think we'll qualify for that. However, we will still have the lake effect snow warning in effect. And if you're in that band, it will weaken a bit as we get toward lunchtime, but it will strengthen again as we get toward late this afternoon, and it shifts back southward. And I can't think of a better word, but pummels Buffalo and South Buffalo again as we get into
It's
tonight.
accurate. That's an accurate word.
So I love Nikki's Twitter picture. It's Josh Allen, but now asking about the
Do
Sabres.
you think it's secretly Josh Allen? What
I
if
don't
you're
know.
No.
Maybe.
I go by Nikki.
Asking about the Sabres game being played. And we heard from the city of Buffalo at 6:30 this morning. That question specifically was asked, and they had, at that point, not had a conversation about it. What are your thoughts now?
Okay, so if there were to be a travel ban for the city of Buffalo, I can't imagine the game going off. However, there have been a number of games played in lake effect snow warnings and when there's been warnings for the Sabres. It's very, very difficult. A lot of moving parts to move a professional sporting event, like we saw with the Bills
No
game.
kidding.
Right.
So and I believe the Blackhawks did make it into town.
Did or did not?
Did.
Okay.
So if they're here,
If you're watching right now and you're one of the
Drop us a
Blackhawks,
line.
yeah.
tune in.
A lot of people also have been asking about Shays overnight. We have reached out to Shays as well because they have a show tonight, Girl from the North Country. So we will let you know as soon as we hear anything from them.
Yeah, but so if the other team is in town, a lot of times they will play that game, and then Terry Pagula and the Sabres will figure out a way to keep you home as a season ticket holder, as a ticket holder, and maybe you get reimbursed for that.
It looks like there's another crash this morning on the 190 at exit 8 southbound. And
that's right by the Peace Bridge. Huh?
Yeah. I don't know if we could take a camera down there to see what the conditions look like. But again, 190 southbound near exit 8. Grace wondering, Niagara Falls School District is basically the only school district open in Western New York. You've spoken with some superintendents. What has your conversations been, Aaron?
Okay, all of them in Niagara County are open. Just the Erie County ones are closed, especially in the warning area. There's a winter weather advisory for Niagara County, Niagara Falls. You're only going to get a couple inches of snow. I think in this area, we have to be able to handle a couple of inches of accumulation. You had no problems getting into school. This band will be near Niagara County, southern parts of central Niagara County through early afternoon, then shift back southward. So, kids, it's cold out. Wind chills are close to 0 up in the north towns. But, I did speak to superintendents, and I said the biggest issue would be teachers who live in Erie County, especially. So you have a number of teachers who live in Hamburg and Orchard Park and West Seneca who can't get to where they need to be as far as the schools are concerned. But later this afternoon, I think it'll be okay. If we were to close schools for winter weather advisories, we would never have school during the winter time. So at some point, you as a parent, you do use your better judgment. If you don't want your child to go to school, then you keep them home. But as far as closing the schools for the weather up in the north towns today, the ones I spoke to, especially Lockport, Niagara Falls, and say Newfane, you shouldn't have to, there wasn't a need to close.
Okay, so this is the 190 in that
Look at
area.
the camera bouncing
Look
around.
at somebody walking on the
Oh my
Thruway.
goodness, look at that truck.
Don't.
Oh,
it's so scary.
Okay, this is one of those precarious live moments on television. And this is the area where I just told you that there was that crash.
Oh gosh!
I
Look at
I'm at
another
a
car
loss.
just going around and losing control.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Okay. So again,
This is all happening as we're watching. Sorry.
we're watching this in real time right now, and you can see exactly.
And this is a scary spot because, like I just mentioned, with the 190 southbound here up through Grand Island and the 990, they are north-south roads. You have that wind going west, southwesterly, picking up the snow now and moving it over those areas, and it is very, very difficult to see.
Okay. Hold on a second. John is talking to us across the room here. So,
John.
Okay.
I'm going to step out then. I'm going to call BEN and give them an update while you guys talk to them.
Okay.
So we are waiting for the commissioner of the New York State Department, the Thruway Authority. I'm sorry. A lot of departments going through my head. We're waiting for the commissioner of the DOT to give us a call. She's going to call into my cell phone. So I'm going to just put her on speakerphone so that you can all hear the conversation.
In the meantime, let's just.
Oh, look at the ambulance that just pulled up
I know.
too.
So we're looking at this together. If God forbid you do get stuck in your car, please, they say the safest thing to do is not get out of it. Ed, you were mentioning before, at one point people were looking for someone who may have gotten out of a car, and it's just as safe as at least you have some protection around you, right? If you stay in your car.
So again, the Thruway Authority is saying that there is to be no unnecessary travel on the Thruway until further notice. We know that commercial vehicle ban is in place on the 90 between Rochester and the Pennsylvania line, in addition to the 190 to exit 21.
Pamela, a ton of Evans plow just came through our neighborhood in the town of Hamburg, Blaisdell. Neighbors are now helping neighbors. Co-bills.
So, okay, look at the 190 and look at the way the camera is bouncing. That means that there's a lot of wind out there. So it's windy, it's cold, and you really can't see very far because that wind is whipping up all of the snow, creating those whiteout conditions. This is why they're saying that they don't want anyone on the roads this morning, on the Thruway especially, because of the conditions. And they were saying that they got about 22 inches of snow in 7 hours. So without having closed the Thruway early, without having, closed the gates or anything, this is the reality of what we faced this morning.
Just a quick reminder from Chris Joe, clearing your exhaust vents around the house for possible CO poisoning. Very important, keeping all of these safety measures in mind. Chris Joe saying had to turn the car off. Now, Chris, were you stuck in that ditch? I think you were telling us that before. Let us know exactly where and if you've called 911 yet.
Jacqueline says,
he says he's safe now.
She
Okay,
wonders who made the ban in Buffalo. Begins at Broadway going south. Don't let the neglect of the east side happen again. People northeast of Broadway are snowed in too. I'm in the arena. What's going on, you guys? Okay.
Okay, so we've got our producer, John, is coming in, and one of our reporters is coming in.
Okay,
as well.
so who am I speaking with here? Oh, good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
How are you?
Good. Okay, we are live on the air here, Commissioner, and we appreciate your time here, and we appreciate you speaking with us live on the air. We are watching live cameras here on the 190 especially, and we've seen live cameras with the 90 as well, and there are tractor trailers that are still on the Thruway. Can you give us an update about the Thruway Authority's ban of commercial vehicles on the Thruway?
Yes, there is a commercial truck ban on the Thruway that is in place right now from exit 46 to the Pennsylvania state line, and that includes a portion of the 190. And so what we're trying to do right now is work with state police and the Thruway Authority. They are out there enforcing and making sure that tractor trailers abide by that truck ban.
Okay, Commissioner Dominguez, you are in charge of the DOT and in charge of the Thruway.
No, just the DOT.
Okay, just the DOT. That's fine. I appreciate you. When it comes to a travel ban, why wasn't this travel ban issued earlier?
So the ban has, with every storm, the ban shifted. And the long and the short of it is that we do have travel bans in place now in areas south of Broadway, in South Buffalo, to include Kaisertown, Lovejoy, Old First Ward, and certainly the bans that were in effect earlier this morning in Lackawanna, Cheektowaga, Lancaster, West Seneca, Orchard Park, and Hamburg remain in effect. And all of that gives us time, as well as the county and the city, to help clear roads and make sure that people can, if they're out and about, they can get home safely.
Okay, well, let's talk about the people who are out and about right now. What do we need to know? And I understand that the ban has shifted, but how do we make these decisions ahead of time to make sure we don't have people getting out into this weather and then getting stuck, as you're saying, state police are now out trying to help?
Right. We have, with every storm, like I said, it's slightly different, but the bottom line is we do everything we can to anticipate what the weather's going to be, where these bans are going to set up. And lake effect is, as you all know better than anybody, a very unique creature. But with that, we try to do everything we can to coordinate with the city and the county on how those bans are going to come into place, whether that's on the Thruway or on the local road system.
Commissioner, I wonder, because there was so much coordination over the weekend when we saw all of those travel bans, especially in Erie County, why wasn't the same thing done here for this storm?
It has. We've been in constant coordination, I can tell you, all through the overnight hours with the county and the city.
Can you elaborate on that? What is that coordination? Because we didn't see a travel ban in South Buffalo until late in the morning. We just saw a couple of alerts come through from the state and that iPause system. Is this too much, too late?
I think that we're doing, the level of coordination has occurred directly with the county and the city and the state. Just like you saw the iPause and the emergency alert systems go out this morning, we did the same thing over the weekend. We're trying to make sure that we communicate across the board with as many people as possible as all of these traffic restrictions go into place.
Now, I understand the Thruway isn't under your jurisdiction, but I have to imagine you've been in some sort of conversation with the people who are operating the Thruway, running the Thruway. Is there conversation about shutting down the Thruway to everyday drivers, not just those commercial trucks? And when might we hear some information about that?
So what we're looking at doing is making sure that people can move safely. And right now the Thruway is plowing very aggressively. They, like state DOT, we surged resources in additional resources. So all the resources that we had, plows and people that we surged into the city for last weekend's event, we added to them. So state DOT added an additional 25 plows, an additional 80 personnel. The Thruway has done the same. So bottom line is the state and the Thruway are trying to do everything they can to keep up with the snow to make sure that people can actually move through safely.
So is there any conversation about actually closing the Thruway at this point to regular traffic?
The Thruway, we're in conversation with the Thruway, the county, and the city right now on all the current travel conditions. We've got additional calls now scheduled in the coming minutes here, and I'm going to actually have to jump to get on that call. But wanting to make sure that people can get home safely over the course of the afternoon.
Well, okay, so I before we let you go, and I just want to press you on this, Commissioner, because I think it's really important that we answer the questions of the viewers here that we've got on TV.
And this is their number one question this morning.
Right, why wasn't the Thruway closed to vehicular traffic? Why was the commercial ban put in place so late? And what is being done now for the afternoon commute?
We're looking at the afternoon commute right now, and you should hear some messaging on that in a few short minutes.
And in terms of closures, Commissioner, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of your conversations about closures, what are you expecting this afternoon? Will the Thruway at any point close?
We'll look at the current conditions. We do look at, there's going to be an additional snowfall expected this afternoon, going through the afternoon. The concern that we have is that we're going to be seeing the winds are going to be picking up between 3 and 6 p.m. So that's our biggest concern, and that's what we'll be addressing in our messaging here in a few short minutes.
Okay, so in the next few minutes or so, we're expecting to hear more information about what might happen, especially for the afternoon commute, because we're actually looking live right now. Say we're watching the 290 in Delaware. I mean, these are snow-covered roads, so we just want to make sure we're asking the questions that our viewers want to hear, that there is the potential that we would see at least the Thruway possibly close this afternoon.
What we're looking at is to make sure that we take a look at the entire system, certainly from the state perspective, but do that in coordination with the county and the city, recognizing that this afternoon the weather conditions are going to increase again, certainly in terms of wind speed and snowfall rates are going to continue.
Look,
so out of mind, we'll do everything we can to make sure everybody stays safe, and that includes restrictions on the roadways, and look for additional messaging here within the hour.
Commissioner, I want to just kind of put this into layman's terms. If you were in the position to close the Thruway, would you do that right now?
I can't speak for the Thruway, but I will tell you that we do everything in coordination, because once you have an effect on one significant piece of roadway, we all know that it impacts every other piece of transportation infrastructure, which is why the level of coordination that we do. If you close the Thruway, you know the ripple effect that goes, trucks and commercial traffic, as well as passenger traffic, go immediately onto the local roadway system. So part of what we tried to do this weekend was coordinate all that, and that's exactly what we've been doing today with this unexpected but significant snowfall that we've seen in the overnight hours, and then preparing for the afternoon rush.
Commissioner, I just want to, before we go to break,
I'm going to have to go. I apologize. Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
And I appreciate the opportunity to join you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You know, Commissioner Dominguez talking about how this was unexpected. This wasn't unexpected.
Right.
We had been talking about this, and you know, it's so interesting. Of course they have to go, and of course they have to make sure that they are on another phone call, and that's fine. But our leaders knew about this over the weekend.
Right.
Our leaders knew about this while we were on the air with you on Sunday morning talking about this.
Sunday morning, and then how about yesterday when we were saying there's another foot of snow expected for most areas, 1 to 3 feet for most areas across Western New York.
You know, where these administrators, these commissioners come off saying that this was unexpected when we now have state-of-the-art equipment in Albany predicting minute by minute how these storms are going to impact all of us is unbelievable.
All right, so we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with you. If you're on the stream, we're staying with you. Our television viewers, we're taking a break, and we're coming back after that.
So we're going to take a 3-minute break on TV. You know, it's so interesting, and you can join the conversation. You heard with us in real time, frankly, a lack of answers.
Right. And I think people realize that, too.
Right. So, look, on one hand, government can say, you know, we're keeping you safe and close and create bans and be criticized for that. On the other hand, it's personal responsibility. You know, if you don't feel safe going out, don't go out. I mean, I see both sides here. I just don't understand how they can say that there was such a level of coordination between all facets of government when we saw those iPause messaging system messages come out so late in the morning, when on Sunday they came out so early. They came out even on Saturday morning.
Well, and then especially to see travel bans put in place in different areas by 6 o'clock this morning or in the overnight hours. And then to see that we're still waiting to hear from some areas that potentially will put something.
People wondering, where is the governor? The governor's in Albany. The governor on her public schedule was in Albany. We should also point out the mayor is going to be speaking at noon, or at least the DPW crews are going to be speaking at noon. Unclear if the mayor will be involved in that. But we'll carry that live for you both on air and online.
Well, and let's also keep in mind here, we were on throughout the morning commute, which is when we saw the most cars going out on the road, right? People maybe trying to get to work. We have an afternoon commute that's coming up as well. And that's what we need to start really focusing on. And it sounds like that's what their attention is going to be focused on now. Should have been focused a little bit earlier. That's the question.
Okay, so you're looking live at the 190 at exit 8. This is Niagara Street. That tractor trailer is still there. We see plows going by. The tractor trailer ban is in place through exit 21 on the 190. Alicia, thank you so much. Excellent questions, making sure our local leaders answer if they knew why they take so long. Right? Like, that's my question. That is genuinely my question. We had all of this ready to go on Sunday, and now all of a sudden today, it's like, oh, what storm?
Yeah, unexpected. Mary says, how can she say unexpected when all the conversation was taking place?
The woman we just had, Commissioner Dominguez. We should let you know that the Peace Bridge is closed to U.S. inbound trucks until further notice as well. You're looking live at the Peace Bridge here.
Are we on a commercial?
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at 10:22 on the start of your Wednesday morning. We're doing this special edition right now of Good Morning Buffalo. We've been staying live with you throughout the morning to make sure you have the very latest when it comes to what is happening in Western New York. You're looking live right now at the Peace Bridge this morning, and here's why. There's, again, that commercial ban we know on the 90 from exit 46, which is near Rochester, all the way to the Pennsylvania line. And now the Peace Bridge, U.S. bound, is closed to U.S. bound trucks until further notice.
You just heard from Commissioner Marie Dominguez, who is the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation. She doesn't speak for the Thruway, but works very closely with the Thruway Authority. And what you heard was a complete lack of answers. We wondered, as many of you were, about Thruway closing because we know that there is a commercial vehicle ban on the Thruway right now from on the 90 from Rochester to the Pennsylvania line and the 190 to exit 21. We were asking the questions, why wasn't that commercial vehicle ban issued earlier? We were on the air with you at 4:30 this morning, and it was probably about in the 6 o'clock hour that travel ban was issued for commercial travel. Why wasn't that done earlier? We asked the question. Well, they are responding. They are doing everything that they can to help and mitigate circumstances based on where that ban is going. And what she said was frankly unbelievable, that this storm was unexpected.
Right. Now, again, important to point out, she does not speak for the Thruway Authority, so we can't ask her, is it going to be closed? We did ask her in her position, which she has a lot of experience to be in that position, would she close the Thruway? And she declined to answer.
So when you hear somebody from New York State say that this storm was unexpected, your mind is blown, because the governor has just instituted this state-of-the-art facility in Albany where they are supposed to be able to track and realize the severity of a storm before it hits real time. And it does not appear, based on what the commissioner of the DOT says, that was done.
Well, it does sound right now like they're having those conversations, because we keep talking about how we have an afternoon commute happening. I mean, we are looking live right now at the roads, and you're still seeing
That's the
cars
190
driving.
to the 290.
You're still seeing cars driving. We're still seeing tractor trailers driving.
Yeah.
So Aaron Mankowski's with us. He's been tracking this throughout the morning. Aaron, let's talk about this snow ban right now. Answer the questions that people need to know as far as their rest of their afternoon today.
Oh, it's snowing?
Oh, it's unexpected too.
You know, the warning called for 1 to 3 feet of snow, I'm just going to say. And Edward, I do appreciate you asking the hard questions, you too, Katie, and you know, saying, hey, we did let you know what was going on. As we're checking out the radar right now, I have that line on the screen. Notice the heaviest snow is just south of that line, now inching northward. The band is may move north another mile or two, but that's about as far north as it's going to go, stretching from Niagara Falls over toward Lockport, mostly south of Route 31, and then Buffalo over toward the 90, toward Batavia. North of that, that's where you have the heavy snow. In that snow band, 2 to 4 inches per hour. The band now making its way into North Tonawanda, near Wheatfield, Niagara Falls with some light snow, again over toward Lockport, South Lockport, the snow come down a pretty good clip. Same thing with Pendleton, Gettsville, the southern edge of that snow band now through Cheektowaga and Clarence. Finally, Lackawanna, Elma, Marilla, you folks can dig out a bit. The snow piling up though, Grand Island, Kenmore, Tonawanda, NT into Amherst along Sweet Home Road, the Boulevard, Colvin, Kenmore Avenue along the 190, the 290, Nash Road, and then you make your way through Grand Island, like I mentioned. Those north-south roads with that wind whipping from the west will visibilities will greatly deteriorate. East Robinson, North French, along the Boulevard, hardly see a thing right now. We took a closer look into Amherst by the North Campus. There's Sweet Home, Willow Green, Evergreen Drive, that Boulevard 290 area. Oh, what a mess right now as that band is going to kind of hang out in this area through around lunchtime. And then notice it shifts back southward as we get toward the afternoon commute, and then strengthening a bit, shifting further south after around 11. And then as we head toward tonight, the band is south of Buffalo. Not good news for Hamburg, Orchard Park, South Buffalo, West Seneca. And then the band moves back north, late morning commute, and then further north Thursday afternoon, finally coming to an end. Remember, this warning, which was issued a long time ago, is in effect through 7 p.m. on Thursday.
All right, hang with us on our streaming. We're going to take a quick break on TV. We'll be back shortly. Now, here's an interesting point that Dave has, and he's not wrong here, because this is what happened during the blizzard. You shut down the Thruway, and everyone gets stuck on that alternate routes. That's what happened in Newstead, Clarence, and the area.
But here is what happened on Sunday. They shut down.
You think about it ahead of time.
Exactly.
That's what you have to do. You have to think about it ahead of time. And Dave, you're not wrong that is exactly what happened during the blizzard. And I spoke to a number of people in Newstead, spoke to the emergency manager there, spoke to the snowmobile groups that were out helping rescue people. And that is what happened. People got off the Thruway because of the ban, and then they got stuck there. But that's why we have to be thinking.
But definitely one of the cards in the political handbook is, when in doubt, blame the forecast.
Right. Really.
So I'm kind of numb to this. I see it all the time. Yeah.
We were on the air with you on Sunday morning, and we were asking all of these officials that we had, okay, what are you doing to prepare? What are you doing to get ready? They all knew about the storm, but all of a sudden the commissioner of the DOT says this is unexpected.
I remember my huge graphic that said round 2
Right.
on the way.
And yesterday, all day yesterday, we were telling people 1 to 3 feet of snow on the way, starting, today through Thursday.
Yeah, because the warning started yesterday at 1 p.m. Watching the Agri Street, that tractor trailer still on the right shoulder, 190 south by
Here,
Niagara
we've got
Street.
this one right here. There. That's it.
Yeah, and then we saw the person get out of the car.
Yep. I think it was a tractor trailer driver, maybe, because it looked like he went back in. It was hard
Okay,
to tell,
good. Oh, boy.
obviously.
Schools took it seriously. Yeah, right. I mean, we saw schools closing yesterday.
I had a number of superintendents be texting me yesterday, are we closing? And my answer was very short. Yes.
Yes.
You don't have to overthink this one. You have 1 to 3 feet of snow. What we don't want is what happened in 2001, where those kids get stuck in the buses. So that's why they
Remember
were
what
very
happened in West
preemptive in
Seneca?
closing. What's that?
West Seneca too.
Yeah.
Stand by. We've got about 10 seconds. I know, I'm cold.
Can we flip that switch? Here we are, everybody, 10:30 on your Wednesday morning as we continue to follow this winter weather for you. A special edition this morning of Good Morning Buffalo as we're keeping our eyes on the roads and to the skies for you. Ed's fired up this morning.
You know what? And I think rightly so. And
I agree.
I think you speak for a lot of us, Edward.
We just heard from the New York State Department of Transportation Commissioner, one of Governor Hochul's commissioners. And Governor Hochul, by the way, is in Albany this morning. We haven't heard anything from the state, anything from her office about this storm.
She just tweeted, but just really what Mark Poloncarz had tweeted, just the areas that are travel advisories, travel bans, telling people to monitor the forecasts.
But we did just hear from the commissioner of the Department of Transportation. We asked the question, would you close the Thruway if you were in the position to do so? She wouldn't answer.
Right, and we
Look
said
at
to her,
the camera bouncing around.
okay, we understand
Fair.
she's not responsible
Right.
for the Thruway. Okay, we understand that. But, I asked her, all of these organizations work together. Yes, they have. But then she wouldn't go on to elaborate about what those conversations would be. She did tell us to expect an update within the next hour.
And here's state bureaucracy at its finest. One department doesn't speak for the other, but there's a level of coordination that they can't speak to. And so when you hear that this was an unexpected storm, in her words, not mine, not yours, hers, the commissioner of the New York State Department of Transportation said this was an unexpected storm. It is impossible for us to go on saying
It's impossible to agree with that.
Right.
Let's say that.
Well, because it doesn't make sense.
Because yesterday, earlier this week, Sunday, we were live on air with you, right? Getting you through that first storm. And then yesterday, as we were telling you about this storm coming that day, and then yesterday we were really hammering home 1 to 3 feet of snow for most of Western New York. Aaron was tracking it for you. So it was not unexpected.
It's not a hit job on the commissioner. Mike is saying she did not know the storm was coming. She said it was unexpected. And that's verbatim what she said. We have to make sure that we are keeping each other safe here. And the travel advisory is in place right now on the Thruway until further notice, meaning no unnecessary travel. There's also that commercial vehicle ban on the Thruway from Rochester to the Pennsylvania line and the 190 to exit 21.
You know what, John? Let's pull up that one traffic camera that we've been keeping an eye on where that tractor trailer is stuck so we can show
Yeah, I
people
like this
exactly
camera.
why we do have that ban right now for those commercial vehicles. Meantime, there are those travel bans. And if you're in these areas, you know why. The Village of Orchard Park, town of Hamburg, town of West Seneca, town of Lancaster, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, city of Buffalo, in the southern portion of the city. So we're talking south of Broadway. There's a travel ban there. And here's the 190 at exit 8. We checked in with this camera a lot earlier in the morning when that ban was south of the city, and it didn't look bad at all. Now take a look at what these roads are like and see that tractor trailer that's stuck on the side of the road.
And notice the camera bouncing around as the winds are starting to increase. Winds were not an issue this morning. That is changing as the winds are going to continue to increase. And this afternoon, winds will gust around 30 to 40 miles per hour. This snow is so light and so fluffy that it's going to blow around with no problems. Right now at the airport, we have visibility of about a half mile. Winds gusting now 26 miles per hour. Last hour, winds were 9 miles per hour. So now they are really starting to increase. Moderate snow coming down at the airport. You have that heavy snow. Whoop, where do we just bounce to?
This is this is exit 53.
Okay. Several cars.
Oh,
The Thruway. So that is the exit 53. So that's the 90, 190 by the 400. And you have the tow truck there getting the cars out of the ditch. We've seen several cars go out there. Good news, you can actually see them now. From our camera earlier, you could not because that band has pushed northward. Now, let me get you updated on where the band is and where it is going. The heavy snow right now to the north of Buffalo across northern Erie County and into southwestern Niagara County at the moment. Some of that snow stretching up toward Niagara Falls and Lockport, mostly south of 31. But in the band, still snow rates of 2 to 4 inches per hour. Last hour, in 34 minutes, guys, we had 3 inches of snow accumulate at the airport. That's how heavily the snow is coming down in some areas. Amherst along the 290, up toward along the 990, North Tonawanda. I draw that line really 31 southward from Niagara Falls to Lockport southward. That's where the snow is. That's about as far north as the band is going to get. Winter weather advisory for Niagara County for about 3 to 6 inches of snow in southern Niagara County. Amherst, North Buffalo, over toward Clarence, northern parts of Cheektowaga. That's where you have the heavy snow. Along the 290, the 190 by where the 290 meets Grand Island, NT, along East Robinson, over toward Sweet Home, North French, Niagara Falls Boulevard. You're dealing with the heavy snow at the moment.
Okay, so let's talk about the afternoon commute here, because obviously there are a lot of people who are at work. We see what it looks like on the Thruway, Aaron, and we were just talking during the commercial break about what happened in West Seneca several years ago when all of those kids who were in school got stuck on the buses, had to stay in school perhaps overnight in some cases.
Katie was on one of the buses.
Not that one. Katie's a little bit older than that. No,
Right,
I'm just kidding. If only. I got stuck in 2001, though. I mean, this is a story that we've seen years after years.
And it's something I was working here. I remember I had to walk into work because of that storm.
Yeah.
And then we, dealt with parents calling, looking for their children. It was very, very scary because I just had we just had our youngest and our oldest rather, and feeling for those parents. It's something I'll never forget. And you don't want that situation to play out, which is why they were very, very smart to cancel all the schools. Every superintendent in Erie County who asked me yesterday if they should close, I said yes.
So what do
Very
you think
easy.
about the afternoon commute?
The afternoon commute, here we go. There's the hour-by-hour forecast, and this model's been spot on. The heavy snow around lunchtime will be along the 290, the 990, through Grand Island, up into southern Niagara County. The band will weaken a bit and then shift southward. It will be over Buffalo for the afternoon commute, and then it strengthens even more so during the evening hours. By 11 p.m., the heavy snow back in Lackawanna, West Seneca, Orchard Park, Elma, unfortunately, Blaisdell, Lancaster, areas that picked up about 30 inches of snowfall. Then we head further south early Thursday morning for the morning commute. That's the heavier snows will be along the Thruway across southern Erie County for the end of the morning commute on Thursday, back into Buffalo. And then finally, late tomorrow, the band winds down. Again, this warning runs through 7 p.m. on Thursday. The afternoon commute is going to be a very slow one in that band, which will be central and northern Erie County and into western Genesee and northwestern Wyoming County.
Okay, so we know most school districts in Western New York did cancel school for today. Ones that didn't, Niagara Falls and Lockport, for example, but you saw in what Aaron just showed us. Now, this is Thursday at 7 p.m., so keep that in mind. But what he showed us for today is that they're only getting a minimal amount of snow compared to what we get here in Western New York. So again, Lockport, Niagara Falls, if your kids went to school today, it's a typical-ish snowfall for this time of year up there. We're saying 3 to 4 inches or so.
Yeah, mostly that's southern Niagara County. So the superintendents I spoke to in Niagara County said you could have school today. Winter weather advisory in effect, 3 to 6 inches, mostly across southern parts of the county. Yes, you're going to have some snow and some strong winds, but I don't want to set a precedent with weather advisories where we start closing schools. We'll never go to school in the wintertime in Western New York. So NT, you're on that fringe right there. You'll have the snow today. Same thing with Pendleton, but the band will shift, further southward as we head toward the afternoon. And lake effect snow rates in the band, 2 to 4 inches per hour. Slowly moving north, only another mile or two, then settling, and then shifting back southward.
We're going to take a quick break on Channel 7. We're with you on air until 11 o'clock this morning, and then we'll join The View. We're going to keep that stream going on our WKBW Facebook page. It's 10:38. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo.
Now, didn't we have the commissioner on our stream
Yes.
this weekend? And we
No. That was the emergency services commissioner.
Okay.
Yes.
Because we said Sunday, parents Wednesday and Thursday
Right.
have a plan for the next round of heavy snow coming
And
in.
Commissioner Bray was very willing to answer our questions. She spent some time with us on Sunday morning when all of this was going on. She's in charge of emergency services in New York.
And I give Nowak, he came on and answered all your questions too. Ed, I see you. I'd be scared too, but I answer your questions. We have these morning meetings every morning. And you know what? I appreciate you. Like, you're almost sticking up for the weather community as well. Because unless, like, how,
it doesn't
we don't
make
need
sense.
we don't need a Monday morning quarterback, but everyone should know that this warning is going to last until 7 p.m. tomorrow, and any travel in that band will be difficult to impossible. Those were the wording. I think that you had all the snow for the weekend. The only difference now, we talked about, you'd have the same thing happen again Tuesday night, Wednesday, and Thursday, except people have to go to work and school.
You know, I got to tell you too, we know this travel advisory is in place, but we're still seeing so many people driving. And I understand, yes, essential workers, you do have to get to work, but it is just so important to take care right now. And I wouldn't want to be out there on the roads if I didn't have to be.
Look, I mean, this is 10:30 on a Wednesday morning. We're
Right.
seeing a lot less traffic. I feel like that's some good perspective than we normally would on a Wednesday. But you're right, Katie. I mean, there are still so many people who are out using the Thruway, despite the fact that they're saying a travel advisory is in place, no unnecessary travel.
Mark, this
Don't
is
show
a
this one.
horrifying
Don't show that
Mark,
one.
from those who know him best, I got to tell you.
No, that is one job I would never, ever want.
That is one job we would never, ever want you to
We-
have.
We're going to keep you right here,
Thank
big
you.
guy. Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're going to rejoin our TV viewers. Stand by.
Hopefully it warms up in here.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
even I'm
freezing.
cold.
All right, welcome back, Western New York 1040. We have been here with you for the past few hours tracking this winter weather alert, and take a look at this snow ban and how things have shifted in the past hour or so. From south of the city, where we started this morning, looking at Orchard Park, Hamburg, areas in Lancaster, South Buffalo getting hit so hard, and now it's moved up over Buffalo into North Tonawanda, Amherst, and those areas are starting to see it fall.
Yeah, the 190, 290 interchange, the snow is coming down rather heavily. Along the 290, we have some pretty good snows. And the snow now, there's a view of the 190 at the 290. Can hardly see a thing right there. The plows are out, but snow rates are 2 to 4 inches per hour. So you might be following some snow tracks, but they're going to get they're going to fill in pretty quickly as that snow is coming down. Grand Island getting hit hard at the moment. Again, that rate 2 to 4 inches per hour. Heavy snow, Amherst, North Tonawanda, especially central and northern Grand Island, southern Niagara County, Pendleton, NT, getting a pretty good dose of snow right now. Is that snow rate, like I mentioned, 2 to 4 inches. The band is about as far north as it's going to go. Basically south of Route 31 up in the north towns. Some heavier snow starting to pick up in Wheatfield, and even Lockport, South Lockport, getting some heavier snows. Southern portions of Niagara County, you'll be in that 3 to 6 inch range. Northern portions, you're not going to see much at all. But again, the 190, Niagara Falls Boulevard, transit covered in snow from 31 southward. We head south. The band finally moving out of Buffalo and Cheektowaga. Give yourselves a little break here in the metro area. Tonawanda picking up that snow. Same thing with Amherst as the snow band continues to inch northward. I think it's going to go another mile or two to the north. That's about it. Hover around Route 31 in the north towns, and then kind of hang out there through late morning, early afternoon, and then shift back south.
Aaron, can you move into the airport? Maybe you can go street level and kind of zoom right into the airport, because what you were saying on Twitter just about, 20 minutes or so ago is that in a half an hour's time, 3 inches of snow fell at the airport.
Isn't that crazy?
That is, I mean, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a lot in a very short period of time.
34 minutes, 3 inches of snow. So when we say snowfall rates 2 to 4, 5 inches per hour, that's what we're talking about. You get a quick 3 inches of snow in 34 minutes. That is obviously going to cause a lot of issues at the airport, where a number of flights have been canceled and delayed. But now we're starting to see a little break in the action. And if you do have a flight, there are some still scheduled for later today. The airport is probably the best in the world at clearing snow. People from all over the world come to our airport to learn how to move snow around. So hopefully they can clear it out and get some flights out, as they have a little break right now. But from 9:30 to 10 at about 3 inches of snow in 34 minutes. Thanks, Dave. 4 to 5 inches now in Williamsville. Snow is going to be the light for a little bit longer, and then it'll pick up in intensity this afternoon. So you'll see another 4 to 5, close to a foot before all is said and done.
Well, I've got news for you. If you had a
What's that?
flight that was coming out today or planning to go out today, every one of them is canceled right now.
Oh, even the evening ones?
Except for 2.
Okay.
And one's at 6:45 and one's at 8:40.
I love Lauren's comment here. I would not be getting on a plane. No kidding.
Well, right, they are all canceled except for those 2 flights. One is delayed right now. Or there's a couple maybe that are scheduled. So they're all, they're getting
So
pushed
it
back.
looks like
until
Delta
later.
flights are they're hanging tough. They're trying to get out of here, but and that JetBlue flight, that direct one to LA, is still on.
Oh, the earliest one is 6:20.
This is a great point here from Kayla to keep your pets safe and warm and make sure that you're checking on those pets that are outside, those outdoor dogs, for instance, those outdoor cats. Make sure that they're okay and check on your neighbors. Earlier this morning, we were hearing from some folks who were saying, talking about the importance of checking on the elderly in particular. And that's what being a good neighbor is all about. We were also talking about helping those firefighters who in particular need your help, especially if there's a fire hydrant in front of your house. They need you to shovel a path around the fire hydrant. So God forbid there's an emergency, they're able to have access to those fire hydrants. Exactly, Jacqueline. Check on your elderly neighbors. That's one of those points that we have to really consider, especially if heat or electric goes out. And we're not hearing of any power outages or anything of the sort, but in the event, you got to just make sure that you're doing your neighborly duty.
I like Jocelyn's point too. Don't forget to check your outside heating vents too. That is so important. And we have been mentioning throughout the morning, if God forbid you were to get stuck, go off the side of the road, something like that. We're asking people, and they're asking people to stay inside their cars if at all possible, because it just becomes so much more dangerous the second you step outside of that car that shields you and start walking around.
We've been watching a number of people who were, spun out and then got out of their cars, and it was very scary for us to watch. Again, here's a view of the 190 at the 290. Here's a different view, I'm guessing, the 290 between Delaware and Colvin. Getting pretty good with these cameras now this morning. Guess the camera. 290 between Delaware and Colvin. We saw someone say near Military in Tonawanda, visibility is near 0. You have near whiteout conditions. Unfortunately, winds are going to increase. So the snow rates will decrease a bit. There go the plows. But the winds will increase. So visibilities will be greatly reduced, especially as we get into this afternoon. This snow is so light and fluffy, and it's going to blow around with no problem.
John, actually wondering if we could take a view from the Seneca 1 tower, our Skywatch 7. Unfortunately, in the last storm, it went down. So with all the winds and the powerful snow that we saw on Sunday into Monday.
Oh, that's right.
It went down. And, that's just what happens sometimes.
Here's a question, Aaron, for people who may have their businesses open today, right? But let's say we now know we have to get employees home. What do we do as far as that goes? Because we know that this travel ban has shifted. When do we need to start making those calls that maybe we close early? Maybe we don't have people on the roads during the afternoon commute.
Yeah, this band, where it is right now, it's going to stay in this general area through late this morning and early mid-afternoon before it starts to shift back southward and then coming back to Buffalo just in time for the evening commute. So, we have the number of travel bans. Areas that have a little sunshine are under the travel ban right now because of the 20 to 30 plus inches of snow places like West Seneca picked up overnight. So you have to just watch this band expecting 1 to 3, possibly 4 feet of snow by 7 p.m. on Thursday in the band.
Oh, Tashia, I just want to bring up this comment because thank you for what you do. The storm was in 2000 when I was a bus driver stuck with special needs kids overnight. Thank God for the kind people who helped us.
That was November. I remember that one as well.
It is 10:47 on the start of a Wednesday. We're going to take a break on Channel 7. We're going to keep the stream going on our WKBW Facebook page. Grab your phone, join the conversation. We want to hear from you. We're going to be with you until 11. You're watching Good Morning Buffalo. I love Jacqueline's comment. Second cup is the best. Look,
I appreciate everyone sticking around watching us this morning. This has been great.
Thank you for talking to us like we're your best friends. Look.
When people talk down the TV people, that is one of my biggest pet peeves.
Can I also just say thank you guys for letting us know what's going on because we really appreciate it. Like we've been saying all morning, you guys are our eyes. And then also like some of the people who watch have been joining us live to show us the conditions outside their house.
And for me, I have the radar and I'm looking at the stats at the airport, but that's one location. And now you have all these eyes out there telling you exactly what's going on. matches up with the radar. It's super, appreciate that. People in Pendleton and Gettsville saying snow's getting here, 9:07, right on schedule. And, I can't thank you enough for those updates.
If you're watching and you're new to this live streaming thing, we do this every single morning at 8 o'clock, and I should say 9 times out of 10, it's not weather related. It's a lot of fun. We just kind of hang out, have a conversation with you, talk about the day's hot topics.
Times,
19 out of 20. Yeah. Okay, I like that. So join us every morning at 8 o'clock on Facebook Live. Here, though, I think what we're doing is really important so that we are, as a community, coming together and making sure that we're showing and telling. And you really are the eyes and ears in your community, helping us really tell the story.
And honestly, we really appreciate that. We also appreciate the flexibility of our bosses letting us stay live and saying, hey, listen, this is for the good and the safety of the community. We need to be here for you guys. That's why we're here.
I loved what, I think it was Sean, Ed packs a big punch for such a little guy. That's so funny. So nice of you, Sean.
Oh my gosh, Bob, we should expand to 3 to 4 hours every day.
Oh. We're going to have to get it catered if that's the case.
No kidding. And they should bring a porta potty in here.
Patricia, this is a good point as well, and we didn't mention this. Shovel your sidewalks. People need to stay off the roads. Yeah, as soon as it's safe to do so, please do make sure those sidewalks are shoveled. And Aaron mentioned, the snow's pretty light and it's going to start flying around pretty soon.
I think what we can talk about when we get back on TV is maybe the best time to start snow blowing because I'm going to wind up going home. I'm going to wind up snow blowing, but I'm sure.
Yeah, because Russ is never going to make it home.
But I'm sure he's going to have to go back out and do it later today.
Yeah.
We're going to join in our TV viewers in 10 seconds. Stand by.
Or Russell.
Or Paul.
Or Paul.
Okay, welcome back. It is 10:49 on the start of a Wednesday. You're watching our special coverage of the weather that's impacting many parts of Western New York. You're looking live at the 190. This is exit 8 right near Niagara Street. You can see that disabled tractor trailer off to the left-hand side of your screen. There is a travel advisory on the Thruway. They're saying no unnecessary travel. There is a commercial vehicle ban on the 90 from Rochester to the Pennsylvania line and the 190 to exit 21.
So many travel bans. Town and Village of Orchard Park, Hamburg, West Seneca, Lancaster, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, City of Buffalo in the southern part of the city, south of Broadway, because we saw how badly South Buffalo got hit.
So I mentioned this if you're watching our live stream on our WKBW Facebook page, Instagram, or Twitter. We'd love for you. I'm sorry, say that again, John.
53, the next break.
Okay. 10:53 is when we have to leave you. But what I wanted to talk about here is the best time to go out and snowblow, because as a lot of people are home watching the snowfall, but then thinking about, okay, when can I go outside and start to snowblow? So Aaron, can you pinpoint this for us?
Depends on where you are. If you're Buffalo southward, you can get out there right now. You have partly sunny skies. You may want to get out there soon, perhaps after our stream ends at 11, because the winds are going to kick up and that snow is going to blow around. It's really going to start to pick up early this afternoon, gusting 35 to 40 miles per hour, say around 3 p.m. Now, the band is near over Grand Island, North Buffalo, Grand Island, Kenmore, Tonawanda, NT, getting several inches of snow. Just saw a report from one of our viewers, 6 inches of snow in Amherst since around 9 a.m. So that snow rate is very, very impressive in this band, about 2 to 4 inches per hour. I have that line on the screen so you can see where the heavy snow has moved just north of that line. It's kind of stalled out right there. Really, from Niagara Falls to Lockport southward is where you have the heaviest snow. NT toward Rapids, travel along Niagara Falls Boulevard, North French over toward County. Very, very slow. The northern edge, like I said, up to around Route 31. Southern parts of Niagara Falls getting some good snow. Same thing with South Lockport. Wheatfield, NT, you'll pick up about 6 inches of accumulation. Same thing with Pendleton. We head further south from Buffalo to Cheektowaga, especially along Route 20 southward. The snow has come to an end right now. The airport along the Thruway northward, we still have that snow. And the darker shades of blue, Grand Island, NT, River Road, Robinson, Sweeney, Rui, Nash, picking up some heavy snows, and that's where the heaviest snows are at the moment.
Okay, so we are going to shortly take a quick break, but we do want to just address Corey's question. When do the travel bans go into effect in the North Towns? We haven't heard anything yet about travel bans for the North Towns. We'll keep you updated as we do learn
We have
more.
the travel advisories, correct?
Correct, and which means also no unnecessary travel. Paula saying clouds just went by in Tonawanda. We're going to take a quick break on TV. We'll be back right after this. Okay, so if you're watching on our WKBW Facebook page or Twitter, or if you're on our Instagram page, good news for all of you. We're going to take a break at 11, but then we're going to come back on at noon, and we're going to be on with you until 1 o'clock.
Heck yeah, we are.
Yeah, let's go.
We're all gonna have a little something to eat,
a little bathroom
a
break,
little water. Yeah.
Lots to eat. Oh my god, you hear my stomach growling.
I know.
That's what you're hearing.
Mark, good morning to you. It just started snowing lightly in Middleport, he says. And then Patricia, Western New Yorkers are the best. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, that is the whole thing. We are so lucky to live in a community where everyone looks out for each other. And really, that's what really Second Cup is all about. We're all looking out for each other. We're all crowdsourcing. It's a really easy conversation that's digestible and fun to watch sometimes. I think it's kind of fun to watch.
I've enjoyed myself.
Oh, we have a blast here every day.
A hoot.
Holly's saying it is so windy right now. The snow is flying everywhere in Cheektowaga.
Oh, thanks, Holly. Because the gust just got to 26 miles per hour.
Oh, here,
It
look.
went from 9 to 26, so I really appreciate that.
Negrito, tell us where you are, where these wind gusts are insane. I'd love to hear from you.
Definitely appreciate that.
We should also let you know that when we come back on at noon today, we are expecting to hear from the city of Buffalo. They will be giving us an update about what their efforts are to clear the snow, especially in South Buffalo, given the fact that there is that travel ban in place south of Broadway. We're going to join back in with our TV viewers, so stand by for us as we do just that. We're going to show you what it looks like in downtown Buffalo.
Okay.
10:54 on the start of a special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. You are watching what are the conditions rather in downtown Buffalo. Our I-Team producer Sean Mickey shooting this just moments ago. You can see the wind whipping up that snow, the heavy machinery out and about, making sure the roads are clear. We should let you know that there is a travel ban in the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway, and in just about an hour or so, we're expecting to hear from City of Buffalo authorities, the DPW commissioner, I would assume the mayor, and perhaps even the fire or police commissioner, about their efforts to clear the roads in the city of Buffalo. Again, given the fact that there is such a hard hit in South Buffalo, but it looks like they're starting to see some tapering off of this storm.
Well,
finally getting a break.
But we're getting wind now too. And Aaron's going to tell you all about that because Holly mentioned it was windy in Cheektowaga. And then someone else mentioned, boy, these wind gusts in Lackawanna, they're getting walls of white.
Oh my goodness. Exactly. And unfortunately, the winds are going to increase more so through the late morning hours and into this afternoon. This snow is so light and fluffy. It's going to blow around with no problems at all, greatly reducing visibilities. North-south roads will be the worst with that wind coming out of the west, especially roads that have some open fields. Whiteouts in Amherst near the Boulevard Mall. Thanks so much, Noreen, for that update as the snow is coming down near the Boulevard Mall right now. You have the snow rates about 2 to 4 inches per hour. Heaviest snow right now, NT toward Pendleton and Rapids. Most of the snow along and south of Route 31 from Niagara Falls toward Lockport. That's about as far north as it's going to get. Lewiston and Cambria, you might be clipped with a little snowfall, but most of it south of that line, where several inches of snow will accumulate along the Erie-Niagara County line. The Buffalo, Cheektowaga, over toward Clarence now, you're starting to see the snow taper off a bit, so you can dig out. We have that heavy snow along the 290, the 990, along Niagara Falls Boulevard, along the 190 up through Grand Island, and a closer look there by NT and Grand Island from Baseline to Payne and Nash over toward Walk Road along the boulevard. That's where we have the snow rate of about 2 to 4 inches per hour. Greg, thank you. Snow picking up in Niagara Falls. Yeah, you're going to see some snow in the falls. Could see a couple of inches, especially southern portions of Niagara Falls.
Okay, getting a couple of new pieces of information in. Amherst Police, for example, saying, listen, with this winter storm today, tonight, and tomorrow, residents, please be careful. If you have to travel, stay home and don't venture out unless it's necessary.
Lawrence, you are reading our minds here. Is the Sabres game postponed? Nope. We are just hearing that the Sabres game is still on.
And you know
Both
something
teams
else?
are in. I'm sorry.
People were asking about was Shays also. Shays told our producer that they're reevaluating right now. They're going to try to figure
I believe
that out.
the Sabres game is a national game tonight on TNT. So that's
7:30,
probably
right?
why they want to do everything they can to keep that game on.
Okay, so bottom line here, the snow continues to fall. It looks like that band is moving north. Once again, those travel bans are in place for Hamburg, Orchard Park, West Seneca, Lancaster, Depew, Blaisdell, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna, and the city of Buffalo, south of Broadway. We also know there's that commercial vehicle ban On the 90 from Rochester to the Pennsylvania line and the 190 to exit 21, the Skyway also closed this morning.
Okay, so there is a travel advisory in all of the places that do not have a travel ban right now. What does that mean? That you should not be on the roads unless it is absolutely necessary. Here's what's going to happen right now. We are going to take a break from 11 o'clock until noon. We are going to come back and join you at noon, and we will stay for an hour.
Thank you so much for being with us for this special edition of Good Morning Buffalo. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to chat.
Garrett, I think you got a lifetime of coverage right there. You got a lifetime of coverage right there.
I got a lot more than